Okay, we're live.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chantel Wright, and I serve as chair of the DC Public Charter School Board. Thank you for joining us tonight for the second and final board meeting of the month. We're starting a bit earlier than usual this evening due to a fuller agenda, and we appreciate you being here. I'd like to begin by welcoming my fellow board members, Vice Chairman Jim Salmon, Treasurer Carissa Stanley Beatty, Board Member Dwight Davis, and Board Member Leah Crucy. Secretary Shakora Adamafania will be joining us shortly. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I want to share some bittersweet news. This is Board Member Dwight Davis's final meeting with us. Dwight is stepping down to pursue an opportunity within a school community, work that is deeply meaningful and impactful, though it makes him ineligible to continue serving on the board. Dwight, while your time with us was brief, your contributions have been invaluable. You've always centered what matters most, the students. We are grateful for your thoughtful voice and your unwavering commitment. And while we'll miss you at board meetings, we know that our city students are gaining a champion who is returning to the front lines of education. Thank you for your service, and we wish you the very best in this next chapter. I do want to allow other board members, welcome Secretary Shakora Adamafania, to also share your regards for Dwight, should you like to.
Dwight, I just want to say it has been beyond a pleasure to serve with you. Obviously, you and I knew of each other and were acquainted prior to your board service, and I was pleasantly surprised when you joined us and continue to be inspired and motivated by the way you think about school, the way you think about the sector, and how impactful your words have been to me, even as I think through my framing and perspective and ideas about how I want to show up to this work. So thank you for what you've done for schools. Thank you for being a personal friend to me. And thank you for your service.
Dwight, I understand and respect your decision to return to the classroom, but I'm going to miss you. I think you have an unusual combination of good judgment, integrity, common sense, perspective, and constant focus on serving students. You've been an unusually thoughtful and diligent and gifted board member. You always choose your words carefully and always have something to say that contributes to our deliberations. That's what every board member hopes for in a fellow board member. Thank you very much for your service, and Godspeed to you.
Dwight, it's been a pleasure to serve in this capacity with you. You and I have crossed paths many a times throughout my career in education in the city and yours as well. And so learning that you were stepping back into the school space warmed my heart because you are an incredible talent in the city. And I think you just have tons of experience across different places in the sector. So I really look forward to seeing what you build. Thank you, as Jim and Carissa have already stated, thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your very thought-provoking questions from the very beginning, and just the way in which you framed things to push the conversation forward. Deeply will miss you working together in this capacity, but I know you'll do good for children in the city, and I know I'll see you again somewhere in the space.
Just jumping in here, Dwight. I know that this is just the end of this part of the chapter. So it's been a highlight of my board service to serve alongside you for this chapter. And as others have already said, you bring care and integrity to all that you do. And your experience across so many things as a pastor, a teacher, principal, and also as a parent has helped shape how we think and lead. And it matters as we implement Aspire going forward. So your return to the classroom is a gift to the young people of our city, and your presence is really going to be missed here, but your impact will carry forward. So thank you for everything and your commitment to the students of the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Dwight. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to say.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a statement that will be shared, but I'll just lift up some points from it. The first and most important is that serving on the DC Public Charter School Board has been an incredible honor, and I have thoroughly enjoyed getting to know each of my fellow board members, visiting schools, listening to leaders, and witnessing firsthand the love, commitment, and innovation that thrives within our charter sector. Um, our schools are often filled with passionate educators and leaders who want the very best for their students and families. And we are so grateful for the leaders, the teachers, the students, and the families. More, just as important has been my opportunity to get to know the PCSB staff. It has truly been a joy. Your responsiveness, your thoughtfulness, your openness to inquiry, like when I'm emailing at random times to ask questions, you're always responsive, and I'm so thankful for that. I've also been blessed to serve alongside um, Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, and I just want to encourage you to continue to press on, press forward, because you have what we need to move forward. The bottom line is this, like together we have made difficult decisions, and there are more difficult decisions that lie ahead. DC's current fiscal challenges will test us, but we cannot allow the weight of the moment to diminish the love and creativity that define our charter community. I'm often, throughout the graduation season, I've been quoting Kara Lawson, who is the head women's basketball coach at Duke. And what she says is this: it never gets easier. You simply handle hard better. And I believe that the universe has aligned the right people in the right places at the right time. And now is the moment to handle hard better together. And it is my prayer that we are able to do that as a PCSB board and staff, but also as a charter sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight, and thank you, colleagues. Now, as we bring this school year to a close, it's finally summer for most public charter schools. It's also 100 degrees outside, but I do want to take a moment to reflect. Dr. Walker-Davis, my fellow board member, colleagues, and members of the executive staff leadership team, and I have all had the privilege of attending nearly every adult and public charter high school graduation this season. From conferring diplomas to celebrating a class of 2025, it's been one of the most joyful parts of our work. Leaders, thank you so much for allowing us to be part of these important milestones. To all the school leaders listening tonight, take a bow. You've navigated another challenging year, tackling unfinished learning, confronting rising absenteeism and mental health needs, managing staffing shortages, and operating amid ongoing financial constraints. And through it all, you showed up with resilience, with heart, and with a deep commitment to students. We see you and we thank you. This year, the board leaned into a more active and assertive approach to evaluating school performance. Over the past 4 months, including this month, we reviewed 20 schools. Tonight's meeting marks the conclusion of that review cycle. To every school leader and every board of trustee member who came before us, whether to discuss a charter review, an amendment request, or another reason, thank you. We recognize that engaging with us often comes at the end of a long day of school leadership or work, and your preparation and partnership do not go unnoticed. To schools that successfully completed their reviews with or without receiving conditions, congratulations. It's no easy feat, and we honor the work you've done. Meeting the mark is not at all something that comes easy. And for those making necessary shifts to meet the mark in the future, we see your hard work and appreciate your commitment. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Running a school is one of the hardest jobs there is, and yet you keep showing up. For that, we're deeply grateful. I hope you'll find some time to rest, recharge, and truly enjoy a well-earned summer. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Walker Davis for her remarks.
Thank you, Chair Wright, and good evening, everyone. Before we begin tonight's agenda, I want to echo what has been said and thank Board Member Dwight Davis on behalf of the professional staff for his service to the DC Public Charter School Board. While his time with us was brief, Dwight has exemplified what it means to be a thoughtful, engaged, and student-centered board member. His inquiry-driven spirit, curiosity about the work, and deep respect for the complexity of school leadership have been evident from day one. Whether on school visits or in our deliberations, Dwight, you have stood out. You've connected effortlessly with students and educators alike, so much so that on school visits, we sometimes had to pry you out of the classroom because you were so engaged. That kind of presence and commitment is rare, and we are grateful for the time, perspective, and care that you have brought to the board. Dwight, thank you so much. I've learned from you every time I engage with you, and I wish you all the best as you return to school-based work. You're exactly the kind of person our students need. As we close out the school year, I want to acknowledge how busy and challenging it has been. This work is never easy, and in many ways, as Chair Wright has said, and Dwight, it's getting even harder. The uncertainty about changes in the federal government, the shifting public education landscape, and the increasing demands and requirements on schools make the task harder. We also understand that the extra attention from our oversight can sometimes be challenging. To every school leader, I want to say thank you. We deeply value your partnership, honesty, and feedback. In the year ahead, we're committed to making improvements that help you feel supported, seen, and held to high standards with fairness, transparency, and dignity. Again, as Chair Wright said, we conclude one of our most extensive charter review cycles tonight, having reviewed 20 schools over the past few months. We recognize that the process was not perfect and that the timing was far from ideal. We've heard feedback and felt the growing pains of reestablishing a more rigorous pre-pandemic approach to school evaluation. It hasn't been easy, and we're committed to learning and improving as we move forward. Over the summer, our team here at DC PCSB will reflect on the process and document lessons learned from this review cycle. There's always room for improvement, and we're taking that seriously. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair Wright, to begin tonight's meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you. At the beginning of every board meeting, the DC Public Charter School Board hears public testimony related to items on the agenda and listens to testimony for topics not related to any agenda items. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. If you need to make a few additional points, please email your testimony for us to read to public.comment@dcpcsb.org. Public officials who sign up to testify will be allowed to speak for up to 5 minutes. The hand-raising feature has been disabled. As a reminder, all written public comment is available to the public on our website. If you would like to register to provide live testimony or submit a written comment to the board, you can find all testimony registration and submission information on our website under the Public Comment tab at dcpcsb.org. You can also submit your comments to public.comment@dcpcsb.org or call our public comment line to leave a voicemail testimony at 202-328-2660 and select option 2. As we move through each speaker, Courtney and Jonah, our Zoom hosts for the evening, will promote each speaker from the attendee pool and unmute individuals speaking. Let's hear from the 5 individuals who signed up to speak this evening. I'd like to invite to testify before the board, Hardin Hardwick, Danielle Sinclair, Ann Herr, Michael Campbell, and Catrice Fuller. I don't see Hardin yet. Okay, but I do see you. Danielle, am I saying your name correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good evening, Danielle, welcome.
Good evening.
I'm gonna start with you if that's okay.
Okay.
Saw you.
Do I?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Danielle Sinclair. I've had the honor of teaching at Girls Global Academy since October 2021. I came to GGA because representation, it matters to me. This school was founded by two Black women, Karen and Shane, who were PGCPS educators like myself. They created something that didn't exist in DC, a school for girls who look like us, that prepares them for careers in business and engineering, a field where Black women are still underrepresented. This year, I watched my first group of ninth graders, the ones I taught during one of the hardest years of the pandemic recovery, graduate. Every student now is headed to a post-secondary path. One is even going to culinary school. And that student found her passion through a cooking enrichment program that we created based on students' interests. That idea evolved into a GGA course. That's what GGA is. We listen to students and we act. Here, our girls are the priority, not just academically, but their full humanity. Every adult who belongs here is invested in all our students' well being. That's what sisterhood, scholarship, service, and safety looks like day to day. That care extends to the staff as well. I experienced the grief of losing my mother and graduating, the triumph of graduating from Howard University, all while working here. And in both moments, GGA surrounded me with love, support, and community. I've taught in 4 different states, including DC. And while I've seen excellence, what sets GA apart is that the way we approach our students. We don't focus on what's missing. We focus on what's already there. We see their brilliance, we honor their voices, and we cultivate their geniusness. Our charter should be renewed, not just for what we've done, but for what we're still building. GGA is a promise that our students matter and their futures are worth worth every investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle, and congratulations to you for also graduating during this time as well. And thank you for teaching and being in the classroom. I hope you get a good summer break.
Thank you.
All right, I do see Hayden has joined us. I'm going to go back up. Welcome, Hayden. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Members of the Public Charter School Board. My name is Hayden Hartwig, and I am a teacher at Girls Global Academy. I just finished my first year at GGA, but also it was my first year working in education, which is an important year for teachers to evaluate the future of their career. To be honest, my expectations were low, as public education in DC comes with a lot of personal anecdotes and criticisms. I experienced this firsthand, where at an education professional holiday party this past year, I was told by an elected DC education official to watch my back because they had heard some things about my school. This person has never set foot inside of our school or seen the blood, sweat, and tears that we put into our work every single day. I firmly believe that GGA is a unique and valuable space in the DC charter school network. I noticed this difference early in the school year when I had a student who did not engage with her services. She had mentioned to another staff member that she was uncomfortable with me because I was a man. She was bringing her historical trauma with her to school, which impacted her interactions with others. Working as a team with our behavioral support providers, she was able to recognize how I was similar to her other trusted male teachers. I will never forget the day when she asked me to come get her from class so she could attend her pull-out session, something she had been previously absent from. The story is not unique. It exemplifies the real-life trauma and lived experiences our students are bringing with them to school. We have created a safe, loving, necessary space for our students to be who they are and receive adequate supports. We have fostered pathways in business and engineering where Black and Brown women have been historically excluded from. We have implemented our international baccalaureate program to set students up for success in their post-secondary endeavors. We have created something special, and I encourage you to understand the necessity of our belonging, not only in the present, but also in the future.
Thank you, Hayden, and thank you for your service as well. Congratulations on finishing your first year and for sticking in it and not letting the stereotypes be what defines your work. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair Wright.
Next, we have, just so you know, one of our public comment participants has submitted written testimony, so Ann Her will not testify tonight. I do see Michael Campbell.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Doing all right. How you doing?
I'm good. Mike is yours.
Good evening, Chair, distinguished members of the board. My name is Pastor Michael Campbell. I come to you as a spiritual leader, community advocate, and proud member of the Monument Academy family in Ward 7 of DC. Monument Academy is more than a school for us. It's also a safe haven. Under the incredible leadership of Dr. Grant and Dr. Tucker, it has become a place of structure, compassion, and consistency for students carrying invisible burdens well beyond the classroom. Our teachers, staff, and especially our student life advisors, of whom I'm honored to be one, sacrifice daily to support youth navigating poverty, housing insecurity, food instability, trauma, and mental health challenges. And still, we see their brilliance, their creativity, and their strength. We support the Aspire model and its aim to uplift marginalized students, but it's important to acknowledge that no index can fully measure what our students face at home or in their neighborhoods. Test scores alone don't tell the story behind a child's pain, their strength, or their potential, and they never will. Monument steps into that gap. In a ward where many schools have closed, we remain, offering a unique boarding school model that becomes home for students who may not have one. Through programs like FACE, led by Madam Catrice Fuller, we don't just impact students, but we aim to uplift whole families. Isaiah 61:3 promises beauty for ashes, and Monument Academy lives that truth every single day. I urge you to vote unanimously for our 10-year renewal. Say yes to healing, to equity, and to futures that matter. Say yes to a school that refuses to give up on its children. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Campbell. I thought you was about to preach on us for a minute right there. I appreciate that. Thank you for your service and stepping into the community at Monument Academy. It's very important. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I see we have Miss Fuller. Welcome, Miss Fuller. Good to see you.
Good to see you as always. Good evening, everyone. My name is Catrice Fuller. I am a native Washingtonian, current Ward 5 resident, forever Ward 7 resident. I serve as the Chief of Family Community Engagement at Monument Academy, as a citywide board representative with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. But my favorite job and title is that of mom, and that's what I'll be speaking from mostly today. As you can see, children receiving an equitable, needs-based quality education is overly important to me. I came to Monument in 2016 from a juvenile detention sector where 63% of my facility had an IEP or a 504 plan, and over 90% of my facility, my boys, some who I still keep in contact with, had experienced 5 or more ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. Despite the many barriers that they faced, they were dumped right back into the circumstances that contributed to what the world now sees as their flaws. So the concept of Monument Academy was so amazing to me because this is the type of space that I envisioned that children needed who had experienced some of these unfortunate circumstances to learn and heal. Now, I will admit that the last time I sat before you all in 2019, a change at Monument Academy was needed. And to commit myself to the change as a staff member, I also committed my family, my 2 sons, who were newly enrolled 5th and 6th grade residents at Monument Academy at the time. My oldest, TJ, who is now 15 and a budding 10th grader at McKinley Tech High School, is on the autism spectrum and had difficulties at his previous LEAs due to the dichotomy that many high-functioning autism persons face, overperforming, but overly masking to do so. TJ did not talk. He was not interested in no activities. He didn't want to do anything. However, Monument saw beyond TJ's surface. The small classroom settings and the practically one-to-one support from staff helped TJ to see that he belonged wherever he chose to be and that he was more than just a 4 or 5 on what was formerly called Park, that his previous LEA made him to feel. Fast forward to my now 8th grader who just left Monument as a valedictorian. I have to showboat my baby. But he graduated as a valedictorian while going through one of the most troubling times of his life. He was diagnosed with a chronic kidney disease in January. And when I say as a mom, Monument Academy said, forget you being a staff member and I'm treating you just as a parent. What do you need? What does your son need? They brought him work to the hospital. They quickly got a 504 plan together so that he could still participate in his learning, which he did. That boy was curled over, but on those daggone Google Meet classes to participate in his education because this school space means so much to him. I know I'm at time, but I want to lastly say science has proven that students learn best and the most when they feel their educational experiences. Monument Academy is a space and place that prioritizes eliminating barriers to grant students and families permission to feel again. When we feel and build meaningful connections, we learn and grow together. And that's exactly what Monument Academy is all about, aspiring to attain and achieve more together. And for Monument, my family personally will forever be grateful. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. We're thinking about your son, and congratulations on that valedictorian. That's a great thing. Look at you. You can't stop smiling. Congratulations. Thank you for the work that you do with Monument. I've seen it firsthand, so appreciate you, and congratulations again. So this concludes our speakers for this evening and our public comment portion of the agenda. I do just want to remind the public that we welcome your participation at this point. We want to hear from you and your experiences. So whether it be by written testimony, which we do receive and we do read, or you come live, we welcome your public commentary and ask that you come before us and share your experiences within our charter sector. So next on our agenda are a number of charter amendment requests. First, I yield the floor to Starling Temp, Senior Specialist of Accountability within our School Performance Department, to introduce the request from Roots Public Charter School. While Starling is coming on, I'd also like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks regarding this amendment request. Cameron Poles, Tyshawn Chisholm, and Kiviana Holmes. Welcome, Starling.
Good evening. My name is Starling Temp. I am a senior specialist in the School Performance Department. Tonight, the board will hear from Roots Public Charter School regarding its request to amend its charter goals and academic achievement expectations. The school seeks to remove its Special Education Quality Assurance Review, or QAR, goal, seeks to revise its English Language Arts progress and state assessment goals, and seeks to replace its mission-specific goal and add business rules for all charter goals. If approved, the proposed revisions will take effect beginning next school year 25-26, except for the removal of the QAR goal and the revisions to the state assessment goal, which will apply retroactively to the first year of the school's current review period, which is school year 2023-24. Representatives from the school are here to answer your questions.
Thank you, Starling. I'm not sure who, I see you, Mr. Poles. Are you going to speak on behalf of Roots and introduce your team? I see Kaviana.
Yes.
Okay, well, welcome.
Thank you so much for having us. My name is Cameron Poles. I am the interim board chair of Roots Public Charter School. I am joined with Mama Kiviana, who is our data specialist and data analyst and specialist, and our principal, Tyshawn Chisholm. Starling did a excellent job. One, I just want to publicly thank her for getting me up to speed, just providing a little bit of context. We lost 2 elder board members, passed away during the last year. And so, while I was previously on the board, I had a very, I was able to sort of let them do the heavy lifting and then, just kind of hop in where my certain skill sets and expertise lended themselves to the benefit of the school or to the board. But I know that Baba Jesse and Mama Gilda, God bless their souls, would want me to take up the mantle and lead. It's what's required of me. And so I, stepped into that position, stepped into it willingly, and with a strong sense of purpose, but also just sort of needing to get up to speed on some of the major time-sensitive things that were going on with the school. One of those was the charter amendment. So thank you. I want to take this time first to thank Starling for just her help, her guidance, We've made clear. I don't know if you have to forgive me. I don't. This is my first time coming to like
It's
a thing
okay.
like this. I don't know how deep you wanted me to go sort of into the request. I feel like Starling did an excellent job of sort of summarizing. I don't want to waste anybody's time, but if you have specific questions, I am more than happy to answer them, and we'll defer to Mama Kiviano or Baba Tashan if I need to.
Okay, no, thank you. First off, condolences to your school community. We do know of the loss, and have been thinking about you during this time. And thank you for just acknowledging the staff support of you and your school community during this time. But don't worry, you don't have, there's no pomp and circumstance, in terms of being here. We appreciate your service. We appreciate you stepping in, on behalf of your former colleagues as well. So we do have just a few questions, and it might be best for Principal Chisholm, although I see you moving. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Okay. To answer just a few questions to make sure we fully understand the request and what it looks like. So the first question that I have is these proposed changes are set to take effect in this coming school year. And so how is the school prepared to implement its revised K through 2 ELA progress goal as well as your mission specific goals? And like, have you talked to your teachers about this? Like, what does it look like on the school community to be ready for this in just a few, which is crazy, a few weeks now, even though you just got out of school?
Yes, ma'am, we're prepared. We've been in contact with each other throughout the school year, even in my coming as my first year principal there. So when we got there, the amendments was there, so we had to do the vote. But the teachers are aware. We've been in training, and we're ready.
Okay. And then for the mission specific goal, can you talk about how the sense of belonging aligns with that mission, Roots mission, and the educational model?
I'm gonna turn it over to Baba Kim because he wanted that's.
Yeah, for sure. I can speak to that. One of the things as an African Center institution, our mission is to, for the connection that Black students feel, not only to their legacy, their history, but also to their communities currently, like us, that sense of belonging, a sense of purpose, a sense of commitment, not only to academic excellence, but also to the betterment of their communities and into society at large. One of the ways we thought we could get at that in a measurable way that would align with what OSSI and the Public Charter School Board already have is the sense of belonging from the DC says. We set that, we looked at the data. I think the data was that the average for across the district was 70% or 75%. And so we felt that we should, if we were to use that as a key measure, that sense of belonging, that we should be tracking a little bit higher than that, because our mission is specifically for children of African descent, as well as others, but especially children of African descent, to feel that connection to the school through their history, their culture, academic excellence, and sense of collective work and responsibility. So we set that goal for ourselves up at 80%. We felt like that was fair. If that is our mission, then our students should be sort of tracking better than average in that domain.
Okay, great. Well, we don't vote on this this month. This was the public hearing. I think your request was very clear, and the work with Starling was very clear as well. So we will see you all officially next month for the vote. But thank you for being here. And Mr. Poles and the whole community, should you need, support as you're figuring this out and stepping in, please continue to lean into staff. And, Starling is there for you to continue to walk you through and make sure you understand what's going on. And congratulations, Principal Chisholm, for your first year down and 20 more to go. All right. Thank you, Roots community. You have a good evening.
You too.
You too. Thank you.
All right, now I'd like to yield the floor to Bijan Lane, Specialist in Sector Planning and Compliance within our School Performance Department, to introduce 3 additional amendment requests. The first request is from LAYC Public Charter School, and I'd like to invite the representatives from that school to provide remarks during this amendment request. Nicole Hannaran, Dean D'Angelo, and Erica Rivera, Yvette Cruz, and Ross Knorr. If you can go ahead and accept the promotion, and welcome Bijan.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Hello, my name is Bijan Lane, and I am a specialist in the School Performance Department. Tonight, the board will hear from LAYC Career Academy Public Charter School regarding its request to relocate its facility. The school seeks authorization to relocate from 3224 16th Street Northwest to 750 First Street Northeast ahead of school year 2025-26. Representatives from the school are here to answer your questions.
Hi, good evening, members of DC Public Charter School Board. My name is Dean D'Angelo, and it is my pleasure to serve as a board member for the LAYC Career Academy Public Charter School. With me tonight here is Yvette Cruz, our Director of Academics, and Erica Rivera, our Operations Manager, as well as Ross Furs, our Finance Director from EdOps. We want to thank you for the opportunity to speak about our proposed relocation to 750 First Street Northeast, which we plan to implement for the 25-26 school year. LAYCA has served Washington, D.C.'s young adults ages 16 to 30 for over a decade, providing GED instruction, English language learning, and career certification in healthcare and IT. We're a school of opportunity serving young adults who bring talent, ambition, and drive to succeed in the workforce and in life. This move is driven by necessity. Our current building is being sold, but it's also been driven by vision. After nearly a 2-year search, we identified 750 First Street Northeast as the strongest choice for our school. It gives us 31,000 square feet, 10,000 more than our current location, and it's just a block from Union Station, placing it at the heart of the city's transit network. We believe we've taken a thoughtful and inclusive approach to this decision. Our students and staff have been deeply involved at every step of the way. Staff provided input beginning in the spring of 2023, informing both the program needs and the layout of the new space. Teams visited shortlisted properties and gave feedbacks on design concepts. I was on many of those trips where we not only brought staff, but also some of the students as well, student representatives. Students played a key role. We surveyed them on preferred locations, where metro locations would be, and of all the sites we saw, Union Station ranked #1. When it came down to 2 separate properties, Union Station and Tenleytown, over 68% of the students still chose Union Station. Mm-hmm. Our student ambassador, student council participated, as I mentioned, in the site visits, reviewed architectural plans, and it truly expressed excitement about better classrooms and easier access to Metro. We do recognize this type of change can bring real challenges, particularly for a small number of students who live near our current location and are unfamiliar with Metro. That's why we have our student support specialists who will offer one-on-one guidance to help every student build a new commute plan with confidence for the year when we move. Externally, we've reached out to community partners, including ANC 6E07 Commissioner Davita Carson, and we asked to speak at a public ANC meeting. We also advertised a special board meeting on June 11th, where community members were invited to provide feedback to us. We understand that a school moving into a neighborhood can often be challenging because of concerns from neighbors or other schools in the area. A move for an adult education school like ours is very different from that of a K-12 school. When we asked to present at the ANC meeting, the local commissioner responded by asking for a flyer about our school because she thought she might have some constituents who would be really interested. We're grateful for this kind of support. In addition, adult schools do not disrupt traffic patterns with drop-off and pickup. We don't compete with area K-12 schools, but instead provide complementary offerings. And our students are adults and tend to blend in with employees of local businesses. Our students, in fact, are likely to work at local businesses, IT professionals, after school at local restaurants and retail stores. We've also put a lot of thought into logistics, finances, and contingencies. Our landlord has offered us a generous tenant improvement allowance to renovate the space to our exact specifications. We've also received a grant from the Sheriff Foundation that will be able to cover all architecture and engineering costs. These sources will fully cover costs of the move and renovation and move, including contingencies. LAYCCA also has a very healthy balance sheet. We are expected to finish the fiscal year with 219 days of cash on hand and a $2.9 million cash balance forecast. We are well positioned with reserve fundings in case of any emergency. Right now, we are running month to month at our current facility. We expect for construction to be complete and for the new facility to be operational before our first day of school, which is September 2, 2025. However, our new landlord has not found a buyer or a new tenant, and we could stay longer in our current building in case of an emergency. In short, we're ready. This relocation is not just about space, it's about creating a better educational environment, supporting our dedicated staff, and giving our students a modern campus that reflects their potential. On behalf of the board, I respectfully ask for your support. We believe this move will strengthen our mission and provide long-term benefits to our students, staff, and the broader DC community. Thanks, and the team is here to happily answer any questions.
Thank you, Dean, specifically for such a thorough presentation as a board member. That's very, very impressive. I'm going to turn it over first to Secretary Adamafania.
Thank you so much, and good evening, LAYC team. I would agree that was very thorough, so thank you for that. I have two questions for you this evening. Both are just sort of asking you to peel the layer back just a little bit on some of the things you spoke to. Particularly around your contingency plans, should, for example, construction be delayed in any way? Can you just speak to a little bit more on what the proposed resolution would be, should there be any issues with you all being able to get into the building in August?
Erica, I mean, I'm happy to take it. I don't know if you had a more deeper insight into it. I'm happy to speak to it. So I think, as I mentioned, Erica, sorry.
Hi, I'm sorry. Jam, I had a little difficulty there. With the camera. I just want to ask for some clarifications to your question on contingency.
So
on logistics or financial?
Logistics for the build, like, so in case the building isn't ready in August, and I know Dean sort of said that you all, for example, might be able to stay in your building. Yes. I just wanted more clarification on that and just explain to like how that would work, etc. If you could just share that.
Yeah. As he mentioned, our current list is month to month, so in the necessary, we are allowed to stay at our current location. Also, we have a plan with the architect and contractor to have the communal spaces, or at least the current number of classrooms we operate at the moment, up and ready, by no longer than October 25th. So if anything, push comes to shove, we stay at our location, or the amount of spaces that we need at our current space are going to be ready.
Okay, got that. Okay, and then my second question, thank you for that. Well, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. So you're saying that by October 25th, like you can stay in your current space until October 25th?
Yeah.
It's as young as needed. Yes.
As needed. Okay.
Yeah. Our current landlord doesn't have a buyer for the space yet, so the space is open.
Yeah, what ended up happening, just a little bit of background, is that the owner of their building put the building up for sale relatively quickly. that was the wake up call that we had to move and do something. The building really hasn't moved. There's a huge amount of infrastructure issues that would need to be addressed. And it's really not even at this point being actively marketed again. But so when we've been month to month very collegially, so we believe we have a real back end. They're happy waiting for us to be out into our new space when it's ready. We're comfortable that we'll be there in September, but we can go month to month without really an issue at all. It's not actively being marketed, and we've had good back and forth with the owner about it.
Yeah, got it. That's really clear for me. Thank you for that. And then my last question is around the new facility, and it's more than 10,000 square more feet. And so just super curious about how you plan to use the extra space.
That is a great question. So yeah, we are expanding from 10 classrooms to 14 classrooms. We are also getting some extra classrooms to our medical assistant program and the IT pathway, but also the ESL program. Also our media center, our cafeteria, and our testing center are being built bigger. So a lot more space, and yeah.
Yeah, if you've ever been to our space, it's an incredible little building, and the staff and students do an incredible job. But at the end of the day, it's really not set out to be an optimal venue for what the education that we've been providing. Erica sort of spelled out some of the things we're doing, but just what we're able to deliver now with the extra space is in reality what we need to just we're not looking to materially grow the size of the student the census. We're sort of have a great pickup and we're where we need to be. It's just providing a much better environment versus a purpose-built environment for the type of education we're delivering versus the space we're in now was never meant to be able to sort of deliver what we plan on being able to deliver. And we've been working through it hard. And this issue has come up many times about moving. We just really this time because of the sale of the property really put a concerted effort into it, and are really excited.
Thank you for that. I'll turn it over to my other colleagues. I will say that I do appreciate the framing purpose-built building. I think you said purpose-built property or something like that. I appreciate that framing. Thank you. Colleagues?
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright. I have just a couple of questions. What's the current status of the renovation? I know you're targeting to be done by the start of your school year. What's the current status?
I mean, it's starting as we speak. I have not been to the first construction meetings. It's going through demo as we speak. It's a pretty simple design, meaning it's one straight floor. So the construction process has started as we speak, just last week. And we're going to be monitoring it, obviously, with weekly construction meetings going forward. But we feel comfortable that we're going to be hitting the targets, and nothing seems to be standing in the way in terms of permitting and where we need to be.
That's what I was going to ask. You're comfortable with your permitting and entitlements and good stuff. Okay. I understand that it's approximately $4 million of a project, and you've got the majority of it covered by the tenant allowance, which makes a lot of sense to me. There's a small portion though that's being funded by private funding. Is that correct?
Yeah. So we have $3.95 million of tenant allowance, and then we received a $300,000 grant from the share fund.
Okay, so that's the grant that you mentioned.
Yeah, and that's more, and actually has contingency in it. And we've worked really hard as this, we've been able to build a decent cash cushion if need be for any contingency above that.
Okay, and that was, I think you answered my question by saying it's a grant. There's no repayableness for that money. Okay, and then I want to make sure I follow the abatement. So there's 25% for the first 60 months, and then there's some additional abatement. And I'm assuming that you're abated to a certain number. Is that number footing back to your tenant allowance? Or what is the total rent abatement?
Okay, I might need to follow up with you on that. I know that the 3.95 million is sort of our tenant improvement allowance. And if that ties exactly to the abatement you just let out, I would assume, but I'm not sure. And I don't know if Ross, if you have any insight into sort of the mechanics of the lease. Might not.
I don't. So I just have kind of a high level look at the lease arrangements. I know it's 25% of the rent amount in the first, let's see here, in the first five years, and after that, yeah, it's relative the same amount. So for those first excuse me, for those first 8 years, it's 25%.
I think it would tie back, but I'm not sure, and we could follow up on that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chair Wright, we're not voting on this tonight. This will come before us again. I'd like to know that whenever you all come back. Typically, there is some sort of connection between the abatement and the tenant facility allowance or tenant improvement allowance. It's different nomenclature depending on what you call it. And I just want to make sure that I understand that. And then I know you all are still month to month in your current facility. Do you have a start date on your lease in the new facility, or is it sort of contingent upon when you finish renovation? Meaning, is it sliding, or do you have a hard date of when you start paying rent?
At the moment, our lease will start on September 1st.
Okay, and on September 1st, you're not fully abated, so there is rent that is due on September 1st, whether or not your construction is finished, is what I'm asking.
I believe so, but I believe so. We could confirm that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Walker Davis, were you saying something?
Chair, I just wanted to acknowledge that staff will follow up with Treasurer Stanley Beatty's questions.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, those are my two questions. And obviously the second one, you can probably follow my train of thought. I want to know what the probability or the risk is for you all ending up with double rent payments. You follow where I'm going with it.
No, totally understand. It's a good question. We'll make sure we follow up.
Okay. Okay. Was that it? Oh, I had one more question. If I may, Chair Wright, just one more. I also read that you all are in your budget projections, you initially are budgeting for a small decrease in enrollment, but then you're budgeting for between 3 to 6% of an increase. Do you need that 3 to 6% in order to make your lease payments, or could you continue on at your current enrollment and still be sustainable?
Oh, absolutely, can still be sustainable. That's not an issue whatsoever. I mean, we were operating in the black right now and have been for months. And I think we have about a $3 million cash cushion right now of reserves. So we should be really comfortable. Those are great questions.
Okay, and the enrollment increase, you all were not, that projection is not specifically tied to this move. Would you have still had the 3 to 6% enrollment increase in the old facility or in your current facility?
I believe so. I believe so.
Okay. Okay.
We could follow up on that. Nicole Hanrahan, who's the ED, who's deep in everything, unfortunately had a planned vacation. So I'm filling in with the staff as well as we can, but we'll follow up as soon as we can connect on these points.
You're doing a great job, and we'll have a second chance to talk, obviously, when you come back for the vote. That's it for me for now, Chair Wright.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Salmon.
A review of an application for a facility amendment requires that the applicant document reasonable engagement with the external community. I heard you mention two things that you've done to engage the external community. The first is to reach out to the ANC, and the second is to invite the community to your most recent board meeting. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell me again what the ANC's response was, and was this item included on a published public agenda for the ANC meeting before the meeting was held?
I'm not familiar. We'll have to follow up with that, with the ED. Unless Erica, or I assume you will have to follow up specifically on that.
Thank you. And do you know what the feedback from the commission, from your ANC commissioner was, your contact?
It was represented to me as positive. The one thing I mentioned that there was nothing negative. They asked about this. She thought there would be interesting that she had people that would be interested in attending the school, and was supportive. But once again, I was not there. A board member sitting in, and I can follow up on that.
Thank you. And on the the board meeting, how did you disseminate to the public the invitation to attend the board meeting?
Once again, I'll have to follow up on that. I don't know mechanically how our ED and staff. I just know that we advertised a special board meeting, and the mechanics and how that was advertised, I'm not sure.
Did anyone come?
I do not believe anyone came.
Yeah. Thank you. External engagement is important. It's a specific requirement. So people don't need to respond. You just need to make the effort. But
I think we did. I mean, once again, I wish I had more details. But I know we work with the ANC as well as advertising. And the method, just the vehicle that we use, I'm not familiar.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. So LAYC team, thank you for being here, Dean. Thank you for stepping in for Nicole. We do recognize the time of year of where we are, so we're actually glad that she's on vacation. So we're mindful of that. Dr. Walker Davis, Bijan, if we can just take note of the requests that have been made, and I think what will be helpful by the time we get to the vote is if those questions could be answered and sent to the board in advance. And then LAYC team, if there's anything in between, we will work hard to follow up with you and then look forward to seeing you for the vote. So good luck on the construction for the rest of the summer. And those of you on staff, not everybody doesn't deserve it, but those of you on staff, please take a break and get some rest, and we'll see you in August.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now I will yield the floor to Bijan again to introduce a request from Youth Build Public Charter School. I might also like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks regarding this amendment request. Jana Lee Jordan, Meldrum, and Claire Liebert. If you can accept the promotion, and Bijan, welcome back.
Hello again. Tonight, the board will hear from Youth Build DC Public Charter School regarding its request to relocate its facility. The school seeks authorization to relocate from 3220 16th Street Northwest to 419 7th Street Northwest ahead of school year 2025-26. Representatives from the school are here to answer your questions.
Thank you. I see Claire. Hi, Claire. Is it just you, or is
So great question. I actually have a couple other folks on the team who are here with me. I think there was some confusion because we're also up later for our review. So if it's possible to bring up Serge Patel, who's our board chair, and Keisha Morris, who's our chief operations officer, that would be great.
Okay, so both Courtney and Jonah have heard those names. If you all could, it might even help if you all raise your hand, and then we will promote them.
Awesome, thank you.
Did you want to wait till they're promoted, or did you want to
start chatting? I'll keep it relatively brief, in part because you've heard some of the context already. We actually share a building with the wonderful folks at Career Academy, so all of that context is the same. We, much like them, it's been a great home for us. I think some of you have heard the arc of our history. Years ago, we were in a basement, and every time we make a move, we get more windows, and it's very exciting. So we, are deeply attached to the Columbia Heights neighborhood, but are excited for the opportunities that we have found in our new facility. So much like our friends at Career Academy, it was quite a journey. We looked at dozens. I think we lost count in the end. Keisha's laughing. Yep, many, many, many buildings. But we managed to find one that achieves all of our priorities. So our very first one I said it already, it was more sunlight. We know that having windows, having access to the sky makes a huge difference for both students and staff. And so that was really, really high on the list. Accessibility, our students come from all over the city, and we wanted to make that commute a little bit more equitable, which our new location will achieve. And lastly, our current space doesn't really have individual offices, which makes scheduling things like mental health counseling, which is a huge part of our work, very challenging. Our new space will have a ton of individual offices for all of those services that we provide. The new location I should have led with is at 419 7th Street Northwest. So it's like a block and change south of the arena. It's an amazing spot. It is so central. It achieves all of those things. Windows on two sides. So basically double the light. We're very excited. Our students, we did lots of student presentations to get feedback and questions, also with the context that I think is real for all of us. The options for school real estate in DC are limited. But with that, we wanted to make sure we understood what they were excited about, what their concerns were. Students are pumped about being downtown. We literally went through and calculated how it will improve their commutes, how much easier it is to get down there directly from like our students who live near Benning Road. This will be much faster, just a quick hop on Blue or Orange. So they're really pumped about that. They're excited about both all of the restaurants that are down there and shops and all of that great liveliness for fun, but also for employment. So it is a amazing opportunity for our students to be right there, for us to build those partnerships with folks nearby. Staff are also excited, as you can imagine, having very few individual offices for so long can be challenging. And so folks are really excited. They're looking forward to having a new space that's really been designed for our needs and our community. Yeah, we're just generally very excited.
Okay, good. That's good. So Claire, I see both Keisha and Suraj have joined us. Can you just introduce each other, the role of everyone, and then I'll turn it over to the board to ask questions.
Awesome. Yes, sir, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, my name is Suraj Patel. I'm the board chair and currently watching a sick kiddo, so I apologize for.
Oh, but so cute. If that was it, Serge, that's what you wanted to do. You just wanted to bring the baby to get it. That's very cute.
Photobomb.
And then Keisha.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Keisha Morris, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Youth Build.
Okay, great. Welcome, Youth Build team. All right, we'll kick it off with Board Member Davis.
Yes. So good evening, everyone. So my question has to do with the opportunities that you discussed, right? Like, so moving to downtown, the hope and the goal is for, I think it was an infusion of skilled young adults seeking gainful employment. Can you talk to us about, you know, what these partnerships will look like? Are they local businesses or community organizations? Like, who's going to help you all support this goal? And if you can please like share with us any specific strategies or initiatives that will connect students to employment opportunities, because it sounds great in theory. I just want to hear the actual plan for making this happen, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, happily, it's already something that we do. It's a huge part of our work and our commitment to our students in the city. We have an entire team focused on college and career readiness. So all they do, their bread and butter, is preparing students and connecting them to opportunities for both employment and further education. So we already work really closely with DC Builds DC. It is a sort of consortium of construction companies. It's kind of bigger picture, but consortium of construction companies with first source hiring requirements. And so we work really closely with them both to teach our students about what those opportunities are and then literally connect them to job opportunities. So it's kind of bigger picture. but a little bit narrowed down, like in the neighborhood, our college and career readiness team will be on the streets, like going door to door, connecting with the neighbors. We already have had opportunities for students through RSA, the Rehabilitative Services Agency, to connect with the wizards at the arena. And so there's just a lot there. The team has the skills. It's more just getting into the neighborhood and kind of getting to know the folks. The other part of your question is a little bit just kind of the supports and resources there. Um, we've been so accustomed. We've been in Columbia Heights the entire time our school has been in existence, actually since before it was a school. And so a lot of our closest partners are physically close to us as well. But we've already started making some more in-depth outreach to partners we haven't worked with as closely. So like Catholic Charities is based down in Chinatown. They're a great resource. The MLK Library has amazing programming and resources, and they're going to be like 3 blocks away, or we'll be 3 blocks from them. So yeah, we're pumped and ready to go. Just kind of need to get our feet on the ground in the neighborhood.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, it's more so you hope to build these partnerships. Like there may be some partnerships, but you hope to build more robust partnerships as you settle into the new location.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. So a month and change ago, I got to meet with the ANC for that neighborhood. They're very excited about us moving in. There's always a little worry. We're an alternative high school, how people will respond to us. They're very excited for us to come into the neighborhood.
And I'm sorry, Chair, right? Just one more follow-up question. You talked about receiving some of the feedback. You mentioned that the students were very excited. Did they articulate any particular partnerships or job opportunities that they were interested in that you hope to pursue?
I mean, really anything. Some of them already work in Chinatown, actually. I want to say one student works at Hip City Veg. There's others. And at various times, students work at the arena. And so I think building on those opportunities in particular will be great. The other thing I should mention, our downstairs neighbors will be an organization that sort of like supports and develops architects in DC, and they're also pumped to start working with us on sort of career exposure activities.
Great, thank you. Treasurer Stanley, will you finish, Board Member Davis? Okay, thank you. Treasurer Stanley Beatty?
Thank you, Chair Wright. I couldn't tell from the reading, Ms. Lambert, have you started construction at the facility?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Where are you?
Keisha actually will chime in. She is, bless her, deep in the weeds on that.
Yeah, so we're actually closing out all of the final spaces and are well into our inspections. We are hoping to tie in our final electrical over the next couple of weeks and just dealing with some upgrades with the HVAC because we need to increase airflow into the space since we're kind of dividing it up differently than how it originally was. So if all goes well, and it is going phenomenally well, we hope to have final inspections, excuse me, by the end of July and be able to move in and get ourselves squared away and ready well before school starts.
Oh, that's amazing. So yeah, you're almost done. That's great.
We're almost done. Yeah.
Almost done. Okay. And then I see it's relatively speaking, it's a small project in terms of budget. You're funding about half of it, and then the other half is coming from tenant improvements. I didn't read about rent abatement. What's the structure of your lease?
Yes. So we have 1 year of abatement. We don't begin paying our lease until June 1st, 2026.
Okay. All right. So then that explains it. The next question I was going to ask you is that in the reading, I see that your occupancy expense ratio, and Will, if this is something you want to jump in on, I'm happy for that too. But your occupancy expense ratio goes from about 66% to over 200% in fiscal year 2027. Is that due to the structure of your lease? Is that due to talk to me about the different, because if you start in 2026, what's the change in 2027?
Yes, so over the next several years, we'll be adding students. And so as we get closer to our ceiling of 150 students, which we reach in school year 27, 28, I believe, or is it 26, no, 27, 28, we will continue to get closer and closer and have more and more funding. So that's why you see in that year two, it is going to be a little bit tighter. However, we've planned for it ahead of time. And as we continue to grow, which we are confident that we will not have any issues doing that over the course of those years, we won't have any problems meeting that demand.
Okay. And when you say it's tight, you're talking about 2027. You're talking about the year after your abatement.
Exactly.
Okay. And your 1 year rent abatement. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no worries. I was just gonna say, but we're planning for it so that we are able to, make sure that everything is covered.
When you say planning for it, tell me what you mean.
Yes, so we will make sure that we have cash on hand, that we have extra savings so that in case things are super tight that year, we don't have to worry about it affecting programming or anything else. We are looking to make sure that we're looking at other grants, at other sources of income, all of those things, development work, all of those things, because we know that that year is going to be a tighter year for us. So we're planning ahead of time to get ahead of it so that we don't have to worry once that year comes.
Okay. And then so the first year you're fully abated, or is there partial abatement?
Fully abated.
Fully abated. Okay. And then after that, you go into full rent payments. There's no ramp up is what I'm asking.
No ramp up.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, just to chime in, the full rent abatement comes out to almost $500,000 for that first year.
In the first year.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
it's a good check. I will also say, somewhat lovingly, you could describe my Keisha's approach to financial management as if we were raised during the Great Depression. So quite honestly, like we are very, very conservative, and that put us in the position where we could pay for half of the improvements that, we need to move into this space. But yeah, you will see we are very careful fiscal stewards.
No, I appreciate that. I guess you answered my question. I was curious why you didn't amortize the abatement, but it's because essentially you're trying to cover your portion of the, yeah, I got it. I understand. Okay, thank you, Chair Wright.
Vice Chairman Salmon.
Yeah, I have a question about your community engagement. I understand you presented at the Advisory Neighborhood Commission in May. What other community outreach have you done, and what have the results been?
Our biggest focus was frankly on our extended school community and our partners within that work on the everyday. And so doing a lot of work with our staff, a lot of work with our students, and to a lesser extent, because they're a smaller portion of our population, the families of our minor students as well. In terms of broader beyond that, certainly a fair amount with the other tenants of the building that we're moving into, not substantially more beyond the ANC for Chinatown.
Okay, I just want to emphasize there are two different engagement requirements. One is internal, one is external. Relocation of a facility can be controversial in an external community. So it's, and our ability to regulate relocation is pretty limited, but one thing we have to require is community engagement, checking in with people to see if anybody's got any concerns about traffic or other issues that you might seek to mitigate. So if between now and our next meeting you can do some more to do some outreach, I think that would be a good thing.
Sure, I certainly can. One thing I want to highlight is like maybe a total of 5 students over the course of an entire year drive, and our staff is 26 people. So we will not have a sort of traffic impact on the neighborhood. And frankly, as we were viewing vacant spaces throughout downtown, I will tell you the landlords were largely very excited about the possibility of a group like ours coming in that would be a consistent, reliable tenant. So yes, heard, can do some additional outreach, certainly. And I think, the very vocal support of the ANC was affirming.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, sometimes you want to do it just to do it. It may be that when you do your outreach and you disclose that only 5 of your students drive and you have only 26 staff, people would say, oh, I didn't know that. Whereas if they hear there's a new school moving in without more information, they're likely to be upset that they weren't advised of it and given an opportunity to comment. It doesn't sound like you're going to have any problem, but best to check in.
We will do our best to become best friends with the Chinatown neighborhood, I promise.
Thank you.
All right, Youth Build team, we know we're going to see you a little later this evening, so thank you for this. We'll be voting on this amendment at our next board meeting. So we'll see you in a little bit.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you all. And finally, Bijan, I'm going to bring you back up to introduce a request from E.W. Stokes Public Charter School. I'd also like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks. Bobby Caballero, Julia Sinatria, excuse me if I messed up your last name, and Maribel Wan.
Thank you. Next, the board will hear from Elsie Whitlow Stokes Community Freedom Public Charter School regarding its request to amend its charter agreement. The school seeks to revise its mission statement to specify its values and educational model. Representatives from the school are here to answer your questions.
Welcome, E.W. Stokes. I'm not sure who's going to speak on. Oh, Bobby, I see you're off mute, so I'm assuming that's going to be you.
Yes. How you doing?
I'm great.
And
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to speak here today. So we want to and I'm pulling it up right now. My apologies.
Bobby, if you could also just introduce yourself, your role, and I see you have Julia. I think there was another person who's going to come.
Yeah,
Just the two of
yeah. So my name is Bobby Caballero. I am the head of school at the Stokes Public Charter School, or Elsie Whitlow Stokes Community Freedom Public Charter School.
And Julia?
My name is Julia Sinerky. I'm Chief of Staff at Elsie Whitlow Stokes.
Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
So we're updating our mission statement. The original, I guess 27 years ago when we submitted our mission statement to the Public Charter School Board, it was only part of it. And what's been living on our website and everything we do is like the whole thing. So I'm going to go ahead and read it out loud. So this is the current mission with the DC Public Charter School Board. The Elsie Whitlow Stokes Community Freedom Public Charter School prepares culturally diverse elementary school students in the District of Columbia to be leaders, scholars, and responsible citizens who are committed to social justice. And that's it. Everywhere else, we have Stokes School teaches children to think, speak, read, write, and learn in 2 languages, English and French or English and Spanish. With a dual focus on academic excellence and community service, Stokes School accomplishes its mission by creating an environment of achievement, respect, and nonviolence. So we're adding the second portion to the whole mission, and we're just updating a few of the things. Some of the limitations that the DC Public Charter School Board brought up were that there's not a reference to the dual language immersion program in our original mission, and it omits the academic rigor via the International Baccalaureate Program, the IB program, PYP program, and that it lacks an emphasis on community service and a global scope. So we rewrote it, or we merged it together and added a couple of things, just updated a couple of things. The Elsie Whitlow Stokes Community Freedom Public Charter School prepares students in the District of Columbia to be global leaders, scholars, and responsible citizens who are committed to justice in their community and throughout the world. Stokes teaches children to think, speak, read, write, and learn in 2 languages, English and French, or English and Spanish. With a dual focus on academic excellence and community service, Stokes School accomplishes its mission by creating an environment of achievement, peace, and respect for all. And Julia, did you want to talk about the...
And so our hope is that by including the second portion of our mission, we just wanted to bring the approved mission by PCSB in alignment with our daily practice. This doesn't reflect a change in curriculum or instruction for Stokes, and it helps us reflect in our official mission, our longstanding instructional model of dual language immersion. And it also names a global focus and academic excellence as a part of our mission, and commit an additional commitment to justice beyond just the local community, and emphasizing student-led action. The other big reason that we brought this up now is because it aligns with our accountability expectations. It supports the new Aspire framework with DC PCSBs by allowing us to have mission-aligned school-specific performance measures, including work with our IB 5th grade exhibition project and including pre-K class emotional support as a part of our Aspire framework.
Great, thank you for that background. I will have Board Member Cruci kick us off.
Sure, thank you for this. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for joining us tonight. And this all makes sense to get some things in alignment, to say what you do the thing, and then measure the thing. My first question was going to be, can you share a bit more about the school-specific performance measure? It's among the things that I'm most excited about with Aspire. So if you could elaborate a little bit on that, I'm excited to hear about it. And then my second question is about, can you share with us some of the process that you've engaged in with feedback you may have gotten from families and students and staff as you've worked to get this all into alignment?
Absolutely. So, Mr. Bobby, can I go ahead and take this one?
Yeah, and I'll talk about the engagement.
Perfect. So in terms of our Aspire school-specific goals, our first goal is a school-specific measure that we developed. It's in alignment with our IB program. And so our program is from pre-K to 5th grade. And at the end of our capstone year in 5th grade, students create an exhibition project, which is a student-led initiative. And we ask them to come up with solutions to solve a global community problem. And they research it and present it in both the target language and in English, share it with families, and they spend a lot of time on the student-initiated project and action. And so one of the things that we wanted to include in Aspire was this, the rubric that we assess our 5th grade exhibition, our capstone project on for that one. And additionally, the second metric was the pre-K, the class observation domain of emotional support, because one of our main, goals at Stokes School is to really support the entirety of a child, their social emotional well-being, to create an environment where they learn respect and care for each other. And so that is one of the ones that we also chose for the Aspire framework.
And then we engaged our entire community. We engaged first our staff. We sent out an email to our staff showing the changes, and then at each of our campuses we had a staff meeting, and we brought it up there and we showed the new version, the old version, which is they didn't know that all they known is the older version because that's what lives on our website. We also engaged with parents, and during a PTA and PTO meeting at each of the campuses, we showed it, answered a few questions for folks, and then to our board, and our board members, reviewed it, discussed it, and approved it. And I think I got everything right, Julia.
I think the only thing I would add would be that we've also been going through a large community engagement process around a new 5-year strategic plan. And so, there was a lot of feedback from an entire community this past school year related to that strategic plan. And we also took that feedback into account when we were revising our mission, what was really important to folks at Stokes about what we do.
Thank you for that. I am also reminded that we had a big review for you guys in the last couple of years. So a community that's been around for a long time, making such a change is both an opportunity and can be a challenge. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Our next review will be our 30-year review. So we're excited for that.
And
Yes.
that's a big one for sure. Board Member Davis?
Yeah, I just had a quick follow-up question regarding the community feedback. Can you share with us, because first there was a mention of a PTO meeting, and PTO meetings are parents who are, engaged, really, they kind of are those parents you can count on. But I'm curious to know, how did you try to reach out to some of the parents that are not as receptive? You said you received a lot of feedback. Can you talk about the forms through which you received that feedback?
So I think Julie was talking about, we received a lot of feedback during our, we've been engaging with the community for our strategic plan. It's been about 1.5 years that we've been preparing for our strategic plan and hearing community feedback and engaging parents through surveys and all kinds of different things. So for the strategic plan and in listening to parents, that's that was, I think, a little bit separate from this, but for this, yeah, it was a PTA. So we had 2 meetings. We have a PTA at the Brooklyn campus and a PTO at the East End campus. And we engage parents there, and it is open. I don't know beyond that, and there wasn't much, because when most people thought that the whole mission was the mission, because that's what lives on our website. Actually, I think that's what lives on your website, because that's what we gave you. So, but when we look further, it was just the first portion.
So this changes aren't huge. Like, there's a couple of minor wording tweaks and then adding this additional part that everyone already thought was a part of our mission.
I guess what I'm getting at is, if the primary mode of feedback were PTA and PTO meetings, maybe that's 20% of your school population, right? 20,
And all the
30%.
staff.
Yeah, but I guess I'm just wondering how do you get more parent voice? That's really the question. Beyond the 30%, right, of parents who in a PTO, beyond that, or is that sufficient? Do you feel like that's sufficient?
I mean, I think the other piece is that we really had an opportunity for them to surface what they really valued about Stokes during the strategic planning process. So we had a lot of focus groups and surveys and sort of larger parent engagement, and they really told us a lot about what they valued and what was really important to them. And we made sure to include that when we were looking at the mission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Stokes family, we will see you all at our next meeting where we will vote upon this. So thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for navigating us through these difficult times. We appreciate you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for saying that. We appreciate you too.
Take care.
This concludes the public hearing portion of our agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for tonight?
Chair Wright, I move to approve the June 23rd, 2025 board meeting agenda.
I second.
Thank you. Secretary Adamafania, can you call roll, please?
Yes. Chairman Wright, or Vice Chairman Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Beatty, Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Board Member Crucy.
I'm sorry, aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is a charter amendment request from Cedar Tree Public Charter School. I yield the floor to Bijan Lane once again. While Bijan is coming, I'd like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks, should you choose, regarding this amendment request. Dr. Henderson, I see, is the only person listed. Welcome, Bijan. Back again.
Thank you. DC PCSB staff recommend its board to vote to approve Cedar Tree Public Charter School's request to expand to grades 4 and 5. If approved, the school will enroll 4th graders beginning in school year 2026-27 and fifth graders beginning in school year 2027-28. Following the May 19, 2025 public hearing on Cedar Tree Academy Public Charter School's request, the school chose to rescind its enrollment ceiling increase request, but continue its pursuit for approval for grade expansion.
Welcome, Dr. Henderson.
Hi, everyone. I apologize. I'm in my car.
It's okay. It's school is closed. You deserve to be moving and going about. Thank you for being here this evening. I don't know if there was anything you wanted to say. I know we had a public hearing last time, but I want to give you an opportunity to share anything.
No, we just anxiously await your vote.
Okay. All right, board members, are there any questions for Dr. Henderson? All right. Seeing none, I will call for a motion.
Chair Wright, I move to approve the charter amendment request of Cedar Tree Public Charter School and approve the DCPCSB board chair to sign the amendment on the board's behalf.
Second.
I'll second.
Secretary Adam Afania, can you call a roll?
Yes, Chair Wright,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman,
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Davis,
Aye.
Board Member Crucy,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
All right, congratulations, Dr. Henderson. We look forward to seeing what Cedar Tree is going to do with more grades.
Thank you all.
All right, have a great summer.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Next on our agenda this evening is a proposal for revisions to the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide. I will yield the floor to Kirsten James, Director of Accountability in our School Performance Department. Welcome, Kirsten.
Good evening. I am Kirsten James Floyd, a director in the School Performance Department. Tonight, staff is recommending that the board approve the proposed updates to the Aspire Policy and Technical Guide, also known as the Aspire Tech Guide. The Aspire Tech Guide is the primary source for understanding the Aspire system, including the key components and business rules that shape how a school's performance is measured. The proposal was open for public comment April 7 through May 19, 2025, when we held a public hearing. DCPCSB received 2 public comments on the proposal during the public comment window and a 3rd public comment after the window closed. The public comment received outside the window included 6 recommendations about items that were not part of the proposal, which will be recorded and considered for future Aspire Tech Guide revisions. Upon reviewing the public comments and feedback from office hours staff held for school leaders in April, several adjustments were incorporated, which I'll note in a moment. As a reminder, the proposed updates fall into 3 main categories. 1, expanding approved assessments and certifications. 2, adjusting certain floors and targets. And 3, clarifying business rules. First, on expanding assessments and certifications. For the pre-K to 8 primary and primary plus sub-frameworks, this revision allows iReady as an option for the K to 3 growth measure, in addition to NWEA MAP, which respects school autonomy while preserving comparability through national norms. For the adult education framework, this update establishes clear, mid-level, and refined industry-level certification standards. Second, on floors and targets. For the pre-K only framework and the pre-K to 8 early childhood sum framework, we proposed widening the distance between the floors and targets for 3 measures to reduce volatility. For the adult education framework, we propose setting the persistence floor at 60% to align with existing participation requirements. There are 2 floors and targets updates staff has made since the initial proposal. 1, in response to public comment, DCPCSB staff no longer recommends setting the pre-K ISA target at an aspirational 90% for all student groups. Stakeholders raised compelling points in favor of maintaining the existing targets. In the interest of transparency, DCPCSB staff now propose adding the rationale for setting the floor and target at 20 and 80 respectively for school-specific performance measures, and clarifying the instances in which this standard approach applies. This update makes expectations clearer to schools and to the public. And third, on business rules, we proposed technical clarifications, such as aligning medical assessment exemptions with the OSSI's policy, specifying how we count high school advanced coursework taken in the summer, and clarifying how adult education program participation and certification attempts are counted towards persistence rates. These clarifications have minimal impact on schools' Aspire outcomes. Rather, they formalize calculation practices that were already in use, but not explicitly documented in the previous version of the Aspire Tech Guide. There are 3 updates to business rules staff has made since the initial proposal. For the pre-K to 8 and high school frameworks, the update clarifies that schools are only required to declare and validate subject and grade level pairings for schools selected growth assessments if they plan to submit outcomes for those pairings to be included for bonus points in the Aspire system. For the adult education framework, the update reflects the current list of National Reporting System or NRS approved adult education assessments and their corresponding scoring information, which the NRS released in May 2025. In response to an inquiry from 10 Square, a school support organization, DC-PCSB staff proposes 2 revisions to the 9th grade on track business rules to ensure alignment with historical practice and the State Board of Education's graduation requirements. Upon approval, all revisions will apply to school year 2025-26 outcomes. These revisions strengthen the Aspire system, reflect stakeholder feedback, and support our goal of maintaining a fair and effective accountability system for DC public charter schools. I am happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Kirsten. Board Member Crucy?
Thank you. And thank you, Kirsten, for all of this. I had a specific question to with regard to the high school framework. But overall, I want to say I really appreciate the staff's work on this and how responsive we are to the questions and feedback that we've gotten across all of the frameworks. With the high school, it sounds like so for summer coursework to count, it counts towards the year the summer precedes, not the year the summer follows. So if a student is taking coursework now, it would count towards that school's Aspire results for the 25-26 school year. Is that right?
So that only applies to advanced coursework. So if a student's taking dual enrollment course, any kind of CTE certification course in summer, as such, they are advanced coursework, it will apply to the following school year. For things like graduation requirements and 9th grade on track, the summer coursework, which is usually remedial or credit recovery, will apply to the preceding school year.
I see. Okay. And that's just logged differently from the school into whatever data system that we're using to go back and forth. So our system's able to distinguish between whether something was advanced or remedial.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for this.
So I also just want to piggyback on what Board Member Crucy said in terms of the responsiveness to feedback, particularly noting the incorporation of the feedback from 10 Square, which was received post-date, but definitely has helped us to improve our thoughts and policies, and just acknowledge the staff's responsiveness to that feedback, and want to encourage the sector to continue to help us be and get better. We're only better together. So the more that you continue to share with us and push, the better we will be. So thank you to the staff on that, and thank you for our community for continuing to push us. With that, I will call for a motion.
I move to approve the revisions to the Aspire policy and technical guide.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Secretary Adamafania, can you please call roll?
Chair Wright,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Sandman,
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Davis,
Aye.
Board Member Crucy,
Aye. Thank you, Kirsten. Really appreciate this.
and I am an aye as well. Likewise, great job, Kirsten.
All right, thank you. Motion passes. And yes, Kirsten, please continue to take that feedback, push it in, and let's continue to make Aspire as strong as possible for our sector. So thank you for your hard work there.
Thank you so much.
Right. I will now yield the floor to Will Henderson, Chief Operating Officer, to introduce the proposal and recommendation regarding Capitol Village Public Charter School. I'd also like to invite representatives from the school who are available to answer the board's question. I think I just see Ms. Green will join us. Welcome, Will.
Good evening, board. Thank you, Chair Wright. On October 28th, 2024, Capitol Village Public Charter School entered a Financial Corrective Action Plan, or FCAP, with us due to financial instability, including low cash reserves and high facilities costs. To address these issues, the school amended its lease, reducing rent by 50%, beginning in January of 25, and decreasing facility size by 10,000 square feet beginning in August of 25 for annualized rent savings of $200,000 to $300,000. Despite these efforts, we issued a citation of fiscal concern in April of 25 when the school's days of cash on hand at March 31st were 30 days, falling short of the 35-day FCAP target. This was primarily due to $145,000 over budget personnel salary and benefits and some increases to contracted instructional fees. While Capitol Village recently projected meeting FCAP targets for May and June in 25 and for the fiscal year 26, the margin for fiscal year 25 remains tight regarding cash on hand and a primary reserve ratio. The preliminary FY26 budget shows improved financial indicators, but this is contingent on achieving a budgeted enrollment of 91 students. In response to the missed target and continued narrow margins, we developed an addendum to their FCAP that outlines additional oversight measures and financial targets to bolster the LEA's financial stability, improve their liquidity, and reinforce fiscal discipline. The revised targets and escalation criteria aim to enable more proactive intervention if the school's financial condition were to further deteriorate. Our staff will provide quarterly reports through June of year 2028 to our finance committee on the school's compliance with both the original FCAP and the addendum. Non-compliance may lead to actions outlined in either plan. We may adjust FCAP requirements as the school's financial situation evolves. Board members, there are members of the LEA that are present here tonight. Should you have any specific questions, as are members of DC-PCSB school finance team.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Green. Congratulations on another school year completed. I didn't know if you wanted to add anything before I turn it over to the board.
Thank you, Chair White. Chair Wright. No, I don't have any opening comments, but I just wanted to make sure that I just say thank you to the finance team, Will Henderson and his team for supporting us throughout the year, and also to the board members as well.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Adamafania.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Ms. Green, and I echo the sentiments. Congratulations on another school year. Just one quick question about enrollment. Kind of would love to just hear a little bit about where you all are, and just in general, what's happening with enrollment.
Yes, definitely good question. Enrollment is literally all I do right now. It is the bread and butter that is necessary in order to meet all of our goals. We have built a contingency budget in case we are 10% below our goal, but we are definitely looking to make our target of 91 students
We are almost halfway there with getting like all of our paper, well, more than halfway there with getting all of our paperwork in. I think one of the things that we're focused on this month particularly is following behind families that are re-enrolling. I think that we're about 70% getting all of that paperwork in with our re-enrolled families. So we have talked to our families and talked to our students, and we had teachers that did phone jams for us to just follow to make sure that we have all of our families interested. And then it's just the process of getting the medical forms and all of that completed so that we can count them, check them off as enrolled. We do have families that are, already on vacation and already in the summer mindset. So sometimes it does take us a little bit throughout the summer to get everyone enrolled, and then our new families as well. We make sure that we have several of our admin reaching out to our families to make sure that we get them re-enrolled. And then we are also working on outreach to new families. One thing that we were able to work on over the last couple months was thinking through some family support, like how can we better support our families to attract families to us. So, looking into offering resume building, like parenting classes, things like that help us to become more of a community hub in our neighborhood. We've had some feedback in the neighborhood just around like the need for there to be more community, like after school activities, places for the kids to go that's safe after school. And then our students also echoed that in their exit interviews this year. So one of our key things that we're trying to make sure that we're messaging is that we're listening to stakeholder feedback and making sure we bring back all of our sports, all of our after school activities. We've got Wednesday tutoring happening, dance and yoga after school, things like that, just to make sure that students have enough to do. So, besides just continuing to follow up with families, phone calls, things like that, we're also making sure that our messaging is in line with what our stakeholders are saying. So overall, we do feel confident that we'll be able to make that happen by counting.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that thorough response. My last question is just around board oversight and management of the school, particularly historically, there has been budget overruns, particularly in the area of personnel and contracted instructional fees. And so would love to just hear a little bit about board oversight and what are they going to do to ensure appropriate controls are in place for school leaders to make sure you all are adhering to your FY26 budget. And honestly, what role do they play in contingency planning altogether? Yeah.
Well, our board is actively involved in all of our budgeting. So they support us in how we're thinking through staffing, particularly. They support us in looking through all of our budget drafts. They vote on a budget, of course. But I would say that a more accurate description of how our special education costs happened last year was just more so like being able to respond to some of our student needs that we have. So we have a large number of students, and we also get a large number of students with higher and more intense needs. And so sometimes that does require costs that that needed to be adjusted according to the students. Well, one of the things that the board helped me to do, and we actually have a member of our team who is a related service provider, and that is the area that line item balloons from, related service providers, because they're going to be responding to what students need. But what she helped me to do is to create a contract that provided more oversight month to month over the costs. So the contract that we're doing this year provides each provider with a cap of monthly spending, and then they need approval from me to go above that line item, above that cap. So then that kind of creates a safe for me, it's like sort of guardrails, so that I can have to tune in if something is going to go above the budget for that particular month. And so I think that's an example of how the board helps me to think through issues. But I'm really lucky to have folks on there that have different types of experiences, and that's an example of that.
And quick follow-up, I know last question, but I'm done for real. And so with that, that's awesome. And I'm glad that they are engaging in that way. What is the sort of, how do they keep, I mean, certainly you run the school and your team, but is there anything at the board level that, you know, where you revisit some of the strategies or anything like that? I'm just curious. Do you go back to the board to kind of report on how some of those things that they helped you develop, how they're working?
Well, my board is always going to ask questions about anything that we talk about. They're going to follow up on it the next month. I make comments about that to my leadership team. I'm like, I have to have answers to the board when I talk to them. So, for example, the contract that related service provider kind of gave me some support in creating, I'll definitely have to report that when I go back to them. And then, we of course have the normal metrics that we share with the board, academic, financial, things like attendance have been something that we've been really honing in on. So those kinds of things we report every time that we talk to the board.
Thank you so much. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wright. Thank you, Ms. Green, for the update, particularly the information about enrollment. It sounds like you're being very thoughtful about it, and so I appreciate that. My question, Chair Wright, is for Will. Will, just for the good of the order and for good of the public, in terms of the FCAP addendum, it doesn't replace the original FCAP, correct? The original FCAP still survives, and this document is an update to that, but it doesn't replace the original FCAP.
That's exactly right, Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Green, for being here. And I think part of what we want to make sure, what you heard in Secretary Adamafania's question, is making sure that your board is involved. We've obviously seen cases, particularly when it comes to finances, that can be an area that the board may not stay as closely connected to. And so that's one of the things we're keenly aware of in terms of understanding. So glad to hear your board is indeed involved in supporting you in this and aware of where you guys are. So with that, I will actually call for a motion, colleagues.
Yep, Chair Wright, I'll move to approve the Financial Corrective Action Plan Addendum for Capitol Village Public Charter School.
Second.
All right, thank you. Secretary Adamafania, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Wright.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. Thank you.
All right, motion passes. Okay, Ms. Green, we are hoping that you will get that enrollment, do what you need to do to move things along. And thank you for your continued diligence. And as you are getting enrollment, I also hope that you will get some rest and that you will take care of yourself and get some sort of break. I know, even as I say it as a former school leader, I know, I understand, but believe me, anybody who comes to, we got to rest. We also got to rest. So I hope you will, all jokes aside, I do hope you will find some time for just to shut down and take care of yourself during this time.
Thank you, Chair Wright. I will do my best with the rest, but I definitely
For some reason, I don't even believe you, but I appreciate you going through the motion. But thank you. You have a good summer. All right. Next on our agenda are charter reviews. Our first school up for review is Girls Global Public Charter School. I will now yield the floor to Kirsten James, Director of Accountability. Is it actually Kirsten that's coming and not Gina?
Yep, it's me.
Oh, all right. Well,
I'm helping Gina because we have 6 schools tonight. And
Okay.
a lot.
Okay. All right. So then I will welcome you, Kirsten, because I'm so used to seeing Gina and I look forward to seeing her in a bit. But welcome to introduce the proposal and recommendation for Girls Global PCS. I also would like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks. I see that you all are joining: Karen Venable Croft, Shamira O'Neill, Taslim Lester, Molly Green, Eleanor Corcoran, Elizabeth Pillion, Andrea Whistler, Beth Blafos, Laura Bartos, and Maria Miller. If I messed up your name, please blame it on my reading and not my heart. So welcome, Girls Global team. And Kirsten, you can go ahead and get us started.
Good evening again. My name is Kirsten James Floyd. I'm a director in the School Performance Department. Tonight, the board will vote on the charter review and continuance of 6 public charter schools: Girls Global Public Charter School, Mary McLeod Bethune Day Academy Public Charter School, Youth Build DC Public Charter School, Monument Academy Public Charter School, Kingsman Academy Public Charter School, and the Children's Guild DC Public Charter School. The following charter review standard applies to each school. The School Reform Act stipulates that DCPCSB shall review a school's charter at least once every 5 years. As part of this review, DCPCSB must determine whether the school failed to meet the goals and student academic achievement expectations set forth in its charter, and whether the school committed a material violation of applicable law or of the conditions, terms, standards, or procedures set forth in its charter, including violations relating to the education of children with disabilities. If DCPCSB determines that a school has not met its goals or has committed a material violation of applicable law or of its charter, the board may, at its discretion, revoke the school's charter or grant the school a conditional continuance. Additionally, there is a fiscal component to the charter review. Per the School Reform Act, the board is required to revoke a school's charter if it determines that the school has engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, or is no longer economically viable. Given the disruption in schooling and data collection during the COVID-19 pandemic and DCPCSB's development of the Aspire system, DCPCSB did not assess goal attainment for school years 2019-20, 2020-21, or 2021-22. Consequently, for this review period, DCPCSB staff assessed each school's charter goals performance using school year 22-23 and school year 23-24 goal attainment pathways as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. Girls Global Public Charter School is up for its 5-year review. The school educates 183 students in grades 9 through 12 at a single campus located in Ward 2. Girls Global Public Charter School adopted the Performance Management Framework, or PMF, as its charter goals. As previously mentioned, for this review period, DCPCSB staff assessed Girls Global Public Charter School's goals performance using school year 2022-23 and school year 2023-24 goal attainment pathways as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. Girls Global Public Charter School did not fully meet any goal attainment pathway in school year 22-23 or school year 23-24. In school year 22-23, the school partially met the transitional goals pathway by exceeding state or sector performance in 2 of 6 measures and improving performance from the prior year on an additional 2 measures. In school year 23-24, the school did not meet a goal attainment pathway, failing to meet the targets or demonstrate progress in at least half of the measures in any applicable pathway. DCPCSB staff determined the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends the board vote to continue Girls Global Public Charter School's charter with 2 conditions. I will summarize them now, and you can read them in their entirety in the review report and accompanying proposal. First, Girls Global Public Charter School and DCPCSB must execute a charter agreement amendment that commits the school to the following. A, Girls Global Public Charter School must fully or substantially meet a charter goals pathway in this school year 24-25. If the school neither fully nor substantially meets a charter goals pathway in school year 24-25, then Girls Global Public Charter School agrees to relinquish its charter effective at the end of school year 25-26. B, provided Girls Global Public Charter School meets the above academic expectations for school year 24-25, then Girls Global Public Charter School must fully meet a charter goals pathway in school year 25-26. If Girls Global Public Charter School does not fully meet a charter goals pathway in school year 25-26, then the school agrees to relinquish its charter effective at the end of school year 26-27. Second, Girls Global Public Charter School must inform its families of the first condition, ensuring families' awareness of the potential for school closure if the school does not meet the academic expectations. If the school does not sign the required charter agreement amendment by July 21st, 2025, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to initiate revocation proceedings of Girls Global Public Charter School. Girls Global Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Welcome, Girls Global team. Karen, I see you. Are you going to introduce your team, if you wouldn't mind? I see you have a lot of them, just in the interest of time, if you might
Yes,
tell us.
I'll
who's here.
introduce everyone. I can do it pretty quickly, maybe 30 seconds. Thank you, Chair Wright and other members of the board, and thank you, Kirsten, for that overview. I am Karen Venable-Croft, co-founder and executive director. I have with me our principal, Dr. Shamira O'Neill, our director of operations, Tasleen Lester, special education coordinator, Molly Green, the academic program coordinator, Eleanor Corcoran, and Danielle Sinclair, the culture coordinator, and board members, Andrea Whistler, board chair, Beth Bloffis, vice chair, Laura Bartos, board treasurer, and Maria Miller, the community engagement committee chair. I think I have everyone. Andrea, did I get everyone? I think so.
Thank you. I think you did, and you clearly did better calling last names than I did. So I apologize, team, for the way that I butchered some of your names. So welcome, Girls Global team. Want to go ahead and give you an opportunity to do your opening statement.
Thank you so much. We are the proud trailblazers of Girls Global Academy, a beacon of possibility. GGA is the only all-girls high school in DC offering the internationally recognized International Baccalaureate Career Certificate Program. This is an opportunity expanding education that our girls deserve. Here are some highlights of GGA's first 5 years. All 44 graduates from our class of 2024 are thriving in their post-secondary choices, with 40 in college and 4 in career development. Our class of 2025 is following the same path to success. By junior year, 100% of our students are enrolled in IB core classes, dual enrollment college courses, or advanced technical center programs. GGA has been recognized as a DC bright spot by Empower K-12 for math growth. Since 2021, we have hosted an annual Sisterhood Summit where women from across the city share powerful truth with our students. You are more than a test. You are more than a mistake. You will succeed with a plan, persistence, and time. Here's what we've learned. Students who struggle as freshmen on assessments still build the skills they need for college and careers. We take students where they are, and while the starting point matters, growth matters more. We're honest about where we stand. Our data shows we're not where we want to be yet. That's why we've created our Aspire Improvement Plan with 5 strategic goals that will drive lasting change. We've implemented budget measures ensuring fiscal sustainability because our girls' futures depend on our stability. Our foundation of growth is rooted in our 4 pillars of sisterhood, scholarship, service, and safety, and include 4 components: powerful sisterhood culture, effective curriculum and instruction, bold leadership that doesn't settle for good enough, strategic budget decisions made with our mission at the core. Our promise is simple. Every GGA student will have a clear, supported pathway to college and career, and this starts with 9th grade success, evidence-based math and literacy instruction, and girls-centered education that accelerates meaningful, challenging, and joyful learning.
And we know that learning can't happen without students being inside classrooms. We are deeply committed to our students being in school every day, all day. Like their peers at other schools with similar demographics in the city, our students face barriers that contribute to chronic absenteeism, including housing insecurity, working for their households, caretaking of younger siblings, fear of violence when commuting to and from school, pregnancy, and other medical concerns that don't rise to the standard for home and hospital instruction. We understand our role in making school the priority in their lives. We are actively driving improvements in our in-seat attendance through community partnerships with cohort schools, CFSA, PASS, and utilizing the Teen Parent Assessment Program as the need arises. Because we believe that students and families are our partners in education, we also conduct daily calls home, increased home visits, and provide individual, class, and grade level incentives. We learned that early interventions work best for our students. In January, our numbers dipped to 75% because of weather-related reasons and virtual learning. We utilized our winter break to complete 38 home visits for chronically absent students and increase calls home, resulting in the raising of our in-seat attendance numbers by over 6 percentage points. Through consistent implementation of our attendance interventions and shifted attendance strategies for compliance focus to mindset and partnership driven, we have demonstrated that what we are doing is working for our students and we are improving attendance.
This year, we made impactful changes to better support our educators, students, and families. Our hiring practices are now more closely reflective of our mission and student needs, with teacher retention rising from 54% to over 90%. Educators are supported through weekly one-on-one coaching, professional learning communities, and differentiated development, all of which have improved their ability to help students build academic stamina and meet higher expectations. Despite welcoming incoming ninth graders performing on an average of 6th grade level in both reading and math, we've made really good progress. We've expanded in-class interventions and launched targeted tutoring in ELA and math through Georgetown Tutors. Students also benefit from experiential learning and credit recovery programs, which are offered through the Field Academy and Wednesday recovery sessions. Family engagement has also deepened. We've introduced regular positive phone calls home and improved academic collaboration among our grade level teams. We've expanded family engagement days. At this year's inaugural student showcase, every single student presented multiple academic artifacts to guests, including families, community leaders, and PEPCO executives. As a result of these combined efforts, we've seen a 90% drop in student altercations and a sharp decline in disciplinary actions. As we close out year 5, we are proud of our progress and we're really energized for the road ahead. We still have a lot of work to do, but we are moving in the right direction and our girls deserve that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for that presentation. I'm going to turn it over to the board, starting with Vice Chairman Salmon.
Thank you. Ms. Venable-Croft, I have a question for you. The conditions for continuation of your charter require that for school year 24-25, you meet or substantially meet a charter goal pathway, and for school year 25-26, that you meet a charter goals pathway. What is your objective assessment of Girls Global's ability to do that? And if you think you can, what is your plan for getting there?
Thank you, Mr. Sandman, for that question. We actually do believe we'll make improvements on the charter goals pathway. I believe that our language in the condition should be altered and the runway should be extended for improvement, because we only have 2 years of historic data, but we still use that to identify the areas of improvement and prioritization. So a short response is yes, we do believe that we'll make improvements on a charter goals pathway at the conclusion of this school year. I just want to add a couple more things. We looked at our Aspire data and we did 3 things that will ensure that we were on the path to growth even after this school year. The first is we created an Aspire simulation dashboard with EdOps, and that will help us just be more future ready and future facing in our data. The second thing we created was an Aspire improvement plan with our GGA board academic committee. And then the third thing that we did is we started a data literacy of the Aspire performance framework to understand it better with our leadership team. And so while the Aspire simulation is only a prediction of improvement, we worked to make sure that we are showing progress on an improvement in those metrics. I think that with the Aspire plan for improvement and our 5 key goals and key activities and timelines that we have built with our board's academic committee, we are prepared to improve.
And what are you doing within the school to educate everyone about their part in following up on the things that you just described, making them real and part of their daily routines?
That's a great question. I'll start it and then I'll yield to Dr. O'Neill to be able to provide the details on that. So we have 5 goals. And so the first one is chronic absenteeism and improving attendance. The second goal is to support a strong transition of girls to high school and maintaining a high 9th grade on track. And then the third goal is looking at 100%, like we really want to have 100% college and career acceptance. And the fourth is just to ensure that we have a high re-enrollment. And then the last goal that we're looking at increases growth in reading and math. And so each of those areas has strategies that we have included in our framework, and every person, leader in our building takes charge of each goal. And so once they have taken charge of those goals, Dr. O'Neill and the team identify strategies that will allow us to be able to improve in those areas by the grade level that they teach, by the items that they are teaching, the department that they're a part of. So it allows everyone within the building to own pieces of the Aspire framework. So we specifically chose those 5 goals because everyone can see themselves and be active in achieving those goals and strategies that we've outlined. Dr. O'Neill?
Sure. Something that we have been working on and working towards is data literacy for everybody in our community. And when we say in our community, we mean students, staff, their families, and our community members. And that data literacy looks different for each of those pieces. We also know that in a small school like ours, every single person matters because the results of 1 or 2 students greatly skews data when you are such a small school. And so having everyone bought in to their part, to their GGA, and using our Together We Thrive mantra in everything that we do to maneuver in and out of data is super duper important. Every single student matters, and those subgroups of students matter too. And so the bottom line is them knowing that they matter and that their effort contributes to the success of our school is a message that we are making apparent every single day.
Can you say more about what you mean by data literacy? What can you?
Sure. I
elaborate
can give an example.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
So using MAP data, for example, their ELA and their math scores in the beginning of the year, letting students know what that number means, letting them understand what the goal is for them to grow, and having them understand what it is going to take for them to get there. Whereas we sometimes focus on the instructor aspect of MAP growth of like, your students are here and you need to move them here, having the students bought into their growth. And so they know I need to grow 3 points by X date. Having families bought into that data and having our community members, know what we're working on is super important. And so having Georgetown tutors who are really great, they come in to our classrooms twice a week into ELA and math, having them know what we are working on as a community, but then also having them know what students are working on individually, and then having students know what they're working on individually is super duper important.
Thank you.
Sure.
I don't have any more questions.
Oh, okay. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright, and thank you to the Girls Global team for your presentation. I just had a couple of questions about your finances. I know you recently secured an OSSI loan, and that loan will mature in June 2027. Is that right?
That's correct, at the end of fiscal year 2027.
Okay, and there's a portion of the loan that'll either be repaid at that time or you'll renegotiate. What are you thinking as it relates? I know you're probably thinking about it. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I can go ahead and start that. So yes, we are looking to ensure that, I mean, even before we get to that point, we're just looking to make sure that we reduce some of our occupancy expenses that are associated with our lease. But by way of our Aussie loan, we have been in communication with Aussie to look for an extension of the loan payments that are due at the end of fiscal year 2027. And we have looked at the end of 2027, and we're also looking at ways to be able to reduce our occupancy expenses. And so we've been able to secure some of those reductions in our occupancy expenses. And then once receive the extension in fiscal year 2027, we believe that we will have enough cash that we've built over time to be able to start paying that, but we're not looking to actually submit our extension until the fiscal year that's coming forward. I have Laura here with me as well, that will be able to speak to this a little bit more in terms of what we've done with our landlord and what we're going to do moving forward with our loan.
Yeah, good evening. That's right. We'll definitely look for an extension with Aussie. We've started those conversations and we'll continue those in 2027 to renegotiate what that repayment plan looks like. In the interim, we are putting together a projection that does demonstrate the ability to start repaying the Aussie loan in advance of the 2027 maturity. And what we've determined is we'll operate the school year with the assumption that we will be making those interim kind of repayments before maturity. And then at the end of the school year, determine exactly how much we feel comfortable at that point in that repayment each year until 2027 to get us into a better position in the end of fiscal year 2027 to make a fuller repayment or to obviously assist in the negotiation with Aussie once they've seen, the demonstrated history of payments, starting the school year.
Thank you for that. That was actually going to be my question, because currently you're not required to repay debt right now, but your thought is if you have the capacity to do it, it will help sort of position you in a better place as it relates to asking for an extension.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, that makes sense. You talked about your occupancy expense. I want to talk about it too. So I know you recently renegotiated your rent with your landlord. So congratulations on that, because that's not easy in this market. But you all are still, relatively high in terms of your occupancy expense. Talk to me. I mean, you said a little bit about essentially having a position where you're better off with cash, and maybe that can help with your talk to me long term. Just, are you attempting to do another lease renegotiation with your landlord? Have you thought about any other options? Because you still, it is still very much a large percentage of your budget, which is to be expected, but you're higher than what we like to see in terms of the metric itself, is what is my point.
Thank you for the question. I'll start, and then I think Laura will be able to add a little bit of that too. So we haven't had the ability to build up as much cash earlier in our 5 years, as many young schools don't. But we have started diversifying our revenue. So I just wanted to make sure that we're able to talk about that. And so we're looking at ways to reduce those occupancy expenses, including opportunities to be able to rent our space to offset some of the facility costs. And we've actually started that process already. We've opened a higher interest insured sweep account so that we can start to build some interest there. And then we've also expanded our private outreach to fund ed to support us in being able to fundraise. So we're discussing those options with our landlords to bring our occupancy percentage down. So we're looking at potential opportunities to reduce our footprint. We currently occupy about 25,000 square feet, and we would just be able to offset the space depending on the number of students that we have to allow another person to come in and occupy a portion of the building that we do not occupy. And then just ongoing conversations with our landlord for rent abatement. So we're just always thinking about ways in which we can look at rent abatement. And I just also want to just draw a little moment to our ceiling. So our enrollment ceiling is about 450 students, and we just want to be able to maybe just look at how we're able to adjust that to really accurately reflect what we are enrolling at this point in time, because it's post-COVID and our ceiling was created pre-COVID. So we believe that with that adjustment, our landlords will be able to see what is more realistic in terms of enrollment for us right now. We fully believe that we're going to be a 300+ school, but right now we're not that. And so we just want to make sure that we're able to, for them to be able to see that and adjust that over time. Laura?
Yeah, I mean, I think what Karen summarized is one, continuing ways to diversify our revenue to help support the occupancy expense. Two, continuing to find creative ways with our space, both kind of subleasing it out on off hours after school or in the summer with various tenants, and then looking at ways to renegotiate the lease, both in terms of our footprint in the space and the landlord taking back some space to release themselves and concurrently reducing our rent, as well as other renegotiation options like we've just done with them in the last year. So potentially just reducing our total base rent or other abatement options in the short term. I think someone spoke about it earlier. I mean, DC landlords are in general looking for stability and consistency in a tenant. I think that is critical for our landlord as well. And we've seen that in our conversations with them. So I do think they're open to continuing to have these conversations. And we have, started those over the last year as well, and just having the open door and continuing the discussion.
No, thank you for that. So and to clarify, your the renegotiation that you did in this year did not include a reduction in your square footage. It was just a reduction in your base rent.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So then, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Then contemplating a reduction in your overall square footage would help you as well. So I have just one other question. In addition to the OSSI loan, do you have other bank debt? I'm just curious. I want to know if it's just the OSSI loan.
You said bank debt? No, we don't have any other debt.
Just the OSSI loan.
Correct.
Okay. And are there covenants on that OSSI loan?
There are covenants on the OSSI loan. Yes, there are. And we are currently meeting all of our covenants.
You're in compliance? Okay.
We're in compliance. Yes, we are.
Perfect. Okay. That was my last question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary Adama-Fania.
Thank you so much. My question is actually for the board itself. Just really quickly, if you all could just describe how you conduct oversight of the school's academic programming, as well as just oversight of the school's finance in general.
Sure, I'm happy to take that. This is Andrea Whistler. I serve as chair of the board and happy to do so. In terms of our finances, Laura Bartos, who you've heard from, is our treasurer, and she oversees also our finance and facilities team, which has 4 committee members on it who are all incredibly engaged and know all the ins and outs of all the things that you were just talking about. They work very closely with Karen and also with Elizabeth from EdOps in terms of doing all of the financing. And we've worked incredibly hard in that area, and we've had some good success in the last few months, recognizing that we are no longer on an FCAP. And then in terms of academics, longtime charter school leader Karen Dresden is the head of our academic committee. I'm sure many of you know her, and she's the chair of our academic committee. And having her expertise and her years of experience in this work and her knowledge of the charter school academic world is incredible, and she works very closely with Dr. Anil and with our faculty at GGA, just to, again, track a lot of the data, but also listen to all the interesting innovative ideas that the IB, the CTE, and these different curricula that Youth Build, not Youth Build GGA offers to its students is amazing. So those would be the 2 things. We have monthly meetings of both our committees and our board. I think half of our board were just at our recent graduation. If you weren't there, I heard it was a smashing success.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Girls Global Team. So you all know, thank you for being here this evening. And you've heard us say this before when it came up to other 5-year schools. And I want to make sure that I'm consistent in my messaging. Built into our system is a certain level of grace for 5-year schools. We understand what it means to be a new school. And the 5 years is meant to, be a wake-up call to indicate whether or not you're on track to becoming a high-quality school. And so your review really should serve as a clear roadmap that if you don't pivot and adjust, your roadmap will lead you to a less than desirable result. Right. So thinking about what's happening in there, what are those 5 years, regardless of how many of them were years of data, right? Like and how much, whether or not you think it was effective data, it's data for you, right? In terms of talking about the trajectory that you're on and what is happening with your school. And while I appreciate the highlights that have been put up, this was a rough review period for you all, right? There were grave concerns regarding your academics, your school climate, and your finances. And so I want to really hear about, I've heard about how you're thinking about the academics. Talk to us about the school climate. What's different? What feels different? I know we heard some when we were doing the truancy. I think you guys came up during that time, but talk to us about the school itself in terms of safety, in terms of suspensions, in terms of mid-year withdrawals, like what's happening there, and what trajectory do you see yourselves on in terms of improving those realities?
Dr. O'Neill, do you want to go ahead and start?
Sure. I can start there. So I am happy to report that those numbers have drastically changed in the past year. And that's due to us working together to define what it means to be a student and to be a staff member, to be an educator, to be a community member of GGA. And I talked a little bit earlier when I was talking about academics, and we know culture and academics go hand in hand, and they have been reflective of each other. Academics were not so hot and culture was not so hot. And so has taken us redefining what culture means at our school, and the buy-in in our culture. We've worked with several partners. We've participated in lots of professional developments. We've worked with Restore DC, looking at our data for this past year, and I know that it's not included in the data that you all have. It's dropped significantly by 90%. And that is due to the team that we have being committed to a culture of learning in the building, and defining what sisterhood means in our space. And I think that when you build a culture, it means that people are able to use the same language in the space. And so when you visit our space, you hear students talk about sisterhood, and they talk about scholarship, and they talk about service, and they talk about safety. And they say things like being a sister means blank, or I feel supported when blank, or I don't feel supported right now and I need blank. And that is new and that is different. And it's also very beautiful because it means that what we're doing is really working. There are some people who've been on our team for a while who have seen those changes take place, and Mrs. Danielle Sinclair is one of those people. Um, and I think that we can give her a minute to talk about some of those changes that are happening and maybe a highlight of one of the things that we're doing that has helped that data turn around to show that we have a 90% decrease in those incidents from those years' data that they have, which is different than what we have for this current year, Mrs. Sinclair.
And while you're doing that, Ms. Sinclair, I know you're going to come on. Can you also, so what did mid-year withdrawals look like this year? What did out-of-school suspensions look like this year? So you're saying it's better. So talk to me about what's better.
Let me
I
find
have,
it.
Dr. O'Neill, I have that data here. I'd say it if that's okay with you. I have that on the 2-year average for mid-year withdrawals for our students in SY 23 and 24 was 11.3%. And this current year, it's been 5.3. So that's more than half. So that's what I know. Also for regarding suspensions and incidents, we went from 39 suspensions in AY academic year 23-24 to 19. So again, nearly half. And so obviously we know we're asking the same questions you are, and we want the same goals that you are. And we were really working for all of these numbers that I've just said, even to go down from what through the interventions that Dr. O'Neill is really sharing.
Great. Thank you for that detail. And Ms. Sinclair, I'm definitely open to hearing from your perspective, what you might want to share.
Good evening, everyone. I'm able to look at it from two perspectives. I've been a teacher at GGA since 2021, and I have elevated into leadership. And so specifically this year, I think what we did, we started off strong with the faculty. For an example, we run the staff Olympics, and each one of our teams are based in our pillars. And to round out the school year, we did the exact same thing with our students. It's just getting them excited about taking ownership of what our pillars are and they how they act and how they thrive in our pillars. We have on our Wednesdays, I think is definitely a big part of our climate change. Our Wednesdays are dedicated to students and what they ask for and what they want. Some of our enrichments changed. However, they changed because of student interest. Another piece is getting our parents more involved. We are consistently not just calling when things go sour, but being intentional about our positive phone calls, having parents come in during this year. We ran our first portfolio review, and that spoke to Dr. O'Neill's point earlier with the students taking accountability around their data, not just their academic data, but looking at their attendance, being aware of their social emotional learning. And so each student, all grades, did portfolios, and actually they did our first round of portfolio interviews, and being able to share what they learned and their experience from GGA for the entire year to not just one or two adult panelists, but to their peers, really drives home that idea of sisterhood and the students being able to lift each other up. And the idea that our staff retention has grown from a 50% to almost 90% is also, I believe, evidence that we are doing the work to ensure that our climate is for all, like that everybody knows that at GGA all of us matter, not just our staff but also our students.
Thank you for those tangible examples. That is the type of improvement that we want to hear. That is more importantly, that's the type of improvement that the girls deserve, right? Like nobody, one of the things I know as a school founder, Karen and team, nobody opens up a school to fail. Nobody's like, I want to be the lowest performing school in the city. That is not the goal, right? But when you find that yourself in that lower bottom part, and I've been there, you got to make some changes and you got to make them fast because lives matter. You've got children's lives in your hand. You know that, right? We've heard the stories. You know who you're serving. So that kind of improvement is what you have to do and what you have to do to sustain. So my hope is that you will use this as a roadmap, whatever it was in terms of the wake up call. I understand what it's like to be a school that get conditions, and it does change you. It changes how you act, it changes how you respond, and that shouldn't be the thing that does it, but it does. And so my hope is that you all will continue to do that as a community. My last question before I go to a vote, one of you all have known your the recommendations from staff for some while. And if you have watched any of the meetings, which I know you have, when it comes to involving parents, I heard you all talk about how you're informing the girls, which you need to because they're high schoolers, right? High schoolers is a little different, a little bit more independence. But how have you talked to your families about your school and use them as partners in this, right? A lot of times people are looking at this notice like somehow we want to try to impact your school and make it negative. And for me, that is such a minimalist mindset because if you use your parents correctly, when you say, Mom, she's got to get to school, she needs to stay after, you do that, otherwise we close, your parents will show up for you. And I had to say those things. So I know they will show up for you. So how have you involved your parents and informed them about the state of the school, what you're doing, how you're making the changes, and how have they responded?
I'll start with that, and then Dr. O'Neill and Tasleen will be able to join a little bit in terms of what we've been doing with attendance, because that is the exact message that Miss Lester's team is doing, and they do show up. So we do listening sessions. So we have instituted some listening sessions where it gives our students and our parents an opportunity to come to the table to be able to hear some of the things that are barriers to our success. And Dr. O'Neill just simply puts out in those meetings what the barriers to our success are. And some of it, quite frankly, is we need for our students to come to school. There is no such thing as a wellness day, and just recalibrating what it means to be in school. Taslim did speak to that a little bit earlier, is that when our students are present, they learn, but when they're not in the building, it makes it extremely difficult for our students to accelerate that growth that they need, especially as a single site high school. And I think we know the challenges that are there. So just really just making sure that we're starting those listening sessions and giving our parents more opportunity to be able to speak. We have family engagement days as well. And so in those family engagement days, we have data sharing. And so when we're sharing those data, that is the time also for them to be able to ask questions. We show the data as it is. There isn't any sugarcoating what that data looks like. We show the math, we show the reading, and then share some of the ways in which we believe are important to our school for improvement and how we need them to support us. High school is not the time to take hands off. It is a time to coach. It is a time to facilitate. And so just making sure that our parents really understand that they're in this with us and that we're going to provide supports for them. We're doing that with our attendance. We are doing that more with where our students stand academically in a class, with our teachers calling home and having those direct conversations. And you are absolutely right. Our parents are really, really knowledgeable. They have really fantastic ideas about what it's like when they were in school, and what they didn't like, and just being able to have those conversations. And our care team does a really great job as well. That's our social emotional team, because some of our students are having some difficulties getting to school because of some of the concerns that they have, but not as an excuse for them for not coming to school. It's just meaning that Our goal is to up our communication to our families, invite them into our spaces with our family engagement days, our student conferences, and it's open for them to be able to schedule time to be able to come in, but really formalizing that. And Dr. O'Neill can probably provide a little bit more information there, and then Taslim a little bit for what that team is doing by way of attendance specifically on that to get our families to come into the building to see our data on our walls and our classrooms and things like that.
Sure,
Yeah,
I can. You're
sorry.
welcome you're welcome to share that. I wanted to hear more exactly what you said, that you are actually engaging your families, informing your families. And like I said, I just think that particularly when we serve a certain population, we tend to underestimate those families. That's not Girls Global, right? And we can sit here and act like we don't do that, but we know we do. And I think particularly we assume that they're not going to respond. And actually, parents, when you talked about having good ideas, not they also know their children. So they know what's going to get her up or get her in school and what that means and what it is that she needs. So but you're welcome to share, Miss O'Neill or Miss Lester, if you have more that you want to make sure is on.
Sure. I think that we've always had the idea that our parents hold the answers, and we have never shied away from inviting them in. The first um, occurrence of us being together as a school is our orientation and block party, and it's the Friday before the first day of school, and we have 80% of our family show up. And that's a beautiful thing. It makes sure that our first day of school is amazing. And then a month after that, we have student-led conferences where every single student presents their goals for the year to their advisor and to their family. And having them be able to speak to what they are going to do, and then having the processes and procedures to ensure that they're held accountable to those is super important, and it works. And we have families show up and we meet them where they are, so you know that you have a presentation to your family and to your advisor about what your goals are for the year, and your mom can't make it physically, but we have her on Zoom or we have her on Google Meet, and she's participating and she's listening to you. We have really great success with that. And our showcases, which we started this year, where students show what they have learned in the building, and families get to come and be a part of looking at what their children have learned. It's like an elevated high class science fair, if you will. And the students are really excited to show off what they have done, the models that they have made of the organs of the body, and the bridges that they have built in engineering classes, and the t-shirt business that they made in Mrs. Sinclair's classes that have to do with algebra, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And that's what gets our families in the door, is showing off what their kids are doing well. And we did that much better this year, and we are hoping to like continue that momentum and do a lot more of it come the fall.
And Chair Wright, we also chose our SSPM around family engagement. Just wanted to just elevate that we know that is very important. And so our school specific performance measure is also geared around engaging our families.
And if I may, what I've really noticed about the GGA team is how they've really engaged families this year around re-enrollment. And my understanding, Karen and team, is that last week re-enrollment was at 79%, whereas a year ago at this time it was at 59%. So I think that speaks to family engagement and culture, right? And that the girls really wanting to return. And just, you know, being somebody in this kind of girls' education world, I would say we're not just talking about culture, we're talking about counterculture. These girls experienced messaging from day one to be in competition with their girl peers. And we are providing them a space and a place and an environment to experience something new and different, in which they are in collaboration and in partnership with their girl peers. And that is not something we as a society do well. And so I love seeing all of the cultural moves in GGA perform this way. It's really beautiful.
Thank you. So what right now, one of the things I'm going to do, I just want to remind you that the expectation is still that you engage and notify your families formally of whatever the outcome of this vote is, and continue to engage them in being partners with you in the way that you have to date. So if there are no other questions or comments from the board, I'm going to
Chair
call.
Wright, if I may, I'd like to just make a statement. Again, I appreciate the Girls Global team and what they've shared with us tonight, but I want to reiterate my general discomfort with partially and substantially meeting charter goals. And in this case, having an LEA that didn't fully meet a pathway in either year. I know that that evolves under Aspire, but this particular situation where we are wanting desired outcomes of high quality schools and high quality seats is an example of why our policy does need to evolve. I sincerely believe that our policies and expectations for performance, whether academic or financial, must hold a high bar. And we as the authorizer have to set metrics that we believe are in the best interest of advancing quality schools. And when schools agree to those metrics via their charter goals, we must hold them accountable. And so my statement is a reflection of the way that I will be voting tonight on this continuance.
Thank you, Treasurer Stanley Beatty. With that, I will call for a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to continue the charter of Girls Global Public Charter School with the conditions proposed by staff.
Second.
All right, Secretary Adam Afania, can you please call roll?
Chair Wright,
Aye.
Vice Chair Stanman,
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Nay.
Board Member Davis,
I'm an aye.
Board Member Cruzy.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
All right, motion passes. So Girls Global, please move forward with your conditions, be strong and continue. We look forward to seeing you again in 5 years with a stronger record and doing what's right for children. So congratulations on being continued, and we look forward to seeing you.
Right.
You're welcome. You all have a good summer. And please, if you haven't heard me, school leaders, stop, rest. I know it's hard. I know it's hard, but you've got to be well in order to take care of those girls. So please get some rest in between and have a great summer.
Thank
Good.
you.
Dr. Walker Davis, I know you wanted to make a statement. Or should
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Wright. And again, thanks to the Girls Global team. I did want to take this opportunity, not about Girls Global, but just to clarify. So Girls Global.
Dr. Walker Davis, Girls Global, we're finished with you. This is
sorry, you all may.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
I did want to just take a moment to clarify. So Girls Global Academy was the last school in our review cycle to receive the high stakes conditions that they did that requires performance based on school year 24-25. I want to take a moment to remind everyone that we are still operating under the charter goals policy. We have not fully implemented Aspire yet. And so the schools who are under review in this cycle and also applicable for our next cycle are required to meet pathways in our charter goals policy. For the school year 24-25, there are actually multiple pathways, of which Aspire is one, but there are other opportunities for schools to meet their goals. And I wanted to make sure that that was clear, that the schools, and in this case, just recently, Girls Global, they are not expected to fully implement our Aspire framework now. That is one of the options, getting a score on Aspire or improving on their embargoed Aspire results from last year, but it is not a requirement that they implement Aspire until Aspire is fully implemented. I will also ask Melody Sampson just to clarify anything that I may have misrepresented, but I wanted to make sure that it was clear that there wasn't a higher standard for this group of schools than all of our schools will be expected to meet. Melody, is there anything, if you're in the queue, if you can promote her, Jonah or Courtney, if there's anything that needs to be clarified? while we wait for Melody, I don't know if there were specific questions that board members wanted me to respond to. I see Melody here.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. As usual, you summed it up accurately about the pathways that are available to schools for 24-25 and 25-26.
Thank you both, Dr. Walker Davis and Melody. I appreciate that for the record, for the team. I think we as a board are very clear of the pathways, but I do think it's important that we make that clear for the public.
We'll have an opportunity at the start of the next cycle to also restate what are the rules applicable to that cycle as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Public, as you know, we started our board meeting earlier this evening, and so we are going to take a break until 8 p.m. So we are going to be off camera and we will be back at 8 p.m. Thank you in advance for those schools who are waiting. We look forward to continuing with your review and the rest of the meeting, picking back up at 8 p.m. Thank you all. Board members, see you back at 8.
Thank you for the prayer.
Thank you for coming back on time, Board Member Crucy. Board members, if you are there, we are ready to begin again. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and get us started because I do know we've still got a long way to go. So next, we are going to, I will bring in Gina. Is it Gina? Gina's coming this time? Or still you, Kirsten? All right, so I'm sticking with Kirsten. Kirsten will introduce the proposal and recommendation for Mary McLeod Bethune Public Charter School. I'd also like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks. Linda McKay, Patricia Callis, Marcus McKay, Justin Mayberry, Stacy Bryson, Jamia Williams, and Delmar Parks, if you can accept the promotion. And Kirsten, if you can go ahead and get us started.
Absolutely. Mary McLeod Bethune Day Academy Public Charter School, or MM Bethune Public Charter School, is up for its 20-year review. The school educates 303 students in grades pre-kindergarten 3 through 8 at a single campus located in 2 facilities in wards 4 and 5. MM Bethune Public Charter School adopted the PMF as its charter goals. Due to the pandemic and the development of the Aspire system, DCPCSB ceased producing the PMF after school year 2018-19. As mentioned earlier, DCPCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using school year 22-23 and 23-24 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in the DCPCSB's charter goals policy. MM Bethune Public Charter School fully met its charter goals in school years 22-23 and 23-24. In school year 22-23, MM Bethune PCS fully met the growth pathway by improving performance from the prior school year in both reading and math on its nationally normed growth assessment, iReady. In school year 23-24, MM Bethune PCS fully met the transitional goals pathway by meeting or exceeding state performance on 4 of 7 transitional goals measures and improving performance from the prior school year on the remaining 3 measures. DCPCSB staff determined the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue MM Bethune Public Charter School's charter. MM Bethune Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Thank you, Kirsten, and welcome, Mary McLeod Bethune team. Ms. McKay, I see you on here a couple times. I know that is not the case. Feel free to rename yourself if you can. If not, Jonah and or Courtney can help as well. But Linda, are you going to kick us off in terms of introducing your team, or is that someone else? Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you. I will introduce, present is our board chair, Patricia Callis, board representative, Jamia Williams, finance manager, Stacy Bryson, principal of our Brooklyn campus. Oh, and I see I'm sorry, I see Linda McKay now because some people didn't have their access, but Principal Marcus Duffin, principal at the Brooklyn campus, and Dr. Justine Mayberry, who is our Chief Academic Officer. I think that's everyone I see.
Okay, and let me correct myself and make sure I honor your hard-earned degree. And Dr. McKay, if you want to go ahead and get us started and do you all's presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the DC Public Charter School Board, community stakeholders, families, and friends of Mary McLeod Bethune-Day Academy. I'm Dr. Linda McKay, founder and executive director of MMBDA, and it is my honor to speak with you today as we celebrate our 20th year of educational service and reflection. Reflecting on the last 5 years. The last 5 years have been a period of resilience, growth, and innovation for our school. Despite operating through a global pandemic and the challenges that followed, MMBDA has remained deeply committed to delivering a high-quality, inquiry-based education that prepares our students for the 21st century. As an authorized International Baccalaureate IB Primary Years Program World School since 2017, our curriculum emphasizes student agency, global-mindedness, and academic rigor. We've expanded STEM offerings, enhanced literacy instruction through programs like OSSE Recommended Amplify CKLA, and deepened our after-school engagement through Learn 24 funded clubs in the arts, sports, and STEM. We are especially proud of our students' growth in reading and math achievement, the successful expansion of our middle school program, and the strength of our social-emotional learning initiatives, particularly through Peace of Mind, SEL curriculum. Of equal importance and pride is that our early childhood classrooms score above the state in citywide class observational assessment. Of course, we face challenges, most significantly navigating pandemic disruptions that affected attendance, mental health, and instructional time. Like many schools, we also contended with enrollment fluctuations and constrained budgets. Yet through it all, we adapted. We used data more intentionally, invested in high-impact tutoring partnerships, and we leveraged family engagement in new and meaningful ways. These 5 years have taught us the power of collaboration and the importance of being responsive to the needs of our community. Lessons we carry with us into this renewal and beyond. We appreciate the transparency of the PCSB's evaluation process and the opportunity to clarify areas where the report not fully capture the progress and nuance of our school's journey. One example concerns student attendance rates. While chronic absenteeism has been a national challenge post-COVID, MMBDA has invested in proactive measures, including our Everyday Labs partnership, to improve attendance outcomes. These efforts are beginning to yield results, though the report may not fully reflect the recent upward trend in attendance engagement, particularly in our younger grades. Additionally, we want to emphasize that mixed, the Aspire as well as OSSE's demonstration of mixed proficiency rates. It accounts for our increasing number of students reading on or above grade level compared to 3 years ago. Our internal data, disaggregated by subgroups, shows that targeted instructional supports are working, especially among multilingual learners and students with disabilities. This year, we added a chief academic officer for increased investment in curriculum alignment, staff training, and data analysis and use in our teaching and learning, planning, and implementation. We remain deeply committed to continuous improvement, and we hope this context helps present an accurate picture of where we are and where we're going. Looking forward, MMBDA is more energized than ever to advance student achievement and whole child development. In response, we just want to say we are increasing instructional coaching support and deepening our partnership with the Lavinia Group to ensure rigor and engagement across classrooms. I'm a little nervous, sorry. Our high impact tutoring program is expanding, targeting students in need using blended learning, dyslexia screenings, and SST data. We are enhancing our system of support framework to better monitor student progress and adjust supports accordingly. To achieve these goals, we ask for and thank you for continued collaboration and support. We encourage PCSB and our city leaders to invest in sustainable funding for special education services, facility improvements for our growing Tacoma campus, and in a process that retains diverse and high-quality educators. Our vision for the next 5 years is grounded in equity, innovation, and excellence. We aim to become a regional model for IB education in urban charter settings. We want to expand access to world languages and global studies, and we want to deepen our partnership with families. We will continue to foster student voice, curiosity, and compassion. Those values rooted in the legacy of our namesake, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to our staff, families, students, and community partners. Your belief in our mission sustains our work. We invite PCSB to join us in affirming that MMBDA is not only a school with a proud past, but one with a powerful, promising future. Thank you. And Chair Wright, I just want to acknowledge that the principal at the Tacoma campus, Alexandra Williams, is also present. Another Linda McKay.
Is that the other Linda? Okay, we'll get that changed for you, Principal.
Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome, Mayor McLeod team. Congratulations on getting to 20 years. It is not an easy feat, as Dr. McKay has stated and known. So congratulations for this great milestone for your school. I'll turn it over to the board, starting with Vice Chairman Salmon.
Thank you, Chair Wright. Thank you, Dr. McKay, for the excellent presentation, and congratulations on 20 years. There's a lot to celebrate here.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do for our community. I wanted to follow up on one point that you mentioned, fluctuations in enrollment. There's been a decline in your enrollment since the school year 2019-20, which would have been included part of the first year of the pandemic. In school year 2019-20, your enrollment was at 423, and in school year 24-25, it was 303. Your mid-year withdrawal rates have also been higher than the sector rates. Can you say something about what you think the explanation for the decline in it? You've got so much to offer. I'm surprised to see that.
Well, yes.
I think people be knocking your doors down.
Thank you for
why now? It may be pandemic related and post-pandemic follow-up related, but what is your assessment of the explanations for the decline in enrollment, for the higher than average mid-year withdrawals, and what are you doing to try to get the enrollment back up?
Yes, there are a couple of things, and I thank you for this opportunity. Initially, it was pandemic and post-pandemic. We serve students from all wards of the city. And particularly since 2004, our first school year, we served students from Ward 7 and 8 primarily, but we also offered transportation because we never had a building in Ward 7 or 8. So we have been providing free transportation for our students since 2004. Now, because of the pandemic, parents started finding places a little closer to their home, just for safety, health, and security. And so our enrollment went down, but that was primarily our early childhood students, pre-kindergarten. DC was offering free extended childcare during the pandemic. And so you had a reduction of students attending many of the schools, DC public, local schools, and charter schools. There was a reduction. Now, last year, we had 361 students, so it was climbing. Our enrollment was climbing. We had, and I think I shared this somewhere, we had some multiple deaths in various members of our family, particularly I can share within our school enrollment staff. As a result of that, we had 91 students on our wait list of December 2024 that had not either been contacted or the follow-through. So when we found that out, I think it may have been prior to December, but we started contacting those parents, and now our enrollment is at 330. So we have been able to increase our enrollment. In response to why so many students have withdrawn, we had a very large contingent of the Venezuelan families come to the school. They lived in the shelters in the neighborhood, and they came to our school. Many of those students left the homeless shelter. Some went out of state, and some went to schools in neighborhoods where they lived closer. We still have a very large number of students of that population, but the families left because of homelessness or finally finding permanent homes to live. So we presently, right now, have received 89 full enrollments for new enrollments for school year 25-26, and we know that this is the beginning of summer, and many of our parents do not begin to make their final selection until the summertime. So we believe that we're going to have a much larger enrollment. And I thank you for acknowledging all those great things that we do provide for our students.
So you say 89 new enrollments.
New enrollment. Please pardon me, it's not 89 yet. It's 79 new enrollments.
And what is your current projection of what your actual school enrollment will be for the next school year?
Looking at our re-enrollment and present new enrollment, we believe we will have approximately more, well, we are doing a conservative of 330 students as of today. We do believe we will have more. We're doing a lot of efforts for recruitment, marketing, and that begins with our not only parent involvement coordinator, but each one of our staff members participating in recruitment Wednesdays. And so we have a lot of energy around recruitment.
So your conservative projection is that your enrollment next year will be the same as this past year, but you think
yes,
you can do better. And is your enrollment staffing back up to where it needs to be?
We have reduced staffing because of some parameters that the Public Charter School Board has set based on the fact that we had lower enrollment. So, you know, we put in a projection for 330, but we have to present for a smaller enrollment. The good thing is that most of our classes were not at the 20 cap for each one of our classrooms. So we are not losing as many staff members, but we have lost, we are putting 2 of our prime programs on hold, hopefully until 2027.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright. And thank you to the Mayor McLeod Bethune team. I just have a couple questions, and Vice Chair Salmon actually asked one of them. I was going to ask you about the enrollment. So thank you for talking us through that. Can you tell me the status? I know you all had a big construction project. Can you tell me the status of that project? Are you done completely?
We are not done completely, but we will be done by the end of the summer, and we will have school at our new Tacoma campus. It's much larger, much nicer than our present campus, and so we're excited about that. Part of the delay was the permitting process. We just got caught up with the permits, and so that did cause a delay.
Okay. All right. So then you're projecting to be done by the end of summer.
Yes.
Okay. And then I know you all secured an OSSI loan to help with some of the cost overruns that you had from construction.
Yeah.
Can you confirm for me that OSSI loan has covenants?
It does. And Mrs. Bryson, our finance manager, can you come in and assist with any questions I'm not able to answer?
Sure. So the OSSI loan does have, good evening, everyone. The OSSI loan does have covenants, and as part of our budget process, we are looking at those covenants to make sure that we are able to meet them within our budget.
Okay. And along that same vein, so in terms of your enrollment, does your projected enrollment at 330, I heard Ms. McKay say that you had one enrollment number and then perhaps you had to right size your staffing due to enrollment. Your current enrollment number that you're using to project forward under the OSSI loan payments, is that based on the 330, or what is that enrollment number?
So 330 was our enrollment. For our projected enrollment, that number was adjusted by PCSB to 285 using their mechanism for projection, and that is what they think our enrollment will be. So we have our staffing and expenditures set at a 285, but we are expecting 320 to 330, if not more, students.
Understood, but you're budgeting for 285, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
And using that budget, you're able to meet, or your projections reflect that you're meeting your OSSI loan covenants at the 285.
Yes, it does. And because at 285, a lot of our classrooms are not at full capacity, we would be able to take more students without having to increase staffing.
Gotcha. Okay. That's it for me. Thank you. Oh, and the only other thing I wanted to say, Chair Wright, if I may, I know that this team has been working very close with our finance committee. I know that there have been a lot of questions and answers back and forth. And so I appreciate you all working hand in hand with the team to get us to the place where we are on the same page and sort of understand everything that's going on with you. So I just wanted to acknowledge that you all have been in a process with our finance team, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. And we appreciate the finance team. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Stanley Beatty. Chair Callis, I actually have a question for you. This is about the 20-year school. So that is a very different school than a founding school or early stages school. What does oversight of this school and support of this leadership team look like from a governance standpoint as you think about supporting a school in its 20th year? And then Dr. McKay, your principal, we've been trying to change the name. I think we keep messing it up. So what principal of Tacoma, what's your name? I'm sorry.
Alexandra Williams. I attempted to change it as well, but it wouldn't let me.
Okay, because I think we just changed to Dr. McKay. So we're sorry about that. We'll change both of them back and get you guys focused. So as you're watching this, you can see who you actually are. So thank you. I'm sorry, Chair Callis. Can you tell us a little bit about what that looks like now?
The oversight of the board has been very critical in understanding the process, the fiscal process that the school has been going through recently. But in general, we are very, very invested in detailed information regarding academics as well as the financial status of the school. We have, I guess, been able to be very expressive and inquisitive in terms of making inquiries of the Stacy, Bryson. And I mean, I'm sure that sometimes she gets tired of hearing the questions, but it helps us to remain informed and to be able to give suggestions and also to review the changes that have been going on. One of the things I do want to mention that Dr. McKay, when she was talking about the changes in the students withdrawing, at one point there was an area in Northeast Washington that was turned around so that the apartments where a lot of the students were coming from were shut down, and the students were either moved out of the district or had to relocate, and that caused withdrawals. So it wasn't anything that the school did. The other thing that I have noticed over the time has been that when there are school functions where we're all involved, very often there are parents who were students at Mary McLeod Bethune who are there as parents to their children. And that goes a long way to me in establishing that it's a very sustainable place where parents want their children to be. I don't, you may have more specific questions about the board oversight. I mean, we have been educated in IB. We've all had to take that training. We have been invited to and invested in all kinds of activities that help us to be as informed or more informed about what is going on at the school. Data has become a very important part of our meetings and understanding in terms of understanding what things are troubling and what things are being successful.
Thank you for that. And my last question, so Dr. McKay, you talked a lot about enrollment and some of the issues. You're also, because you have this construction project going on, and congratulations of getting there, and hopefully it does finish so you guys are there first day of school. But that, there's a huge obligation that comes with what, facilities and what that looks like. And so what is your contingency plan in the event you don't hit your enrollment? How are you thinking about this financially in terms of, responding, and what would that mean in terms of programming or impact to your offerings?
Mm-hmm. And this is a great question because the budget for 285 students, I want to say is almost like a guarantee we're going to get there. That budget has incorporated our staffing, our facilities, our transportation, everything. So we are in a very safe place in terms of the 285. Now, that also meant that we had to remove our African American Studies program this year for 25-26. We had to remove our Latin class for school year 25-26, and we had to remove our environmental science class for 25-26. Those are 3 hallmark classes. But the good thing is, as we are looking at staffing, we still wanted to retain the best. And so we were able to retain staffing who could come right back in place when we can modify our budget at 330 students, and we will have to do a little bit of staffing, but our environmental science teacher is still with us in a different capacity, a different teaching capacity. The same with our Latin teacher, the same with our African American Studies teacher. We just closed out our last school year on Friday. And we celebrated teachers who have been with us 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years. And so those people remain. You know, it's like the teachers who come are the first teachers to go. But those who have adapted to our culture and they've adopted, they become this large school family. And so we're still here. So we are hoping in 2027, we will have African American studies, we will have environmental science, and we will have Latin. And those teachers are with us for 25, 26, and hopefully they will be restationed in those capacities as teachers of our programs.
Okay, very smart to retain them in, because once they leave and go somewhere else, it's hard to get them back. So that was a smart move. And I do hope that you do, because just hearing the impact of those cuts to your program, right? Like you said, those are core and they're important topics for our young people. So look forward to you getting them back. Just as we get ready to close out, I want to give both of the principals an opportunity to just kind of share what you're excited about as you think about going into the next your next 5 years before your review, particularly opening up a new campus. So just give you all the opportunity to share as well some of your bright spots as you reflect on these last 5 years and your 20th year continuance.
Well, I think what I'm just most excited about the Tacoma campus. We're moving from 16th Street to this brand new building, and I think it's just going to be a brand new opportunity for us to start all squeaky clean and brand new, and it'll be a way for the students and the families to start with us, and it'll also be kind of like a renewal for us. So I think it's the perfect timing that it is coming with the 20-year renewal. So it lines up perfectly. It's like a phoenix rising out. So I'm very, very excited about that. And although we did, the enrollment is, a little up and down, I think this is the greatest opportunity to get more students. So we're going to be having great new classrooms and brand new facilities. And I think this is going to be the biggest pull to get these brand new families in, and a way to just show what we really have at the school. And, I would like to say that this, is my 14th year at the school. So yes, and so it's really been a wonderful journey here. And I really can say that, being being here so long has really been a blessing. And I'm just so glad that I can continue to, service these kids and service the families at MMB.
Wow, 14 years of service. Thank you for that. That's huge.
Hello, I'm Principal Duffin at the Brooklyn campus. I'm very excited to speak to you all about the great work we're doing at MMVDA. Currently, we are optimistic and hopeful that next year will be the best year yet. We have seen great growth in iReady data that shows our students are jumping 2 and 3 grade levels through intensive intervention, and also fidelity with our MTSS process. We're also super excited about the foundations we've laid with our professional development with our teachers. Our chief academic officer has been coordinating high impact professional development to support our students, not only with tier 1 instruction, but also supporting those tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. We also have been implementing a high quality social emotional learning program with Peace of Mind. And so now our students know the social emotional standards, as well as how that impacts their role within the school community. And we've also been implementing a really high quality after school program. And we're very excited about what that's going to yield in terms of our robotics team, our students in multiple art competitions, as well as our renowned drumline, which really connects to a lot of students and also connects to our families. They're marching in the Juneteenth parade last week. And so that's also a huge marketing push for our school, is that we are not only an IB school, but also STEM focused and also arts focused. And so that brings in a lot of families, and we want to make sure that program continues as well. So thank you for the time.
All right, Principal Duffin, you better get out there and do that enrollment and market the school. All right, Board Member Crucy. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody from the full community. Dr. McKay, thank you so much for walking through the ins and the outs, the ups and the downs. Lee, we got to see you last year when you were approaching this construction project. It's wonderful to hear from you again. And Principal Williams and Duffin, it's wonderful to hear in a more kind of detailed way what exciting things are happening. I share my fellow board members' enthusiasm to see the enrollment stabilize and grow. Also for this construction project to come to an end. You did a lot to be able to get to this point. So I'll be voting with an enthusiastic yes. And Board Chair Callis, thank you as well for all of your volunteer service to this incredible school community. And congratulations, and thank the rest of your board as well for all that they do. So that's it. I'll make my vote shorter.
Thank you, Board Member Crucy. So with that, colleagues, I will entertain a motion.
With enthusiasm and gratitude, I move to continue the charter of Mary McLeod Bethune Public Charter School.
Is there a second?
I'll second, Chair Wright.
Secretary Adama-Fanian, can you please call roll?
Chair Wright.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Aye.
Vice Chair Sandman.
Aye.
Very exciting. Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye, and congratulations.
Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Board Member Crucy.
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. I'm in team. Go and celebrate. And my educators that are on here, please get some rest. I know it's hard. It's such a joke when people say that to us who run schools. Like this summer, it tends to be the busiest time, but please take a moment, rest, refresh yourself, celebrate this victory, and then do the hard work very soon. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great summer.
Thanks.
Okay. Now I think I actually get to invite up Miss Gina Lucchese, who's the manager of school quality and accountability in the school performance department. Gina, I've just been so used to seeing you over these schools for these last couple months, who will introduce a proposal and recommendation for Youth Build PCS. I'd also like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks. If we could have Claire Liebert, Suraj Patel, and Mary Blatch, please come up. Hi, Gina.
Hi, Chair Wright. Thank you. And good evening. My name is Gina Lucchese. I'm a manager in the school performance department. I will introduce the next group of charter reviews, starting with Youth Build DC Public Charter School. Youth Build DC Public Charter School is up for its 20-year review. The school educates 129 adult students at a single campus located in Ward 1. Youth Build DC Public Charter School adopted 5 individually negotiated charter goals. DC PCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using school year 22-23 and school year 23-24 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in DC PCSB's charter goals policy. Youth Build DC Public Charter School fully met its charter goals in school years 22-23 and 23-24. In both school years, Youth Build DC Public Charter School fully met the individually negotiated goals pathway by exceeding the target on all applicable goals. DC PCSB staff determined that the school has not committed a material violation of the law or of its charter. DC PCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DC PCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue Youth Build DC Public Charter Schools charter. Youth Build DC Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Welcome back, Youth Build team. Did we get everybody up? I see Mary and Suraj. All right.
Yes, can we get Keisha Morris back in as well?
Okay, great. If we can, is she in already? If we can get her in, Jonah or Courtney, there she is.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello again, and thank you, Gina, for the introduction and for working with us through this process. Um, so, as we mentioned earlier, my name is Claire Liebert. I have had the very special privilege of serving as Youth Build DC PCS's head of school for the last 6.5 years. I am joined by our board chair, Saraj Patel, and our board secretary, Mary Blatch, both of who have been on the board for more than 8 years, as well as our wonderful chief operations officer, Keisha Morris, who's been with Youth Build for about 4 years. Youth Build is unique among the city's schools, and I like to say a little bit magic. Our mission is to serve DC's most vulnerable young people, to open an on-ramp to education that has been blocked by agencies, systems, and quite frankly, even traditional schools that more often act as barriers than boosts to student success. Every day, our students show incredible bravery with their choice to return to school, which is a place that for many of them is where they experience really painful failures and exclusion. At Youth Build, we strive to create a space that actively welcomes and celebrates each individual student who comes through our doors. We achieve this by providing a super personalized learning experience that allows students to earn their GED, which in DC gets you a high school diploma, develop both technical and interpersonal skills for success in the workforce, navigate external barriers like housing and childcare, and manage their mental health needs, all while giving back to the community through various community building projects. So the last time I came before all of you was in January 2020. Some things happened since then. I would say somewhat remarkably, our school model, which I didn't come up with, but I'm very glad exists, is perfectly designed for that moment. And I say that because we are already set up to serve students with disrupted education by really finding out where exactly they are and meeting them instructionally there. Because of that, we are uniquely well positioned to respond to and support students through pandemic recovery. We're incredibly proud of the hard work that went into it, but we recovered so rapidly that in fact our outcomes are now greater than they were before the pandemic. That was no small feat. Last year, we achieved the highest number of GED tests passed in a single year. This year, we achieved the highest number of students passing at least one test and the highest number of graduates we've ever had, which is incredibly exciting. During that same period, the last crazy 5 years, the percentage of students who have shown growth in math, reading, or listening skills has grown every single year. Those are the foundational skills that are most essential for their success wherever they go and whatever they do next. With all of this, it is not surprising that our enrollment has climbed each year, and we were thankful to the board for authorizing our enrollment ceiling increase so that we can help even more students achieve their academic and career goals. I will note briefly that we are currently in dispute with OSCE about that 129. So we know that that is what they've got. Gina knows that we're in dispute about that, but we're very confident with the growth we have made. And I can tell you that our net mobility rate, so sort of students who leave the school during the course of the year, those seats are filled at a very high rate. It is actually a positive rate, close to 10% this year. So we are actively seeking to re-engage students who are coming back from incarceration, from having a baby, from whatever thing in their life disrupted their education. We're here for it throughout the school year. I do want to briefly take this opportunity, since we don't come together all the time to talk about this, to highlight some of the very, very real challenges that our students and in effect our school face. Our kids are dying. DC's kids are dying. In my 6.5 years with Youth Build, I have attended so many murder funerals that I have literally lost count. I have so many that I have a routine, an actual autopilot that I go into when I find out that a student has been murdered. I call the staff who are closest to that student. I make sure Keisha and I have counseling ready for the entire team. I set a time to meet with the whole staff in the morning. I contact the homicide detective. Like, this is routine. And that's just for me. That's just me at the school. Our kids are going through this every day. The ones who don't die are walking around school with bullet fragments in their bodies every day. We have students who are shot at and then come to school the next day, which is both remarkable. And I am so glad that this is a safe space for them, but it also means that they are so accustomed to being at risk of dying that they proceed about the day. Our city is failing our kids. Given that we've spent, we're going to push 4 hours in conversation about school accountability, I wonder that if all the other youth serving agencies, CFSA, DYRS, DBH, if they were held to the same accountability standards that schools are, would they not have been shuttered years ago? Every year, our students are incarcerated for crimes of desperation, literally breaking into a car for somewhere safe to sleep at night. They're also incarcerated for actions they take after being repeatedly turned away for psychiatric care. Our data reflects national trends. So of our CFSA involved kids, 60% are justice involved. That means odds are good. You are more likely, if you have been involved in child welfare, to then become involved in the justice system than not. That is a damning statement on our work for our kids. We have effectively criminalized trauma. Worse than that, the kids who are dying, the ones we're talking about, we know who they are. We know who they're going to be. 2020, DC's Child Vitality Review Committee identified involvement in child welfare, involvement in the justice system as the two primary risk factors for homicide, for becoming a victim of homicide. So when I say I've lost count of all the students who died, that shouldn't be a surprise. And my real call to action, my begging of everyone on this call tonight is when, we think about adorable third graders at a school like Mary McLeod Bethune, best case scenario, they will grow up to be teenagers in DC. How do we want those kids to be treated? And what are we all doing to help them survive? Sorry, I know that's super heavy, but we got to talk about it.
It's not. I think it's not. I don't think it's. Thank you for using your platform to raise this and to highlight this and to hold us accountable, because you're right. Like, you should not, as a school leader, have a routine for how you deal with murder or shootings, right? That should not be the case. And we do need to do better by our children. And we're thankful that we have schools like Youth Build to stand in the stead and to provide safe places for your students. But we have got to do better as a city. We need to do better as a nation. And so thank you for using your platform to highlight that and to continue to speak truth to power and to advocate for those who don't have the same voice. So don't ever apologize for that. That's exactly, we see your work. We're proud of your work, and we thank you for what it is that you do, and hope that you and your team, as you give so much to others, find ways to take care of yourselves as you give so much to those young people.
Thank you. And I said it because we got to have the conversation, but also by all means, bring on the questions.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna talk, and we're gonna celebrate you. And we also need to be able to speak the truth about what is happening, because those factors are impacting what it is that you do day to day at Youth Build, and quite frankly, at all of our LEAs around this city. So we definitely want to celebrate you and talk about it, but I appreciate that drop the mic moment, Claire. That's what I call it.
Thank you.
If you don't, who will? So thank you. Appreciate that. So with that, what I do want to do, I want to go ahead and just kick it off and say, and want to hear from you all when you think about kind of 20 years in, what makes you most proud about your work? And what do you say, I want to be better? 5 years from now, I want to come back and I want to be able to celebrate what?
Oh my gosh, so many things. Most proud, I really like our students feel safe with us. And given all of the things that they go through every day, that they come to us, that they feel like they belong, that they have people they trust, like that's a little squishy, but it's real. I mean, I can get you the survey numbers, but I think overall it's knowing that we have created a space for students where they feel loved and feel safe. Um, it's also just surviving. 20 years is a long time. Uh, I have so much deep gratitude for the members of our team who are both there still and ones who were there before who made that happen. Special shout out to Miss Lihia Arriaga, who has been teaching at Youth Build since before it got a charter. And she was part of that team. Like, that is a level of commitment and love and perseverance that there's not many humans who can do that. So those are some of the highlights. I will say things for the future. It's funny, we were in a whole day leadership retreat today talking about a lot of these things. And um, it sounds a little cheesy, but in the context of what I've already said, you'll get it. I want us to have a goal around sustaining students' freedom. And that sounds cheesy, but think about it as the reverse of um, you know, a recidivism goal. Our students who come in and have never been incarcerated, what are we doing? How are we making sure it stays that way? And our students who have been incarcerated, what are we doing to prevent them going back in? What are we doing to make sure that they are fully able to engage and stay free and living as successful adults in community? So that's huge. I think a big part of that, like, I love the work that we do for the students in our building, but part of our responsibility, which is why we're having this conversation tonight, is to change policies, to change the way that we do things across the city. So, like, truly, 5 years from now, I want to be able to tell you this is what we do for our multi-systems involved kids. This is how we're working together across the city to achieve better outcomes. Keisha, feel free to chime in. I'm getting soapboxy tonight.
No, but I think what you're saying holds so much value. And I think that it's great to have a leader like Claire at the helm because that big picture allows the buy-in from us and it allows us all to kind of like roll up our sleeves and do that work. But something that we talked about earlier today during our leadership team retreat and just thinking as a leadership team, like, what are we proud of? So kind of doubling down on that question. It's been amazing to really have the ability to have a team that I think we use the word pivots. But we are so intentional about our data, and it's such a buzzword, right? But we're not just collecting data for data's sake, right? We are intentionally trying to use that information, use that data analysis to drive our decisions, to drive our outcomes, to forward the progress of these students. And when we see that it's not working, we're not afraid to pivot. We're not afraid to say, well, this is what we planned for all year, so we're just going to go ahead and power through. It's like, no, stop, pause, wait a minute. This isn't what we thought was going to happen. Let's do the hard work, stop, reassess, pivot, and move forward. And let's look at it again. And so as a collective, one of the things that I love about what we do is we look at our data all the time, not only in our own collective teams, but collectively every single month. Part of our PDs, right? Part of our professional development every single month is looking at at our data. Like, where were we before? Where are we now? Are we moving in the right direction? Great. What's working? What's not working? And let's not only look at it from within our own teams, but let's cross collaborate, because sometimes when you're looking at the same problem all the time, that same team might not be able to come up with the same solution. That let's invite the input from our colleagues, from our peers, right? And let's see what approach they might have. Maybe they've noticed something that's worked. And so I think that that is something that we can say has driven us. And that's why we see year over year increased outcomes. And I think that as we continue to do that work, we are, and we will see even continue down the line with, the bigger goal as to like how we'll see those outcomes for those students moving forward.
Great, thank you. And then Claire, I would just ask you, given the call to action that you just made, specifically even holding our city accountable in terms of children, what do you want to charge us as your authorizer to do to support your work?
I appreciate that question so much. Yeah, real talk. And I other school years, the Alliance will tell you that I am sometimes a little countercultural in the requests that I make. So we talk a lot as a sector about advocating for the sector, right? For the funding, for what the accountability looks like, and all of that's fine. But I think the most important thing underlying all of this is for all of us to show up for the kids and young adults, right, in those other settings. So in the opportunities that you have and the positions you hold on this board to talk to the mayor, to talk to city council members, to say, what are we doing? We're a single city, right? That is a crazy advantage. We're not dealing with a state government, a county. All of these things are at one level, but we can't work together to make that happen. Whoever you have access to who is working in that, to really push to think about that. Um, it doesn't have to be council hearings. I think sometimes those are less productive than one-on-one conversations, but that's huge. I think paying really close attention to what we're voting for, what we're putting our money towards. Our kids are again, like, they're dying. They're having the onset of schizophrenia, and we can't get them a bed at a psychiatric hospital. Those things cost money. How are we spending our money? How are we advocating for that? Yeah. So no big deal. Just spend all of your time
That's
advocating.
all.
Yeah.
But no, but I think it's important for us to hear, what things we can do that speak specifically to you. I'm gonna turn it over to Board Member Davis. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the call to action. And my question was actually answered. My question had to do with the persistence rates and how do you continue to improve, and that question was basically answered. So I appreciate that. But I will transition to a different type of question. How do you think? Because earlier we talked about the new facility and potential programming. With the new facility, how do you anticipate it impacting academic programming?
Man, I'm so excited. I just tell you this in the context of, like, again, alternative high school. We're looking for a facility, right? People were showing us, like the real estate agents were showing us things like, oh, there's this abandoned mechanic shop. Would that do the job? Or, oh, this used to be a barge center. For folks who don't know, those are the juvenile PO offices. What about that? The expectation that the space our students learn in, because of who they are, that can and just should be subpar. We're breaking through that. This space, like we talked about before, the lighting, the windows, the size of the classrooms for students to spread out and everyone be like as close to the board as possible. Um, like the brand new technology that's going to be in those spaces. And, outside of the actual academics, like you can't have this conversation without celebrating all of the really heavy, really important work that our counselors do. We put those lovely folks through the ringer in terms of, like, okay, you've got a schedule, you've got the room at 10 a.m., you've got it at 11, they're juggling, and the new space students will be able to meet with them one-on-one throughout the day. And that's really, really incredible. Keisha, what am I missing?
Yeah, I think also a lot of our programming is, we talked about scheduling. So we kind of have a single multi-purpose room now. We will also have a beautiful, large multi-purpose room in that new space where those life skills classes can happen without having to figure out where we need to move other things that normally happen in that space. So our cooking classes, our boxing classes, our social emotional learning classes, like all of these spaces, all of these programs will have its own identified space so that there's less of a musical chairs, if you will, trying to determine who and what can happen where. So I think it is absolutely going to positively affect our ability to continue and to bring in more programming for the students.
Thank you. Board Member Crucy?
Thank you, Claire, for your call to action for us. Thank you, Keisha, for the overview. My question is actually, and Mary, for all that you've done to get us to this point as well. My question is for Board Chair Suraj Patel. It's nice to see you. Thank you for your service. My question is, how is the board involved in oversight of both operations and academics?
Thanks. Happy to answer that question. Actually, I think Mary and I both came through Charter Board Partners, two youth builders. And a lot of how we operate as a board is based on the best practices there. So we have a regular board meeting schedule. We operate with committees. And so you actually met the chair of our academics committee, Andrea, earlier this evening. And Alan, and previously others have been chair of the finance committee, which is the core part of our operational governance is through the finance. And so we operate on the committee model. Most of the conversations happen there, and then they have readouts at the board. And then I meet with Claire weekly to discuss either urgent needs or more longer term planning and to stay connected that way. We also hold an annual meeting where we have a full day, or well, almost a full day, to workshop and sort of plan for the upcoming years. And then the other piece that has been important, I think, is making sure the board and staff have a regular staff, not including Claire, have some touch point so that staff are able to reach out if needed. And so either that's through board members conducting 360s, being present at annual happy hours, just being a presence in the school community, so staff can reach out if there is something that we're missing through the other governance avenues.
Thank you. And it sounds like your board has been engaged with all of this new facility discussions and plans and all of that.
Yes, we certainly have. Whether it's FaceTime or Andrea meeting with ANC folks or visiting actual school sites, to in the committee sessions talking about what the financial projections look like for potential leases and what the academic plan looks like and why certain spaces are great. We've been involved throughout the process, led by, that is to take no credit of the hard work and true sweat equity that Claire and Keisha have put in. We are certainly riding on their labors there.
Well, thank you, everybody, again. I will be enthusiastically voting yes in a moment.
Thank you. Treasurer Stanley Beatty?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wright, and thank you to the Youth Build team. I wanted to just say that I don't have any financial questions. The majority of my questions were centered on the facility amendment, which we've talked through, and I know you all will address what was outstanding when we see you again. I did, Chair Wright, have a question for staff. In the report, there's a passage under the charter goals that says that PCSB was unable to make a determination on 2 of this LEA's goals due to PCSB data errors. Can the staff speak to that, please?
Yeah, I can just give a broad overview. These were data errors that occurred formerly in the review period. I believe it was school year 22-23, and it had to do with the rosters underlying the data. That is as much context as I have, but if other staff on the call have more context, they can feel free to jump in.
I am wondering if Kirsten has any more information on the underlying issue here. And if not, Treasurer Stanley Beatty, we can get back to you with what was underlying that. But as Gina said, it is earlier in the review cycle, not the most recent years.
Yeah, what Gina said kind of sums it up. This was, I will say, the ownership is on the data team, and there was some discrepancy in how the rosters were created, who was supposed to be included and who wasn't. And the error was found after the fact, far after the fact. And so, yes, we can get more details about kind of what and how, but I will say in attempting to resolve it, we were kind of trying to figure out where this discrepancy happened. And it was also based on work of staff who are no longer with us. And so getting to the bottom of it has been a bit of a challenge, but it is my understanding that the error has been resolved, and data moving forward after the 22-23 school year was able to be accurately collected, validated by the school, and reported.
Okay. And when you say, so were these individually negotiated goals that the school had?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I understand that it was in the earlier year and not the later year. It's still in their review period.
Yep.
And we as a team have to do better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I will say Youth Build wasn't the only school impacted. They were the only school that is up for review this year that was impacted. And so their particular situation became more critical. But even though it is an individual negotiated goal, it is a goal that other adult schools share. And so the same kind of error showed up for at least 2 other schools.
Yeah, Chair Wright, I'm satisfied with the explanation. Obviously, it's in writing that we made the mistake, and so I wanted to highlight that that's no sort of implication or reflection on the LEA. As I said, we need to do better. So thank you for allowing me to ask that question.
Yep, thank you, and I co-sign that. Vice Chairman Salmon.
I don't have any questions, but I want to say a couple of things. First, I want to say thank you and congratulations on what you're doing. You're doing extraordinary things. And I want to say to you, Claire, stand tall on your soapbox and speak loudly. What you said tonight resonates with me for personal reasons. My daughter is a social worker in the criminal justice system. She works in the Federal Public Defender's Office in Maryland. She spends her days in prisons and jails, meeting and getting to know and supporting her clients, and in their homes and their neighborhoods, getting to know their families and their friends. And what she sees over and over again is that the seeds of the problems that led to her clients' current circumstances were sown in their youth. It was persistent trauma and poverty that led them to where they are today, over and over again. You can't do anything about those phenomena by yourself. But what you're doing to provide support and safety to your students, what you said about a student who's been shot at coming to school the next day because they feel safe, you're doing something. You're doing something huge. You're doing something that makes a difference to try to manage circumstances that you really can't control. That's really, really important, even though, as you know, it's not sufficient to deal with the real problem, the underlying causes. So what you said needs saying. This is not intuitively obvious to a lot of people. But the way you put it, I thought was really powerful. And I encourage you and all of your colleagues to speak up frequently and loudly about it. Thank you.
I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. And honestly, we need to hear it. You know, I can't sleep at night thinking about our kids that we haven't kept alive, and we have a funeral on Saturday for a student who was killed barely a block away from our construction site. The things I think about are like, okay, but what if he was a block away from school? Would we have seen him? Would we have been able to get there fast enough? What if I make sure that all the staff get like first aid for gunshot training? Will that make a difference the next time? Like that's what we think about. But I really, really appreciate that. And I appreciate the work that your daughter does. The public defender's office are some of our best friends.
Well, again, I think this is a call to action is important, and appreciate you using your platform like that. And 20 years of doing this level of work, right? And that's just as the charter school, really is, God's work here on earth. So please continue to do that work and continue to shine. And you all should feel very proud to have reached this 20-year benchmark. It is no easy feat. We are 20 schools in terms of reviews, and stand very proud as our schools continue to age and grow and withstand so much that you have, and then not to mention when you serve the population that you do. So please continue to take care of yourselves. I'll give my rest speech at the end, but I wanted to say congratulations for getting here. And with that, if there's nothing else, I would like to ask for a motion.
I move to continue the charter of Youth Build Public Charter School.
Second.
Secretary Adama-Fania, can you make a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Wright.
Absolutely, aye.
Vice Chair Sandman.
Absolutely aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye, and thank you for your remarks. Congratulations.
Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Board Member Cruzy.
Aye, and that's congratulations to a whole school community, including those who weren't able to be here tonight.
And I'm an aye as well, Chair.
All right, motion passes. Congratulations on your 20th year continuance. You are what a great way to end your school year. Congratulations. Please, I know I've just heard you say you've got a heavy day in front of you on Saturday. Please, please, please rest. You cannot take care of others if you don't take care of you. So please continue to take care of yourself. Find some time for rest, and then get back to the hard work, because it doesn't stop. But this is a night to celebrate. So thank you. And thank you for those who are on the board for your service as well. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you all so much.
All right. Gina, now we move on, and we will introduce, Gina will come back and introduce a proposal and recommendation for Monument PCS. I'd like to invite representatives from the school to provide remarks. Dr. Jeffrey Grant, Emily Broomfield, Dr. Ashley Tucker, Chuck Jones, Greg Gaskins, Danielle Nelson, Catrice Fuller, Jeff Mahue, Brittany David, Anna Sciadero, and James Long. Dr. Grant, I don't think you left anybody at the staff at this point. Welcome, Gina. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wright. The next three schools up for their charter reviews tonight, Monument Academy Public Charter School, Kingsman Academy Public Charter School, and the Children's Guild DC Public Charter School, are alternative schools. Alternative schools are eligible to be evaluated under DC PCSB's Alternative Accountability Framework, or AAF. DC PCSB designed the AAF for schools that have a mission to provide alternative programming for students facing numerous obstacles to academic success. Monument Academy Public Charter School is up for its 10-year charter review. The school educates 131 students in grades 5 through 8 at a single campus located in Ward 7. Monument Academy Public Charter School adopted 6 individually negotiated charter goals. DCPCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using school year 22-23 and school year 23-24 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. In school year 22-23, Monument Academy Public Charter School substantially met the individually negotiated goals pathway by exceeding the target on 5 of 6 goals. In school year 23-24, the school fully met the individually negotiated goals pathway by exceeding the target on all 6 goals. DCPCSB staff determines that the school has not committed a material violation of law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue Monument Academy Public Charter School's charter. Monument Academy Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Welcome, Monument PCS team. Look at y'all all in uniform, ready to go. I love it. I love it. Welcome, Dr. Grant. So if you could introduce your team before, however you want to do it, make sure we know who we're talking to, and then we'll turn the stage over to you.
Great. So I'm Dr.
I know you, Dr. Grant, I know you well. You got 5 minutes. Look, your whole team laughing. We know you well. No, do your thing. Do your thing.
Okay, great evening, all. Dr. Jeffrey Grant, CEO of Monument Academy Public Charter School. I'm joined tonight by our board chairperson and founder, Emily Bloomfield. I'm also joined by our principal, Dr. Ashley Tucker, our chief of well-being, Ms. Danielle Nelson, our chief of family and community engagement, Ms. Catrice Fuller, our chief operating officer, Mr. Greg Gaskins, our chief of data and IT, Mr. Jeff McHugh, our director of development, Anna Scudero, and I don't know if Mr. Chuck Jones made it on here, but again, we are all here to share what we believe is the story of the greatest school ever. So first of all, thank you. This is a great opportunity for us to come on here and share with you all what we're doing. Monument Academy has a mission of enrolling students who are in or at risk for going into the child welfare system. Part 2 of our mission statement is that we want to attract and retain highly qualified, dedicated professionals who truly believe in our mission. Abraham Maslow identified his 5R hierarchy of needs, with physiological being the first, followed by safety, love and belonging, esteem, and then self-actualization. Now, we know that we're a school, but we also know that different communities exist in our city as well as around the nation and the world. We have chosen to focus on a community that needs the type of support that we can provide before they can even start to think about what's 2 + 2. We are the only public middle school, residential middle school in Washington, D.C. But that part that makes us even more unique is that we focus on their traumas and their triggers while simultaneously raising academic achievement. We do this in a residential setting of 15 student life homes where we average between 8 to 9 students. Now, we have 2 special homes called Stepping Stone. Within these homes are students who need greater supports. And then we also now have to focus on children who are excelling, and we want to reward them. So we also now have 2 honors homes, 1 boys, 1 girls, just like the Stepping Stone homes have one boys, 1 girls. But I want to backtrack 5 years, right after December 2019, when we received our 5-year renewal with conditions. We know that we got out of the starting gate. My daughter came on in July of that year. We got out of the gate with the mission in mind, and that mission at the time focused on children who were in foster care. Our team, when I came on, we did a survey based on the adverse childhood experiences, where we identified that a number of our children have 5 or more ACEs out of the 10. So not only did we have children who were in the foster care system, we have children who are homeless. We have children living in shelters, our cars. We have children who were living with grandparents. We have children who are in the juvenile justice system. We have children who are living in a 2-bedroom apartment with up to 12 siblings. So we knew that we had to actually be extra special because these children were facing extraordinary circumstances, something which they had zero control because they're children. Well, COVID hit. March 2020, COVID hit. And we were told to go home. That means our children were going home, well, not necessarily home, but we're going back to these environments where they could not possibly focus on the academics. They had to walk through gauntlets of drug dealers. They had to survive in neighborhoods where there were food deserts. They had to try to thrive academically when they did not have internet access. Well, in the middle of COVID, Monument came up with a strategy and a plan called the bubble. So I know we would have made the NBA envious. We actually opened our school October 5th, 2020, where we brought in our high priority students right there in the middle of COVID where everybody else was at home. We identified our top 10, 11 students and brought them in and created a bubble where we had them learn and live and hear, and they could not leave for 7 weeks. 7 full weeks. We rotated the staff. They went to classrooms, they went to homes, they went to courtyard. Nobody could get to these babies. Only persons allowed to get to those were those practicing safe habits, safe, healthy habits. And guess what? They learned. So after that, we did the 7, we did another 3 to 5 weeks, we added another 6 students. And then we took a break, we added, for 5 weeks, we added another 12 students till we got to 40 students living and learning in Monument. And guess what? We raised academic achievement and exceeded our goals, something that we did over the next several years and have continued to do, meeting our goals. Now, mind you, we still had to address the traumas that are lingering through COVID. But again, we put in the work. And again, part 2 of our mission statement says we focus on retaining people who truly believe in our community and want to support our community. That's why this group of people sitting at this table with me have been with me for the last 6 years since I walked in here. Some were holdovers, but some came on with me. And we've worked tirelessly around this table to raise academic achievement and continue to enroll these babies where we went from 101 my first year, where we had our highest enrollment, where we incrementally increased 131 this full school year. We focus on a thematic planning approach with our kids because, again, these are children who have not been given great opportunities. We immerse them in a spiritual education that focuses on the opportunity to have high-level opportunities to learn the work and live within the work. We are great partners with Junior Achievement of Greater Washington, where they go to Finance Park now 2 times a year. They go to BizTown 2 times a year. Well, Finance Park, that means they become an adult for a day and have to live out of a scenario and pay bills. BizTown, they take on these roles as COO, CEO, CFO, and the mayor. They have to take out loans and sign promissory notes. So they learn the vocabulary. They know what it now means to be a leader in their community. Well, we can't just do this.
Mr. Grant,
Dr.
Grant, Dr.
Yes.
Grant, I love you. I do.
I didn't get 25 minutes.
No, you don't. And we want to ask questions. We want to, and during that time, I'm sure you and your team will be able to add on. And the things that you're doing are so important. So let us ask you some questions to be able to
Let's make it happen.
So if you want, I'll tell you this. Go to the last paragraph of your page and read that.
Guess what? I didn't write this.
I know. That's why
from my heart. Okay. Now, okay, let's just say I'm very excited because in the last year, Monument Academy has become fully accredited with Cognia with some of the highest scores ever achieved. We also won the Building Hope Award for Student Empowerment for 2024, a national competition that where schools from Puerto Rico to Hawaii participated and went to Miami and gave one of my speeches, as you see I like to do, on stage, and we actually won the award for student empowerment. And again, we secured our lease back in 2022, and that's for board member Stanley Beatty. I want to let her know that we secured. I'm telling you ahead of time, we secured our lease with great terms. Because I know where you're going.
I got questions for you.
I know where you're going. So
All right,
again,
all right, all
very
right,
excited.
Dr.
So the
Gray.
rest of them, I'll sit back.
I know. But very seriously, congratulations for getting here.
Thank you so much.
Seriously moved from a school that was on some very serious conditions, doubted by the city, stakeholders, et cetera, to be here today is truly a great joy. And if we could, I really would give you a long time to talk. But I know you, everybody else know you. When I said it, you saw your whole team clapping, and they know you too. They know you too. But seriously, Monument has been an example of such a strong turnaround. And I hope other schools that have had really high stakes, strong conditions in front of them see that when a team comes together, committed, surrounded by a mission and a vision and strong leadership, you can do hard things. And so just congratulations for getting here. For being here today. The team is so impressive. The model is so impressive. And Emily, I know as the founder and now chair, you have to be extremely, extremely proud as well. And so as we go, Dr. Grant, you're going to let these wonderful people that you have hired to also talk and share because you've
Most
got
definitely.
powerful
I'll
team.
mute. They can open their mics. I'll mute.
But I am going to turn it over to Treasurer Stanley Beatty first. Because he was ready for you, as you can tell.
I'll say this: I love it, Dr. Grant. Your enthusiasm is infectious. So thank you for that. We were laughing and teasing, but in all due respect, I appreciate all the hard work that you've done, and thank you for bringing up the lease because I did want to ask you a question. I don't have any concerns about your finances. I just want to understand what you did with your lease amendment. Yeah, because I read it a couple of times and I still didn't quite follow it. So tell me what you all did in 2022.
Okay, so we started out, the school opened with a loan and support from Building Pathways.
Okay.
They had 5 years. The agreement was within 5 years, Monument would take on the lease and the loan and then relieve Building Pathways from their responsibility.
So Building Pathways is
The incubator,
okay.
the school
Okay.
incubator. Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. So within the 5 years, we went a couple of months over. Anela Napolitano worked very closely with us. I worked with the organization FRC, Facilities Resource Center, and we got proposals from multiple financial institutions. City First Bank, local branch, created a wonderful relationship with them. Had got great terms, 5.65, 5.75. We got a 25-year amortization, 15-year pay term, balloon payment due at the end with 3 years in. We pay 88,000 plus a month, not late. We did get a gap loan with OSSI at 2 million at 1%. But again, because we are in a very strong financial position with over 122 days of cash, which is a big difference from back 2008 when I took over. We had 34, so we've almost quadrupled it, days of cash, and we're in a great space right now with City First Bank. I actually spoke to their national staff back in November, was invited. I guess you know I like to talk. Spoke to the national staff at a meeting and talked about how we turn the school around and become one of their top actually clients with City First.
No, that's wonderful. City First is a great group, so I'm glad to hear that. So then that is your bank debt, approximately 15 million or so with City First.
That is correct. Well, actually, the loan, because we put down $1 million, we needed 16 million. We paid $1 million ourselves, and then the loan with City First Bank was 13.65 million, 625 million. So the loan with them so we're paying down after 15, so we have 13 years left to do a balloon, but we have great terms with them, so we'll talk to them about that then.
That's what I want to get to. So you've got a balloon in 2027, and it sounds like you have a positive relationship with your lender. So you're at some point soon, you're going to start talking about that balloon payment with them.
Actually, the balloon is in 2037.
Okay.
I have a 15-year. I have a 15-year with City First.
You don't have any maturity in 2027?
Only with OSSI.
Okay. All right. So then that's what this is referring to. Okay. And that's the 1.9.
Yes, that's correct.
That's in 2027. And I'm assuming that you'll start talks with OSSI about what you're going to do as it relates to that, whether they're going to extend it or whatever.
Extended or City First Bank actually is chomping at the bit to
take it out.
Have it all.
To take it out. Okay. That was my only question. Thank you. I didn't put together that the debt maturing in July wasn't bank debt, that was the OSSI loan. So thank you.
Correct. Okay.
Yes,
No
I'm fine. Thank you. I'm done, Chair Wright.
All right, Board Member Crucy.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Grant. Thank you for this. Thank you for all that you have done, and thank you, your whole team. I've had the opportunity to cross paths with you a number of times. I've had the opportunity to visit the school. It's been quite a lot these last few years. I was actually hoping with this question to shine a light on Emily, who has been a PCSB board member, PCSB chair, and then after this board service went off, you had a vision and you created something. Would you be willing to share with us a bit about your reflections on this moment and be able to celebrate a little bit about your vision that you've made real?
Sure. Thank you for that opportunity. And I just want to say that I'm just very proud of Dr. Grant, and I feel like he just wants to communicate like his passion and his zeal for talking about everything is sort of the foundation of his success. Like having a CEO, and especially someone who comes in under difficult circumstances and is so exuberant, is like the root of his success, not to mention his brilliance and the fact that we've had such high retention rates off the chart of our staff every year, I think is just a real testament to his leadership, because I think staff retention is so core to really building relationships and doing this deep work with students. But yes, thank you for the opportunity. Just to back up briefly, when I started down this path, I never had an intention of starting a school, but I had family members who wound up taking custody of their grandchildren who were really struggling at school at a very young age. And it just took me on this expedition of learning about the challenges that kids who wind up in foster care face with multiple placements, re-traumatization, and school is often a place of continued re-traumatization. That's where kids are often expelled or excluded, not known, and that children are far more likely to wind up incarcerated than ever achieving a 2 or 4 year degree. And just thinking, what would have to be different for the outcomes to be different. And it wasn't surprising me to find out that school could be actually a really important factor in reversing this. It wasn't the only thing, which is why mental health and life skills and residential became part of this. But as I started to do the research in this vision, I actually tried to shop it around to, a variety of school leaders and see what they thought of the idea and whether they would be willing to undertake it. And many told me they thought it was a great idea and they had many students they could think of who would benefit, but nobody was really willing to sort of take that on. And when Relisha Rudd disappeared from the DC General, that was a homeless shelter. She disappeared and was subsequently, has never been found. I just felt like, I don't know, it felt like sort of a calling, and just if nobody else was willing to do it, the risk of not doing it just seemed greater than the risk of trying to do it, even though I know it was incredibly hard and challenging work. So that's kind of the beginning of the journey in recruiting people and a board and staff and a leader to do this work. And it was grueling and difficult, and there was no roadmap for doing this. There aren't other schools that do this. So there's no sort of thing to replicate or pull best practices from. And so we learned a lot. We had some great inspiring moments and some really difficult moments. It's been really exciting to see some of our students, early students, returning in college as interns working at Monument, speaking at graduation. And, you know, we've also, like the prior school, had students who've lost their lives after leaving, and just the, you know, the tragedy of that. So there's been a lot. The staff really, I mean, I just sort of really want to give them huge kudos. This is work over and above what, you know, most people have to do, and their exposure to the difficulties of student circumstances and their high expectations. And we have a number of staff here who've been here really since the very beginning. Anna, Jeff, Catrice, Danielle. So they're just people who've really stuck with it, and we've all learned in the process, and it is a learning curve. But I really feel like, especially under Dr. Grant's leadership, the curve really steepened in the right direction. So thank you for that opportunity. This has all led me into—
All right, Emily, because I'm about to cut you off too
Yeah,
now.
I was just going to say, now I'm in ministry and a board of the board chair. So that's where it's all taken me.
Okay, I appreciate the opportunity for Board Member Cruci to ask you about that reflection. I do want to make sure though that we give opportunity for, because exactly what you said, there are a lot of powerful people here, and the story of Monument over the last 5 years really is a testament to this team and what you all have done. So, Board Member Davis.
Yes. So good evening, everyone. I have two quick questions. The first one has to do with SPED compliance, right? Reevaluations, and what are you most focused on improving? Like, is that something that you're most focused on improving? And then the second question, really, because I want to, like, I visited Monument a number of times, love Dr. Grant and his team, and I'm really interested in, like, how do you take care of yourself? Because I don't think many people understand how hard you actually work. Like, you talk a lot because you do a lot, right? And so, like, how are you taking care of yourself? Because I think this is an important factor in leadership. You have to be able to take care of yourself. So if you can share a little bit, that'd be great.
I'm definitely gonna
Let
hand
the
this
great
off.
people that you work with talk, Jeff. I mean, Dr. Grant. I'm sorry, Dr. Grant.
I'm gonna make it quick. You have to mute, dog. So yes, can you guys hear me without an echo? Okay, perfect. Yes, we definitely have been intentional of making sure we're addressing our SPED evaluation. When we first started in 21-22, we had 34 evaluations with 9 late, but we only had 1 psychologist. So what we've done to ensure that we're addressing our reevaluation rate is we've contracted with a team. So we went from 1 to 2 psychologists, and now we are at 2 teams that have 3 additional psychologists that are supporting them. So we had to look at our scholars that are chronically absent. We have students that were 10 to 40 days out, making sure that we're communicating with them. And then a lot of our scholars have huge teams. So trying to corral them for a meeting. We had one scholar this year who was out for 2 months due to a car accident where he sustained serious injuries. However, we're committed to making sure we're starting our reevaluation process earlier, because even having 4 late this year out of 39, we're not happy with it. We want to make it 0. So that is how we continue to address that deficit. I'm going to make it real quick, and then I'll let Ms. Nelson talk about well-being.
All right. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for the question, Mr. Davis. The way we take care of ourselves, well, one of our core values is mindfulness. And so we really have normalized what wellness looks like across the school. So as much as we pour into our students, we pour into our staff. So in 2021, we were able to partner with Empower Ed, and they really gave us the energy, focus, strategy, and momentum to build a staff wellness framework. So the same way we implement our MTSS framework for students, we designed a model for staff. So we have tiered services, and one of the services that we're really proud of is the counseling that we have for staff on site. We were able to make use of great partnerships. So we partnered with a licensed counselor who is available. Of course, the in-house wellness team is available for our staff, but we know that there are some issues we have to outsource just for confidentiality, and then balancing our own workload as as the school staff. So we have partnered with a great counselor for every employee. And I will say over the 3 years that we've partnered with her, we've seen growth. We've seen stabilization amongst the staff. We've seen improved camaraderie, and we've just seen an embrace of wellness. So I am happy to say that more staff members are being matched to that counselor, and we're seeing success and positive outcomes there. And I think the staff is really encouraged by our students just being brave enough to request counseling, to embrace the services that we have for them. May it be students with IEPs, 504s, but just our general education students are really open to counseling. And so we're seeing that trauma in our students, and then it shows up in our lives, of course, through vicarious trauma, but we're able to say, hey, we need help too. It's part of our culture. Dr. Grant does a great job just investing in services and resources and partnerships for us. So as long as we have the resources, we're going to have the vision to make sure we take care of ourselves. We help each other out. We're here as a family, but we do believe in those professional supportive services. In addition to the counseling, we have a wellness team, which is an interdisciplinary team where we meet every trimester. We come up with our own goals based on a wellness needs assessment school-wide. We do book clubs. We do fun activities. We also have a circulated newsletter to help out our staff with real-time practices and raise mental health awareness. So those are some of the ways. We're on call. We never really take off. So even if we're getting chats or texts or emails or calls, we're there to service our staff as much as we are to pour into our students.
Thank you for that. And Dr. Grant, I know I've been giving you a hard time, but seriously, you really are the key in terms of that leadership and the vision at that school. So what would you add to it? Seriously, like I'm not even joking with you anymore. What would you add in terms of like just your care for yourselves, as well as how you have created such a strong, aligned team?
One of the things that, well, I would say my mantra is to take care of those so that we can then take care of others.
Right.
I know that in order for us to be healthy enough to take care of the children and the families whom we've chosen to serve, I also have to take care of the staff members who have chosen to dedicate themselves to this school. So if I don't pour into them, then there's nothing going to be left for them to pour into others. And then I'm going to have high turnover. So part of it's selfish. I'm being honest with you. So again, I don't want high turnover. I want a consistency. I want relationships built. So when we're doing the budget, Mr. Gaskins, our COO, and I doing the budget, we actually identify opportunities for us to give support to the staff. Friday finales and Mr. Gaskins and I do all the planning. Last Friday, I had to say, we threw a crab feast and a fish fry right here in the gym, and where we did the work, but they just came and they ate and they sat back and relaxed. But it's about taking care of those who work for Monument so that they can take care of the kids. And as you know, what I went through over the last year, as I shared with you, today is the 1-year anniversary. So yeah, right. I'm here. That's the 1-year anniversary actually today. So again, if we don't take care of ourselves, then it's going to be a burn and churn situation. And this is going my 33rd year in education, 20 years running schools, and I don't like that burn and churn model. You wear them out, and then you go look at the next set of college graduates willing to come in. That doesn't work in relationship building. So that's not how I move.
Love it. Thank you. Secretary Adamafania.
So good evening, Monument team. First of all, I just have a statement and a quick question. I just want to say thank you for all that you do, not only as a member of this board, but a native Washingtonian. I remember when y'all got y'all charter. I'm not going to talk about how young I was, but I remember, and I've been closely monitoring from afar, if you will. There was something you said, Dr. Grant, in your earlier remarks that has stood out to me. And it is your focus on the population of students, or the students that you've chosen to work with. I think that that's incredibly important to name out loud. At the end of the day, every school who's come before us, every educator who decides to walk into whatever school they decide into, it is a choice. where our young people don't have a choice for the life circumstances that they are under. So thank you for honoring your choice, your commitment to young people. Thank you for just doing the work to figure out how to turn it around. I mean, incredible work. I read the past reports, and to see where you all are, incredible. It's not easy. It is not easy with a population with young people who face so much and they didn't ask for it. So thank you. And then the next time y'all have a crab feast, just let me know so I can come on and join myself. Because that's a little, nobody called us.
Somebody
invited us, right?
Nobody called me.
You will
I
be
enjoy
here.
a good crab and fish. But here's my question. So again, incredible work. Know that that's the foundation of how I'm seeing Monument. I'm gonna be voting yes. There's no issue here. But I do want to talk about your out of school suspension rate, because now as we have gone through the turnaround period, you figured out what you need to pour into your team. You figured out what the young people need. You figured out how to refocus. We now go from good to great, right? And so with that, your school's out of school suspension rate was roughly 4 times greater, and this is in the 22-23 school year and the 23-24, was roughly 4 times greater than the rate among other alternative schools in the sector. However, I will acknowledge that your school's out of school suspension rate did decrease in 2023, but just want to know, how are you going to continue to show that decrease and continue trending in the direction where you can keep the young people in this incredible environment that you've created?
Great question. Two things actually factor into this. One, coming, and this is not me blaming something, coming out of COVID, we were taking the kids who had not been in school for 2 years, literally. And when I say they were coming into the building and not in a space or place that allow us to address their traumas, I had to make a choice. And it was a tough choice because, again, do I lose kids? Do I lose kids? And I'm talking about families who had enrolled and wanted to keep their kids safe. Or am I going to continue to operate a space that already a couple of years prior had this reputation of enrolling, and I hated to hear this, bad kids. And trust me, I had too many parents come at enrollment time and back to school night and open houses say, oh, everybody's sent to school for bad kids. I said, no, it's not. But I hold kids accountable. So as kids and the families were getting used to my level of accountability, I had to fall on the sword. I'm being very transparent. But we brought them back in. It wasn't that we were expelling kids, but we were holding kids accountable. No, you're going to be held accountable. Mama, your baby's coming home for you. They're going to come back and they're going to go through the process. We're going to identify what their triggers are, what their traumas are, both. And then we're going to heal them. And then we're going to get the remaining seats so now they can start adding 2 + 2 and get that 4. But what you're not going to do is tear up the building and scare away children. And then the building is closed for everybody. Because I know PCSB was watching me. And I had to make a decision, which conversation will I be willing to have? So I chose the conversation about accountability. And we've now, when people walk through the doors, they know you're being held accountable. I tell the parents, it's accountability for everybody, students, staff, everybody, even me. There's accountability. So yes, we have established that culture. Everybody understands that this is a school in the end. This is not juvenile jail. And I didn't want that. I hated that reputation because we raised academic achievement. But again, there's accountability. But guess what? We have a great handle on it now. And we have a quality team in, because initially it was hard attracting good people. I'm very transparent. I don't bite my tongue. I had to get people in here who are right for the place and support the children. So it took work. It took work. But again, I'm very proud of where we come. And again, we constantly want to decrease the negative numbers and go in the right direction. So we continue to operate that way.
Well, again, thank you so much for that. I have no doubt that you all will continue to trend that in the right direction. And again, see, we should let Dr. Grant talk because he give nuggets. But I'm just teasing. But one thing you said that I think is really, really critical and important for everyone to hear, respect. Love is not just giving young people what they want or what they need. Love is also respecting them enough to hold them accountable to the expectations that we know they can meet. And so again, that's evidenced in how you've laid out and how you've worked to reduce the out of school suspension, but then more importantly, the expectations that you hold for your young people and your staff. So congratulations, kudos. Again, I'm a quiet fan. As soon as I get my crab feast invitation, I'll get a little louder.
Come on over. I will have a dozen jumbos ready for you. You just tell me.
With a little bit of seasoning. I don't do because we'll talk about it.
I'll make you my special sauce, my secret sauce. I'll make it just for you.
I'm just kidding, Sarah. I'm not gonna take the crabs. No, I'm just kidding. Thank y'all very much.
This is a different DC Public Charter School Board. All right. Is there any other board members? All right. Very seriously, Monument team and the work that happens in our alternative schools and our adult schools is something that's very unique, I think, in our city. And you all step in a way where, as we heard from a prior school leader, where our city does not do what it needs to do for our children. And I don't want to, in my joke and jest, and Dr. Grant knows I will fight for him left and the right, which is why he's accountable to me for the 1 year mark, and we're gonna keep it there. But you all do real work for a population that simply because of circumstances that are outside of their control, they don't get the access, the opportunity, the support that they need to truly become productive citizens. And you all do that work. And it is without a doubt a truly impressive model. And I really want to just highlight the turnaround that you have done in these 5 years. Like that is one of the things that I don't want to forget. Particularly, you did it also through the pandemic, which also shows me that there is no excuse. And I'm not saying other school leaders are trying to make excuses, et cetera, but it can be done. And we need to be learning from and with each other. So the work that you all have done to create what you have today, to be here with a recommendation for continuance after 10 years with no conditions, like just straight out go celebrate and have another crab fest after that 5-year review is huge. And so I would like to move to continue the charter of Monument Public Charter School. Is there a second?
I enthusiastically, with great excitement, second.
Thank you. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
With much glee. Chair Wright.
Such pride. Aye.
Vice Chair Sandman.
An enthusiastic aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
And I, Dr. Grant, I want you to know Chair Wright wouldn't let nobody else make that move, that motion. I just want you to know that motion was all hers. I am an aye.
Thank you very much. Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Board Member Cruzy.
Congratulations, aye.
Y'all know how I feel. I'm an aye. So
the motion passes. Congratulations. Look at what you all have done. Look at what you have done in 5 years. And I say that very seriously because we've had to have some really hard conversations with 5-year schools. And I want them to see that it can be done. You all are an example that it can indeed be done. And you should be proud, celebrate. And I know, Ms. Nelson, you are taking care of them and making sure that they're well, but you all please rest. Please rest.
Yes.
Get some rest. I know you don't turn the phone off. I know you don't go on do not disturb and all of that. I know, but try just a little bit, just to rest in order to make yourself well. And I mean that for all my school leaders. I do. I know what it is to crash and burn, and I want you all to be well. So please enjoy. I'm not even gonna say your summer. Enjoy a week, a week, 5 days, and take care of yourself. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you all very much. Our doors are open. Stop by anytime.
All right. Have a good night, guys. All right, next, Gina, we have the opportunity to introduce the proposal and recommendation for Kingsman PCS. Kingsman team, you've been holding on for us a long time, so I'm going to invite you all to come up as well, please. Ms. Kanisha Kelly, Aaron Kuffenberg, Dr. Olga Price, Julia Bloom Weltman, Shanice Butler, Jennifer Fotherby, Natasha Metz, Steve Messner, Janine Jackson, Terry Marshall, Emily Olive, Hernandez, Corey Williams, and Malik Carson. When I tell you our alternative schools coming out, they said y'all gonna see us tonight. We're gonna see them all. Gina, while they're coming up, if you want to go ahead and get us started.
Absolutely. Thanks, Chair Wright. Kingsman Academy Public Charter School is up for its 10-year charter review. The school educates 346 students in grades 6 through 12 at a single campus located in Ward 6. Kingsman Academy Public Charter School adopted 6 individually negotiated charter goals. DCPCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using school year 22-23 and school year 23-24 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in DCPCSB's charter goals policy. In school year 22-23 and school year 23-24, Kingsman Academy Public Charter School fully met the individually negotiated goals pathway by meeting or exceeding the target on all 6 goals. DCPCSB staff determined the school has not committed a material violation of the law or of its charter. DCPCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DCPCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue Kingsman Academy Public Charter School's charter. Kingsman Academy Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
All right, I see the team slowly coming up. Oh, there she is. Hi, Kanisha.
Hey, it's past my bedtime, so bear with me.
Oh, thank you guys for holding on. This is a big day for great work that you do. So please allow us to celebrate you and to move. I see some hands raised between Courtney and Jonah. We'll get them on here.
I'm so tired. You done, Patrice? Yes.
Dr. Grant, I think yeah.
Hey, I don't know how to add me as a panelist.
Okay, we'll get you out of here.
Yeah, take me as a panelist, please. I just want to watch.
Okay. All right, Kanisha, how are we looking in terms of your team and being on? Could we start to introduce as they come on?
Yeah, sure, we can start. So I'm the co-founder and executive director, Kanisha Kelly. We have Erin Kupferberg. She leads data research and strategy at Kingsman. We have Dr. Olga Price. She was recently promoted to full professor at GW, their School of Public Health. She's also the director of Center in Healthcare and Schools. We have one of our board members, Julia Bloom-Welton, Shanice Butler, director of Student Engagement and Culture, Jennifer Fotherby, she leads Finance and Strategic Initiatives, Natasha Metz, our program director for the RISE program. I believe our board chair is on, Steve Messner, our board chair, finance expert, and then Terry Marshall is our director of special education. Erin, did I miss anybody? I think that's it.
Okay, great. Well, welcome, Kingsman team. Thank you all for your patience. I know it's hard when you're towards the end of an agenda, so thank you for being here. Thank your loved ones for allowing you to also stay and be focused on us for a while as well. So with that, Ms. Kelly, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Kingsman Academy is more than just a school. We are a revolutionary response to an urgent call for change in education. For too long, traditional systems have failed to serve all students, especially those with disabilities, those grappling with attendance and behavior challenges, and those who've fallen behind their age grade cohorts. These are not flaws in our students. These are fundamental design flaws in the system itself. Our students, their families, and our community are calling for something different. They demand a paradigm shift that looks profoundly different from the status quo. Our students demand an inclusive learning environment that confronts their unique challenges and eliminates barriers to learning, no matter how they arrive at our doors. They deserve an unwavering continuum of supports and services where addressing basic needs is not just important, but a requirement before we implement evidence-based instructional practices. And for schools brave enough to truly think outside the box, to ensure no student ever falls through the cracks, we deserve authentic accountability, sound policies, mission-aligned goals, and equitable tools that clearly identify expectations without stifling creativity or detracting from our mission to serve our students and families. This commitment to genuine accountability and transformative learning experience for our students is what drives our work at Kingsman Academy. How we do school is not just an option, it's a necessity and it's working. We're proud to stand before you today to share what Kingsman has achieved. However, this success did not happen overnight. It was a result of deliberate, collaborative, and ongoing transformation. It required us to fundamentally think different about education. Within a few months of operating, we realized our original charter application was too traditional. Our initial adversities, far from defeating us, became the catalyst of a culture of innovation where we don't just react. We listen, we try, we fail, we research, we collaborate with experts, we never give up, and together with our student and thought partners, we succeed. The story of Kingsman Academy is a continuous reflection and improvement. It has led to school transformation in four critical areas: a safe and supportive environment, a positive school culture, an unconventional service delivery model, and a personalized competency-based program. Recognizing that a supportive environment was essential for learning, we quickly understood that traditional discipline models treated the symptoms, but ignored the root causes of behavior. These models failed our students at traditional schools, and this could not be the norm at Kingsman Academy. Instead, we embraced discipline as teaching, a form of behavior pedagogy. This meant clearly and collaboratively outlining behavior expectations for our entire school community. For each student, identifying and teaching the specific skills to bridge their gaps. We didn't give up on our students. We committed to learning how to teach them effectively. We agreed on shared values and fundamentally changed our perspective. Simply put, any adult who didn't believe our students were capable, who didn't believe every student had the ability to learn and the desire to exceed, regardless of their starting point, didn't belong on our team. This foundational belief in our students serves as a cornerstone for school culture today. We listen to our community and actively engage a student design team to reimagine our learning spaces. We innovated PBIS by collaborating with an HR software company, one of the many unconventional partnerships. Together, we created a school-wide system that tracks, monitors, and celebrates individual progress in real time, allowing us to identify students who may need more support to meet their daily goals. This commitment to a strong culture is evident in our school design. We design programs with precision, the same way a hospital designs specialized wings. Each program proactively is tailored to the needs of our targeted population. This approach eliminates traditional classrooms in favor of interest-based cohorts, where our cohort leaders design interventions, implement strategies, and pilot initiatives. The structure creates small, intentional learning communities that offer a unique, inclusive environment for all of our students, while keeping Kingsman at the forefront of design and innovation. We don't give up on kids. We adapt and innovate until they thrive. We design a school delivery model built on a public health framework. It combines prevention, data, research, and community-centered care. The result is a personalized process for every student, meticulously identifying their needs, developing interventions in engagement, behavior, health and wellness, and academics. Over a 5-year period, we engaged our families and our staff, national experts, and researchers to design something different, a personalized learning program for every student that DC PCSB approved in 2020. Through this system, our students learn at their own pace, in their own way, according to their own needs, anytime, anywhere. The results have been extraordinary. Our students don't just learn, they own their academic journey, knowing precisely their present levels of performance and how their courses at Kingsman Academy translate to their college, career, and life readiness goals. We earned accreditation in year 4. We are proud of our outcomes. During our review period, we've not only met, but exceeded the standards of our charter review. We successfully met all of our conditions from our 5-year review. Financially, Kingsman Academy has remained exceptionally strong, with direct student expenses notably above the sector average, a true commitment to fulfilling the mission of our students and students across the district who are the most vulnerable. Kingsman is at an inflection point. With a growing waitlist in collaboration with universities, national experts, public health researchers, our board members, and OSSE, we are actively working to strengthen the education safety net for students unsuccessful in their previous schools. Our current enrollment powerfully illustrates our critical work for students across the district, with 78% of students coming from DCPS and charter high schools, 60% of our students from DCPS and charter middle schools, and 40% from OSSE-approved non-publics, all who need something different. As we continue to improve, we deeply appreciate DC PCSB's partnership in reimagining education for students across the district, especially those who need, demand, and deserve something different from us. Thank you for listening, and we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Congratulations for you all getting here to this 10-year mark. And again, you all are an example of someone that got conditions in your 5-year and have spent these last 5 years really turning around the school. I've had an opportunity to visit and see the individualized education programs. I know I didn't call it the right thing. Kanisha, don't be mad at me, but I've had the opportunity to see it in action. And just so impressed by the young people, and what you all are doing in that building is absolutely amazing. So thank you for all you do, and congratulations for getting to this mark, and really, again, being an example of how you can, what feels like when those conditions probably dropped at that 5-year mark, felt like what? Particularly when you know how you guys got started and the founding of this school. But look where you are today. You should be very proud standing here today. So I hope you have a level of pride even at 10 o'clock at night. So with that, I will turn it over to Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright, and thank you to the Kingsman team. Kanisha, you remember we had a chance to speak with you last week, and I just wanted to thank you and your team again for the feedback that you gave us. I appreciate that. I had just a couple of questions, and these are just points of clarification for myself as it relates to your financials. I read, and correct me if this is wrong, I read that there's a current, what you're calling a notes payable in place that finance some of your facilities. Is that due to an affiliate party? Who is that due to?
Yep, I'll turn it over to our Director of Finance and Strategy, Jennifer Fothery.
Thank you and good evening. So the $7 million in notes payable is the acquisition of the loan, the Eagle Bank loan, when we took on options, and then an additional Aussie loan for which is the 0.6. So there's a 6.4 million that is that Eagle Bank loan for the facilities, and then a 0.6 million which will be paid off in August. That's an Aussie loan.
Okay, so they're two different loans. Thank you for that.
Yes, they're two different loans.
Yeah, the way it reads, I couldn't figure it out, but you're lumping it together, just calling it notes payable.
Yes.
Okay. And so then you helped me. So then the 600,000 that's due to Aussie in August. And I'm sure you are thinking about it. What are your thoughts about how you will handle that maturity?
We're ready to pay it off.
Okay, so you'll pay it off from reserves.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and then what will be left is the bank debt from Eagle.
Yeah.
Got it. And is that amortizing, Jennifer?
I believe so.
Okay.
And that will be due in 2036, I believe.
Yes, I saw the maturity. I was just curious if it was amortizing or if it's interest only.
Yeah, I have to go and pull that up. I was ready for everything else and I know it.
It is amortizing. It's lower than what it was when we started.
Great. Okay, thank you. And then just two other questions. In the reading, there were notes around your occupancy expense, which is higher than typically our metric. And it's interesting how we characterized it. We said in the reading that it's reflective of large increases in maintenance, repairs, and utility costs. Can you all speak to that? Because that, to me, that sounds like it's not specific to the lease itself. It's specific to some other things. Can you speak to that?
Yes, and I think there were some particular years there too, because we have an older building and the years that you're looking at, there were quite a few investments we made, especially during COVID with with some ESSER funding and with students out of the building. And then we had quite a bit that we invested in the building to open back up. And so we had some big projects with HVAC, mold remediation. We have quite a few large projects, so that's where you see that. But it's also an older building, and so there are, fixes that we're often doing.
I just want to add that we own the building. We're not leasing the building. So those are our responsibilities to make sure things are the way they need to be. To Jennifer's point, it is an older building. We have an amazing team that helps us take care of it. But those responsibilities are ours to maintain.
That makes a difference. Thank you. Thank you. And then, and to your point, Jennifer, about the investment, that's the 3.8 that I read.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, 3.8 million investment. I mean, that's what you were talking about when you said you made an investment in the building over time.
Oh, altogether? I mean, I was referring to there are certain years that I think were being pulled out and we had spent quite a bit. Yes, and it's 3.8. That includes a lot of those maintenance and repairs. Okay. And then also during that time was improvements for getting the building ready to reopen.
Okay. Do you all, I'm just curious, how old is the building? Do you know right offhand?
I don't know offhand. It was a elementary school for DC PS at the beginning, and then it's transferred over the years. I don't know the exact year.
I believe it's like 1928.
Okay, that's
I don't know for sure.
I was just curious. And then in general, it sounds like you guys are on top of it, but do you have like a routine maintenance schedule, Kenesha? Is that how you all are determining when you make your investments and things? It sounds like you do.
Absolutely. We have a report that sort of tells us almost every aspect of the building, what needs to be improved and when it needs to be done by. That really drives the schedule and timeline for renovations that we do. We did quite a bit of work during the pandemic with ESSER funding just to update the HVAC system and some other systems that needed to be updated. But we have, like I said, we have an amazing operations team that's making sure that not only are the operations sort of systems are working well, but the spaces are designed based on the individualized support that we give to students. So the combination of both is what Jennifer is referring to.
Perfect. That makes sense to me. And then just one other question for you. What are you guys projecting in terms of enrollment this coming year?
That's an interesting question. It's a good question. So our enrollment cap is 320. We have, I believe, 50 open seats for almost over 200 applicants. There's not enough space in terms of the demand for the school. I think all of our students have re-enrolled except for 4 or 5. Those are some of our older students that, school is not a priority right now. They will show up at the last minute, but those seats may be, given to new students. And then I think we only had one student who may have moved out of state. But all of our students usually re-enroll year to year, unless there's one caveat to it. Our students often have aspirations to go back or go to other charter schools. We encourage it. We think it's great. So our retention rate doesn't necessarily reflect the quality of our programming. Some students come to us in middle school with the goal to go to a certain, high school, charter school in their neighborhood. So we support them in that as well.
Okay, thank you to the Kingsman team. Chair Wright, that's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Crucy.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenesha, for the visit recently. It's wonderful to see your team back on here again. It was I can hear what you're saying about the building maintenance and also remember what I saw in practice and see how you're adapting the building that's been around for a long time to a kind of innovative model of different programming. My question is actually for the couple board members that are here. Thank you for your service. And my question is how, in your capacity of the board, you're a step away from the day-to-day work that Ms. Kelly and team are leading. How are you in your position engaging in oversight? I'm moving my head around because the boxes keep moving here. Engaging in oversight for academics and operations for the team.
I'll take the first part and then I'll hand it off to my colleague, Julia. So as I'm the board chair and I meet with Kenesha regularly about the school, both long-term and then issues that come up. And we talk about the challenges facing the school, progress, things that we, the board, can do to be helpful. And sort of the division of labor here is my day job is finance, so I can drill into that. And my colleague Julia is the one who drills into the academics data. And I will turn it over to her to talk a bit about that.
Thanks, Steve. When it comes to academic oversight, we look at the data in multiple ways at our bi-monthly board meetings. We are trying to understand student growth, especially in how students are progressing through their functional levels and how the competency-based model has taken root in the school in different ways. We regularly are discussing at our meetings and breaking down the data by student characteristics and program, especially given that every program has very unique differences across the school. But I'll say that it's also not just about the reports. We also hear a lot in terms of stories, context, and directly from students and staff members of the school during our bi-monthly board meetings. We do not have a board meeting that goes by where we don't hear directly from staff and students, which really just brings to life the numbers, like beyond the numbers experiences in the school. And now with the partnership that Kingsman has had with GW, we are also hearing from experts on their reflections around strengths and areas of focus for the school as it continues to grow into the competency-based model in particulars. I'll say that just given my expertise in education data, which is where my background is, I've also had the pleasure to really do deeper dives with the data team to better understand both their work, the challenges, and understand some of the nuance behind some of the outcomes we're monitoring, and to also be able to support challenges as they come up. We also do, I'll say one last thing and I'll turn it over to, I think we're the only two board members, but we also have the opportunity to come on site. And so also walking the halls and getting to see Kingsman's commitment and action, all the personalized instruction, the strong relationships with students, it's really incredible to see and be able to do that with regular visits.
It may be helpful for Dr. Price to talk about the work that she's also shared in our board meetings and the partnership with GW. Dr. Price.
Thank you. It has been a pleasure to have GW and my center in particular, which is an applied research center at GW. My area of expertise is school behavioral health. So I look at ways that education systems, K to 12, behavioral health systems, and public health can integrate to really support student success. And I have visited many, many schools around the country and then have been working in DC very deeply for 25 years and know many of the charter schools that you all support and provide oversight with, and know that there are some really great bright spots that we should always be celebrating. But I will say that Kingsman is unique in the only school that I have, I think, to date ever visited that has integrated seamlessly behavioral health supports into a rigorous academic setting as overlaying public health principles into the school. It's a very data-driven school. It is a school that very much operates by mission and by practice in the building of trust and relationships, and very student-centered. Again, I love being able to learn with and Kingsman. It's a school that's constantly in a state of continuous improvement discussions, which is something that's also really refreshing, and one where the staff are so incredibly committed. I don't even think they have, as was said by other schools, there is no staff turnover. There is a complete commitment that is evident in all of the staff. And it is a climate that is palpably welcoming and one where students protect the climate themselves. They want their school to be safe. They want their school to be excellent, and they will tell you that. And it is one where it's wonderful to be in a space like that. And so I'm just very proud to offer our evaluation support, our research support, best practices, technical assistance, and are here for the long term to support their continued success. Oh, sorry about that. I'm glad you actually talked. That was actually my question. I wanted to have you. Am I muted? Oh, no, I'm not muted. Okay. I wanted you all to have an opportunity to talk about the partnership that you have and how that work is showing up. One of your charter schools' goal is to have 60% or more students advance at least one academic functioning level in reading and math each year. And your school has exceeded that goal target in both years. Can you talk about what this achievement means for your students and what strategies you use to meet the goals? I mean, obviously I had a chance to meet your staff who's phenomenal, so that's part of it. But can you talk about kind of knowing who you serve? What does that mean for them? And then how do you do it?
I'll speak generally about the goal and now turn it over to our team. To be honest with you, the goals are rigorous. I was concerned that when we were approved for competency-based, that we were not able to establish baseline data because the academic program was so innovative, it was so different. So we really struggled to make sure are the goals rigorous enough and are they actually measuring sort of the intent of the competency-based program. I think the biggest challenge, and then I'll let our teams kind of to tell you the fluffy great things. The intent of the goal was to look at student progress and also to look at student achievement. But the way that the goal is actually reported, students are mastering multiple grade levels within these sort of functioning levels. And even though the intent of the goal is not sort of being reported to the way that we intended, we're still meeting and exceeding the goal. And I can give an example. If a student gets placed in level 5, which is the equivalent of 9th through, I think, 10th grade, so English 1 and English 2, they actually have to finish level 5 in order for the goal to count, right? So we are moving students through English 1 content and English 2 content within an academic year because they're already so far behind anyway, right? And our students are able to set their own graduation goals in a way that makes sense for them. The sort of strain and pressure that we're putting on our staff, it's a lot. I do want to elevate the progress that we're seeing within the levels. So if a student completes English 1, that should count towards growth, right? If a student, does English 1 and English 2 in level 5, that's great. That should definitely count as achievement. But that's been something that we've been trying to sort of figure out. In the meantime, we don't make excuses. We meet the expectations that are there. To Leah's question, my board holds me accountable for the outcomes that PCSB expects to see, and I never went to our board not meeting those expectations. So I think there's this culture of accountability where we hold ourselves accountable to a higher standard. Um, our students are on board with it. So if you talk to any student, they will tell you what their goals are. Those also reflect our charter goals. They can tell you what their IEP goals are. They also reflect our charter goals, right? So there's this culture of accountability that we've sort of built into the system. I'll open it up to our team members if they want to add anything about the secret sauce without giving our trade secrets away.
I was just going to kind of echo that. It's really by any means necessary. It's whatever each individual student needs in order to make progress. So in the RISE program, we have young adults, so ages 18 to 24. We have a lot of moms. And so we might tailor the assignments to the things that they need to support their children. And how do we assess mastery? Because that's the goal, right? Is mastery. So we can tailor the assignments, create projects that are unique and specific to those students. And we notice that, they're more inclined to engage in those projects and they get those wins and it makes the work that much more rewarding for them. And they persist, which is the goal.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't want you to give away trade secrets, but I do want you to brag about the great work that you're doing at school. So I'm not trying to get you to give it away, but I also don't need you to be so hard that you don't brag, Miss Kelly. But anyway,
No, I will say, like, our students, they they've always wanted to succeed, right? Even as in third grade, when we look at their historical academic records, when they start to, fall behind their age grade cohorts, and when they come to us, they have a true desire to learn. I think the challenge is the way that they learn in traditional schools and the way that we provide learning for them is what works. And we're extremely proud of that. It's to the point where our students are, they can learn anytime, anywhere. So 3 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, midnight, they're working on projects designed for them. They're excited to do the work because it's connected to what they want to be when they grow up. So we have students completing nursing programs. We have students in Dudley getting their cosmetology licenses. We had a student last year who wanted to be a pilot. He went to aviation school. We're connecting learning to those post-secondary opportunities, and they always want to learn. They always want to learn. And I'm hearing the feedback in order, about how leaders need rest. We're telling our students they need rest. Take a day and be a teenager, have fun, but they're so excited to engage in these projects that have been personalized for them that they're motivated to meet goals without us having to push and pull. They're thought partners in their instructional design, and I think that's what sets us apart.
There you go. Good job, at least trying to brag a little bit, ma'am.
I got it. It's the Hamilton complex. We're never satisfied. They haven't gotten what they needed for so long, and we just want to give them what they deserve.
And you all do an excellent job doing that. And I want you to, at times like this, I also do want you to celebrate because I do think it is important. As I shared with the other schools that serve, whether it's adult or alternative, this is a unique niche population that you all have chosen to take on, but you didn't just take it on, you're also doing it well. And so when that happens, I want to make sure that we create a platform for that to be shared and for people to learn. And I do hope that others will come in and dig deeper into how you think about meeting the needs of each and every individual student, and not because they're part of an alternative school, but because quite frankly, that's what every child needs and deserves. And so I'm going to continue to push you to share, and you don't have to give away the trade secrets, but to make sure that people know that there is great work happening out there. So with that, if there's nothing else from the board, I would like to call for a motion.
I move to continue the charter of Kingsman Public Charter School.
Second.
All right, Secretary, can you call roll, please?
Yes. Chair Wright.
Absolutely. Excitedly, aye.
Vice Chair Sandman.
Enthusiastic aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye, and congratulations.
Board Member Davis.
An aye.
Board Member Crucy.
Congratulations. Aye.
And I am an enthusiastic aye as well. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations, Kingsman's team. Again, another example of, 5 years ago where you were and where you are today. And yes, I am going to say rest, and you can tell your scholars to rest as well, but also please take care of yourselves. You cannot take care of others if you are not well. So please find some time to rest and reprieve. Board members who are on here, thank you for your service. Please continue to support our school leaders. I know that you will, but please find time to rest as you celebrate this unanimous going from, think about it, a conditions 5 years ago to a unanimous continuance at 10:27 p.m. on June 23rd. So thank you all and congratulations. Have a good night. Thank your loved ones for allowing you to be on for so long too. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Gina. We got one more. Please come on to introduce a proposal and recommendation for Children's Guild PCS. I'd like to also invite representatives from the school to provide remark. Hughes Johnson, Robert Seabrooks, Shanae Clemens, Dr. Tana Jackson, Francesca Carter, Josh Sutherland, and Ronisha Estep Franklin.
All right, thanks, Chair Wright. Children's Guild DC Public Charter School is up for its 10-year review. The school educates 246 students in grades kindergarten through 8 at a single campus located in Ward 5. Children's Guild DC Public Charter School adopted 7 individually negotiated charter goals. DC PCSB staff assessed the school's charter goals performance using school year 22-23 and school year 23-24 goal attainment pathway performance as outlined in DC PCSB's charter goals policy. In school year 22-23, Children's Guild Public Charter School substantially met the individually negotiated goals pathway by meeting or exceeding the target on 5 of 7 individually negotiated charter goals and improving performance from the prior year on 1 additional goal. In school year 23-24, Children's Guild DC Public Charter School partially met the individually negotiated goals pathway by meeting or exceeding the target on 4 of 7 individually negotiated charter goals and improving performance from the prior year on 1 additional goal. That year, the 2 unmet goals were related to a required survey that the school did not administer. DC PCSB staff determines that the school has not committed a material violation of the law or of its charter. DC PCSB staff also determined that the school has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, and is economically viable. Based on these findings, DC PCSB staff recommends that the board vote to continue the Children's Guild DC Public Charter Schools charter. The Children's Guild DC Public Charter School representatives are available to speak about the school's performance over the past 5 years and to answer the board's questions.
Good evening, Children's Guild team. You are the last ones. You are here. Thank you so much for holding on all evening. It's been a long evening, but this is a great day for you all. Congratulations on getting to your 10-year mark. I'm not sure, Hughes, are you going to speak for the team? Okay. So if you would mind introducing who your team is and their role, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Good evening. Thank everybody for staying with us for this late night. I do want to express my appreciation, Chairwoman Wright, and the entire DC Public Charter School Board, just for your continued partnership and support. And also Dr. Walker Davis and her team for the support in getting through this process. So I have with me, I think, I can't see everybody on screen, but Mr. Seabrook, who is our board chair, Ms. Clemens, our principal, Dr. Jackson, our special education director, Ms. Carter, Dean of Academics, Mr. Sutherland, our VP of Finance, and Ms. Estep Franklin, our VP of Program Operations.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see all of those people, but if they're there, please raise. I think they're coming in, so it's good to know who they are. But if you want to go ahead and get started, we'll make sure they're promoted.
Absolutely. So since 2015, Children's Guild DC Public Charter Schools proudly served students and families across all the wards of the district, operating our campus in Ward 5. Our mission is rooted in a simple but powerful belief. We meet every student where they are. This philosophy guides not only how we teach, but how we build relationships, structure support, and nurture growth. Over the past 5 years, we've grown into a stronger, more resilient, more responsive school community. In 2022, we received our Middle States accreditation. We were a host school for the Special Education Leadership Fellowship as a model for programming. We've built a stable and committed team with teacher retention rates well above the national average, and a pipeline of certified special education teachers through the master's program partnership with GW. We've invested in our facility and our student experience, adding new technology, upgrading our gymnasium space, and will soon break ground on an ADA compliant playground, while ensuring our families have access to essentials like food, clothing, and transportation. These outcomes didn't happen overnight. They were a result of long-term planning, mission-aligned decisions, and relentless focus on meeting students where they are. A big part of our success has been our ability to retain and grow strong educators. This kind of stability, especially for a school like ours, where relationships and consistency are essential to student progress. We know strong outcomes start with strong educators. Our teacher attrition rate last year was 17%, well below the national average for urban charter schools. We implemented a 5% salary increase in July of 2023 and an additional 3% in July of 2024. Despite the ongoing impact of the pandemic, academic progress is moving in a positive direction. Last school year, 96% of our students met or exceeded their growth target rate targets in reading, and 77% did so in math. Among our students with disabilities, 77% met the reading growth targets, and 54% met their math targets, surpassing our annual goal of 50%. Post-pandemic, we're starting to see progress in grade level proficiency. Historical scores show an upward trajectory, suggesting that our target foundational interventions are beginning to produce measurable impact. Third grade, for an example, is showing early signs of turnaround after 2 years, a small but important shift. At TCG DC, 60% of our students receive special education services. Nearly 80% of those students require level 4 supports. And this reflects both our school's designation under the alternative framework and our commitment to serving students with intensive needs. Our outcomes affirm this approach, with 77% of our SPED students meeting their reading growth goals and 54% meeting their math goals. We serve a full continuum of special ed services, both a robust co-teaching model with self-contained classes to meet the unique needs of all the learners. Our co-teaching approach pairs general and special ed teachers in a collaboratively plan, deliver, and assess instruction model. We maintain a careful and strategic approach to the financial management. We reported a solid liquidity at the end of fiscal year 24 with $3.4 million in cash and receivables and only about $700,000 in current liabilities, excluding our lease, which is a ratio close to 5.0. Our position in fiscal year 25 is improved with an expected ending cash balance of about $4.3 million as compared to 2.7 last year. Our current unrestricted fund balance at the end of 24 was 2.8, which is about 23% of our operating revenue, our operating expenses. More than 90% of our families are economically disadvantaged, which means the role extends beyond academics to be a hub of support. Nearly all of our students qualify for free and reduced meals. Approximately 15% of our students experience housing insecurity or homelessness. To meet the needs, we've built a strong, consistent partnership that helps connect families with essential resources. This year alone, every student in our school received a new pair of shoes thanks to the support of community partners. We've distributed grocery gift cards, hygiene kits, holiday gifts, and meals to hundreds of families throughout the school year. We operate a food pantry on site as well as provide laundry services, particularly for those experiencing housing instability. Like many schools across the country, absenteeism remains a challenge, especially among our most vulnerable students. Despite this, our seat utilization rate was approximately 97%, demonstrating strong enrollment performance relative to the available capacity. Our student retention remains an area of focus due to the highly mobile nature of the community we serve. Our mid-year withdrawal rate was approximately 4%, with 4% with most students leaving due to family relocation or shifts in housing status. At the same time, we enrolled new students throughout the year with a mid-year entry rate of 14%. Moving forward, our priorities remain clear: improve attendance and engagement, accelerate learning through targeted academic supports, continued expanding access to wraparound services. These challenges are real for us, but so is our commitment to getting the work done. We're advised and overseen by our board, which actively monitors school performance, reviewing external audits as well as academic and financial data. The board is informed on key areas of success and opportunities for improvement during our quarterly meetings. We benefit from our board involvement. Tonight, we're pleased to have our board chair, Mr. Robert Seabrooks, with us. And just in closing, thank you again for the time this evening and the opportunity to share the work at Children's Guild DC Public Charter School. We know there's more to do, but we know what we're here for and what we stand for. We are a school that welcomes students with the most significant needs. We are a team committed to meeting each child where they are. And we are a community that believes in the power of growth, connection, and second chances. So with that, thank you. We're here to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. So yeah, as I said to the other schools that have been in front of us, from adult to alternative, this is not easy work, and you all definitely fill a gap within our city. And so we appreciate all the hard work you do, and congratulations from getting to this point. My first question for you really has to do with, you all showed some strong growth in your iReady reading and math assessments. What strategies did you use to accomplish this? Did you all not hear me?
I can't hear.
Okay. Can anybody else from the team hear? Can y'all hear me? Can somebody wave? Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you, Chair Wright.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Hughes? Maybe he can't, but maybe Principal Clemens?
I can speak if Principal Clemens would like, since she's just
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So good evening, everyone, again. So just to kind of talk about and kind of piggyback on what we've been doing, I think that what really kind of set the trajectory for us is having this collaborative experience with really diving into data. And so what we tried to do is have an effort to really take on the academic deficits that we were currently experiencing by having weekly meetings where we really delved into data. Another point that we really tried to do was also have our students play an equitable part in their learning and their process. And so where we would meet as an instructional team and our leadership team with our educators to help them better understand what the data looked like, is that what we really kind of, our mantra, kind of our focus was that data drives instruction. And so if we understand data and if we understand the framework that we're working under, it gives us a better opportunity to understand what students need. So we really kind of honed in on really being intentional about looking at our data and then coming in to create interventions and strategies so that our students could make growth and progress. And so we really kind of focused on a deep dive, and we did that regularly. Which then proved to have our teachers better understand how we needed to teach, and then help our students to better understand how they learned and their growth over time. So our students got really excited about their growth. They knew what they were looking at. We did a lot of theme parties when students did well. We announced it over the announcement when students made progress and growth over time. It got a little competitive with our teams because our students started to want to know who was, getting the extra points. And so we really made this a collaborative effort, not something where it was so much pressure that students didn't want to do well, but kind of having everyone's buy-in really made a huge difference. But that data deep dive that we had continually every week really, as you can see, kind of yield as the teachers were like, okay, we're having another data meeting, but we posted everything on the wall. We did a walkthrough. We really engaged our community and our family, and I think that it showed how well it was well received. And I hope that's your question, Chairwoman.
Yeah, no, you totally did. And I think, Ms. Jackson, that because you had that growth, I think one of the things that was surprising in your OSSE special education performance report, you had exhibited concerning outcomes for ELA and math proficiency for your special education students in particular. And given that special education is at the heart of your mission, what are you doing to boost the academic outcomes for those students, given like what some of the things that you just shared?
Sure. So one of the things that we really wanted to do was have our focus really kind of see where our students are. A lot of our students, as Mr. Johnson shared earlier, that they come to us with various disabilities and needs. And a lot of our students, because we kind of like to say that we really do service a community and a population where we service the continuum. And a lot of our students come maybe their IEPs aren't the way that, we want them to be. And so we try to place them in classes where we know they can get the growth and development. So a lot of it is kind of refocusing, which is why we serve as the continuum when we have our students in our self-contained program to really help foster a lot of their developmental needs that have not maybe have been addressed. And so one of our our focal points is to really hone in on where students are having the most difficulty and really bridging it in. We have developed every Wednesday, because it is a half day for our students, where we infuse their special education, of course, their goals every day. But we have really taken Wednesday as our intervention day to really hone in and dig on these skills, where our students are really having a focus on understanding the needs of where they are, and then having our teachers really kind of backwards map it. A lot of our students have the issue and the concern with basic skills that we know. And so we've really taken the opportunity to framework that. In addition to that, what we've done in the special education department is where our teachers are really still very new and trying to figure out those things. They have had an opportunity where we have been able to identify for them what that looks like and how we're able to support. So what we have done is looked at where our students are, and we have created a special education clinic where myself and my assistant and other educators will come in and help teachers that may have deficits and they really don't know how to reach their children, where they can set up for our special education clinic so that they can get more interventions, more strategies. And that's just something that we put in place this year, and it's really worked. Our special educators are really taking a hold to that and really utilizing it. So that's just one of the ways that we're able to identify and help our students and our educators better understand how we bridge the academic gap.
Great, thank you. Board Member Crucy?
Yes, thank you for that, Principal Jackson and Mr. Johnson as well. I wanted to ask this question of the board chair. I think you may not be on camera, but I think you're here. So thank you for your service, and wanted to ask how the board is engaged in academic and financial oversight, and understanding you're a step away from the day-to-day operations of the school.
Sure. Thank you for that question. We actually we meet quarterly now. We used to meet monthly, but in our quarterly meetings, we do have financial presentations made where we kind of compare where we are now versus where we were the year before, or even the month before, depending on what the issue is that we are reviewing. But this is a dedicated component of our every meeting that we have when we do meet, so that we are kept, all the board members are kept in aware of everything that's happening.
Thank you for that. And you mentioned that you've changed the frequency of the meetings. Is that something that's kind of set in stone, or have you found that there may be needs to adjust the timing of that? And do the committees meet more often?
The committees, yes, they meet more often than the quarterly meetings. We found that the quarterly meetings work better for the group that we have that are on the board currently, with all the things that they have going on. But yeah.
Okay, thank you for your service.
Thank you. Treasurer Stanley Beatty?
Thank you, Chair Wright. I just have a couple of questions. Thank you to the Children's Guild team. Regarding your finances, I wanted to make a comment and then I have a couple of questions. So I wanted to acknowledge and recognize, I saw the thread where you all had reliance on sort of pandemic funding, and then you also had some federal funding throughout your years that has either been discontinued or you all are not able to continue to rely on it. And the reason why I bring that up is because in response to that, it looks like you were able to right size some expenses so that you were able to sort of bring your metrics back into compliance. So I wanted to start by acknowledging that.
Thank you.
There were a lot of LEAs, obviously, that were relying on that same funding. And it's not always easy to recognize sort of that stream is not going to be present anymore. And then to be able to pivot in terms of right sizing your expenses. And I wanted to acknowledge that you all did that. So that's number one. Let me ask you about you currently have a line of credit, right? Do you have a line of credit?
Hi, thank you for the question. This is Josh Sutherland, the VP of Finance. Nice to meet everybody tonight, and thank you for your time. We do not have a line of credit with a bank. Our line of credit is with our management company sponsor. So it's an arrangement as part of that relationship, should there be cash flow needs, but it's not.
I understand. Okay, it's an affiliated party. Okay, and so that helps. Do you have any runway on that line of credit? What's the balance on it?
The balance will be effectively zero at the end of the year.
Okay, and
the school is, I'm just saying, the school is producing, good positive cash flow. So really the use of the line of credit currently is just, as the management company, it's more efficient for the Children's Guild at times to pay certain bills, and then we just get reimbursed.
I got it. Okay, that helps then. And then so then there's no covenants associated with that line of credit.
No covenants.
I got it. Okay. My only other question is regarding your occupancy expense. I'm sure you all have read the report that we produced. I wanted to get your thoughts on the statement that we made about you all needing to increase enrollment in subsequent years, or perhaps sublease a portion of your facility in order to reallocate expenses. Did you see that statement in the report? And give me your thoughts or your feedback on that.
Yeah, we've been growing over the last couple of years. We're trying to make intentional incremental growth. One of our strategies, and we couldn't decide whether to do it in this renewal year or wait till next year, but we want to add pre-K 3 and 4 to the school. Many of our families need and would benefit from that. And so that would immediately be a support to our enrollments, but it also help future growth enrollments around that as well. So that's some of what we're thinking.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. And then I did see that you had a few years of consecutive enrollment decline, but you all are projecting an increase going forward. Well, starting in fiscal year 2026 and then going forward.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that projected increase is just based on demographics? Is it based on, tell me the thought process behind anticipating the enrollment increase?
Well, we've got a strong community going there, a lot of referrals from the families that we already serve, a good reputation for the work that we're doing with some of our kids with special needs. So we feel like it's slow and steady intentional growth over the next few years.
Okay. Okay. Do you all want to talk a little bit about staff? I know you've had some staff turnover. Do you want to talk about it?
Sure. We so unfortunately, Brian Daniels, our previous principal, was going to be here tonight. He's had a family emergency. He continues to play a significant role for us. We had a principal turnover this year, and we felt very fortunate that we were able to bring in Miss Principal Clemens very quickly behind the heels of that turnover. And so again, we do have a pretty long history of our leadership team and the teachers that are there. So it's just been one of those things that we've been trying to work through and deal with.
Thank you. That's it for me, Chair Wright.
Okay, unless there is anything else from the board. Seeing none, colleagues, I'd like to call for a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to continue the charter of Children's Guild Public Charter School.
Second.
Thank you. Secretary Adam Afanian, can you please call roll?
Yes. Chair Wright,
Excitedly, aye.
Vice Chair Sandman,
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty,
Aye.
Board Member Davis,
Aye.
Board Member Crucy,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well.
Congratulations, 10 years in. Know you guys have had a lot going on, so congratulations for getting here and thank you for the work that you do. And you've heard me say it to all of the other school leaders. Please get some rest. I know it's not easy to say, to do, but please take care of yourself so that you can take care of others. You all do some really hard work. So thank you for all you do and have a wonderful summer and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, this concludes our charter reviews for tonight and for this season. Thank you, Gina, especially for joining us this evening and for all your hard work through this review season. It's been great to get to know you in this way, but I know this has been a lot. Thank you for your leadership here. Much appreciated. All right, for our next item, I'll yield the floor to Treasurer Carissa Stanley Beatty.
Thank you, Chair Wright. DCPCSB is responsible for monitoring and evaluating the financial health of every public charter LEA. Earlier this year, we strengthened our commitment to transparency by creating a standing financial oversight item on our monthly board meeting agenda. During this portion of the meeting, staff will share updates on financial oversight activities, including updates to the financial monitoring list, citations of fiscal concerns, our newest tool, and updates to ongoing financial corrective action plans, or what we call the FCAP. Staff may also use this time to offer deeper insights into our work. This standing agenda item creates space for board discussion, increases public visibility, and allows for questions and clarification. At our last board meeting, we discussed our May 5th Finance Committee meeting. And as we move into the summer, we will continue to reflect on our financial oversight practices. I'll now turn it over to Will Henderson, our Chief Operating Officer, for this month's financial update. It's all yours, Will.
Thanks, Treasurer Stanley Beatty. It's great to see you guys again. As we wrap up this great meeting, hearing from our schools is certainly know what it's like to be them proud of our schools tonight. Although there have not been any updates to the financial monitoring list since our June 2nd board meeting, the latest financial monitoring list is available in our Transparency Hub on our website. We have issued one citation of fiscal concern since our April 28th board meeting, and that was to Mary McLeod Bethune-Day Academy Public Charter School. They spent approximately $2 million or 200% in excess of its January 2024 $1 million construction budget included in its facilities amendment application to us. Although the school reflected 41 days of cash on hand at June 30, 2025 in its revised FY24 budget, we found after reviewing the school's FY24 audited financial statements that its budget did not disaggregate restricted cash from the unrestricted cash. By excluding the restricted cash, the LEA would have reflected only 9 days of cash on hand at fiscal year end 25, below our 30-day floor. Additionally, construction financing was not fully secured until March of 25. These actions in the aggregate expose the school to significant financial risk. In June 25, the MM Bethune team informed PCSB that it had received a significant portion of its employee retention tax credit receivable that was not previously budgeted. And they had additionally reflected anticipated cost savings, resulted in an update in May 2025 in its forecasted days of cash on hand at fiscal year end 25. This update was to 91 days of cash. This, coupled with material changes in their year-end planning and spending, successfully resolved the concern raised in the citation. If you have any questions regarding today's monthly financial oversight report, I'm happy to respond to those at this time.
Well, can you tell us, we've got a lot happening here. What's the difference between a citation of fiscal concern a early warning notice, a out of compliance notice, or a notice of concern for financial reasons? Like what's the difference with all of those?
Yes, Chair Wright, thanks for the question. So there are we have a notices of concern, data and documentation retention, data and documentation policy. Excuse me, it's late, people. I got I'll get my words mixed up here. Our data and documentation policy dictates when we, from anyone at PCSB, issue a notice of concern, an early warning notice, or an out of compliance notice. And those are scaled and are typically related to compliance. The school finance team utilizes that same path for particularly compliance related things as it pertains to schools' finances. So this could be a budget submission, or a budget submission that doesn't have enough details to meet our standards for us to understand truly what's happening financially for them. A citation of fiscal concern is a different tool. It does not sit within, or is not bound by any particular in any particular path, like the data and document compliance policy. And it is also something that does not fit within our typical path of financial monitoring. As we've discussed over the last year, and sharing with the community more clearly what our oversight policy is, that's a fairly linear policy that that helps us give escalated insight into a school's financial health if their health begins deteriorating. And that's where we talk about things like the monitoring list and financial corrective action plans, for example. The citation, though, certainly can live within that series, but it can also stand outside of that process. And they are issues related that our team uncovers that are concerning for any number of reasons. They do not have to be, a school does not need to be on the monitoring list for us to have an issue of concern. They, as you can imagine, they can be problems with their audit that have since been resolved but are noteworthy. It can be a dramatic overspending that does not warrant ongoing oversight, but it's important that we issue a consequence called, in this case, a citation, a fiscal concern, to identify, underscore, and elevate that to the broader community.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Wright, if I may, Will, I just wanted to make sure that we highlight your commentary around the notice of fiscal concern. And I specifically want to focus on Mary McLeod Bethune, because obviously we voted to continue their charter tonight, right? And so although you issued a citation of fiscal concern, what it sounds like is that there were challenges that you wanted to learn more about from a financial perspective. There was a process where you were able to get certain questions answered. And although there may have been some unsatisfactory things when you noted the citation, over some period of time of diligence and working with the LEA, you were able to get comfortable with their financial condition, which is why there wasn't anything contrary reported tonight as we discussed their continuance.
Thanks for that question, Treasurer. Yes, that's exactly right. I mean, we elevated and stand by our citation, and we, of course, worked directly with the team when we uncovered this information, when they shared this information with us. And the team really took that seriously, as they were already beginning to do, and made noteworthy changes. And so it didn't come up to the report, because by the time this meeting occurred and their report came to the table, the issue had been resolved quite successfully. And we're proud of the work that this LEA did, and certainly stand by our citation, because there was a moment in time when their position was precarious, but they worked really hard to protect their students from that experience, and we certainly give them credit for that. One thing that those familiar with our Transparency Hub will, of course, know, our citations, distinct from the monitoring list, are all available on our Transparency Hub. And to date, all of our citations have also been resolved over the time. And so anytime a citation is resolved, we identify what the LEA has done to resolve what they were cited for. And that information is transparent and public as well.
Perfect. No, thank you for that. I think I appreciate you highlighting that all of the concerns that you've observed under the tool of the citation of fiscal concern have been addressed and alleviated over some period of time and over the process of diligence, right? Because to me, what that highlights is that the tool is effective, and it is really helping in the financial oversight. And clearly, it's one of the things that we're using in terms of communication, and in terms of continuing to hold LEAs accountable, and in terms of them allowing sort of visibility into what we're thinking about their financial condition at any point in time. So thank you for that.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Will, for joining us this evening. I want to just say thank you to you and your team, as well as to Treasurer Stanley Beatty, for the work that you're doing around our financial oversight, particularly the level of transparency, these report outs on a monthly basis. I think it really helps to shed light on the hard work that the finance team does do and the oversight that we have over public funds. So kudos to you and your team, and thank you, Treasurer Stanley Beatty, for your leadership in terms of working with our finance team. All right, next we will vote on the consent calendar. Would any board member like to either remove an item from the calendar for further discussion or state a recusal for the record? I will recuse myself from the lift of truancy notices. I'm recused due to achievement prep. Board Member Cruci, I think you are also
The
recused.
basis item.
Yes, and Secretary, the lift the truancy notice because of statesman. Oh, you're also recused, Leah, from Two Rivers. I guess I should have just said who the recusers were, because
Yes, I'm recused from statesman as well. Yes.
Okay, so just so you all know, any recused member, while we may take one vote, the recused member will not be deemed to have voted on the affected item. All right, so would anyone like to pull anything out for further discussion? Seeing none, I will now entertain a motion.
I move to approve all items on the consent calendar.
I second.
Secretary Adamanfania, can you please take a roll call?
Yes, Chair Wright.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Board Member Cruci.
Aye.
And I am an aye as well.
All right, motion passes. Is there any new business? All right, seeing none. Before we go and entertain a motion to adjourn, I just want to thank this board for this review cycle. This has not been an easy fight. We have had no less than 4-hour meetings back to back, sometimes multiple times a month. So I just want to say thank you for your partnership in this. Thank you for your leadership in this. As Board Member Davis said earlier, we have had to make some tough decisions, and you all have really shown up and dug in deeply with the staff. And then I want to thank personally Dr. Walker Davis for your leadership during this time. I know it has not been easy as well and lots of time consuming. And to the staff, you all have put in really hard work. These reports they're deep. They really look at things over the last 5 years. Even if we, make mistakes and need to get better, you all are taking that feedback and moving on this. And this was our first review cycle in a long time where we actually issued, some responses to accountability and had to make some really tough decisions and had so many schools. We also have another cycle coming up where we have, I think 16 schools that will be in that next cycle. And so we are committed to reviewing our processes during this time, but we are equally committed to continuing to dig in deeply and continue to insist on high quality schools and outcomes for students. But I just want to say thank you for just showing up, being this board, and being present. And please tell your loved ones thank you, because it's not an easy feat, whether you are in person on M Street or you are sitting in an office or in some room. Thank you for all you've done. And as a result, you have July off. I feel like a teacher. I get to say you don't have a meeting in July. And so hopefully you all will also rest. But seriously, this is a volunteer board, and I just want to say thank you and how much I appreciate each and every one of you.
Chair Wright,
Yes.
if I may, on behalf of the board, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your leadership and for shepherding us through this heavy review period. It is no easy task to facilitate these meetings and to stay and remain present, to keep us all in line. And so you should be acknowledged for that. It is your inaugural year as our board chair. And so I just want to celebrate the work that you have put into this board thus far, and to tell you that it has been an honor serving with you. And I look forward to continuing to serve with you. So thank you for what you do. You are always giving out praise and kudos to the staff, and they absolutely deserve it. They absolutely deserve it, but so do you. So thank you for all that you do.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Fair.
All right, now, colleagues, it's interesting how quickly y'all good on this one. Everybody want to make this motion, but I will now entertain a motion to adjourn. Maybe.
Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Move to adjourn the June 23rd, 2025 board meeting.
I second.
All right. Can you take our final roll call?
With a deep enthusiasm. Chair Wright.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sandman.
Aye.
Treasurer Stanley Beatty.
Aye.
Board Member Davis.
Aye.
Board Member Cruzy.
Before I say aye, I just have to second all the gratitude to our leadership, our board leadership, and our executive director and your team. It's been a lot these last few months. I see it. Our city sees it. We all see it. We're grateful for you. Now go rest. Aye.
And I triple, I don't know if you can second, I triple down, highlight all that has been said tonight. And so I am an enthusiastic, yes, all the things.
All right, y'all. Thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned. And Board Member Davis, we love you. We'll see you around. All right, everybody. Thank you for the late night. We'll see you in August. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.